Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville. No surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
The longer the day went on, the smaller the England total looked, and it looked paltry enough to begin with. By the end of the day, it was minuscule. India are now just 13 runs behind with 7 wickets in hand. Rohit looking imperious, stumping controversy notwithstanding. A chink of light maybe in the late removal of Virat Kohli, but it's the most crucial of crucial first 60 minutes we have in front of us. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and to discuss the events in the Modi Megadome yesterday, I have alongside me Jack and the Bear. It sounds like an American 70s series, but it's not. It's my colleagues on Guerrilla Cricket this morning. Morning, Jack. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, Hendo. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right, but I would have preferred it if England could have made 250. Bear, what about you this morning? We had a busy day yesterday, didn't we? Really busy day.
Really busy day. Go away, Nestlers. We'll see you in a bit.
He's always poking his nose in that Nestlers, isn't he? Off you go.
It was a busy day, yes, Hendo. We had to do this, shut the show, go home, cook dinner for the bloody Cubs, and then get your stories up online.
Yeah, that's stories, and you must go and read our stories. They are wonderful things. There's a lovely review of the day from Tony yesterday, and a new item. We are going to lasso your tweets throughout the day, bring them in, and then we're going to put them into a little sort of cattle pen and see which ones come out at the end, looking lovely and meaty, and then we will put them into this article, and you'll be able to read it. So you'll be able to see if your tweet makes it every day. So make sure your tweets today are absolutely brilliant, because that means I won't have to go ferreting around too much tonight. Let's turn back to the cricket. 112 for England, 99 for 3. Controversy raging almost everywhere. Ben Stokes, Jack, Rohit Sharma, Bear. Where do we start? Jack, let's start with you.
Well, basically, I think England spinners, or India spinners rather, were just a little bit too good on this surface for England. Axar Patel, who people who watch the IPL probably think is a little bit of a trundler, to be honest, turns out to be a demon on any kind of wicket that spins.
Yes, I think he's going to find it harder when he gets to Australia the next time they go. I don't think it's always going to be as easy for him, but he's averaging something like 10.05 in Test cricket with the ball at the moment. 13 wickets. It's astonishing stuff. And he out-bowled Ravi Ashwin, of all people.
Yeah, I don't think he'll find it that easy when he comes to England this year. He might even get game this England. I mean,
actually, that's a good point. Yes.
I mean, you're not going to come into a Test match of fucking Headingley with 2 spinners, are you? So I mean, he's probably not going to play in England unless they decide that he's in ahead of Ravi Ashwin. So yeah, he's had a great start to his career, and it will never, it'll be as easy as this when he plays at home on subcontinental conditions. But there'll be places around the world where he will realise that Test cricket is a very hard game to play.
Yes, indeed. But England didn't really help themselves, did they? The batting wasn't brilliant, and then in the field they let themselves down a little bit. A couple of catches went down. The controversy involving the Ben Stokes catch. How did you see that, Jack?
He dropped it, didn't he?
You think he dropped it? Fair enough.
The problem is that the process around checking that was too hasty.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure. We were having this discussion just before. I'm not sure he dropped it, because I think at the end of the day, when you go through the final part of the slow-mo, he picks the ball up and he's got it between thumb and forefinger still, and he's in control of the ball. And therefore, the question is, it clearly went down, but did he remain with his hand underneath it when he dragged it back, and therefore his hand was under the ball along the ground, and then he pulled it up and he was in control of the ball, right? Now, it's very difficult to see that from the replays, and foreshortening of the TV makes it look like it dragged along the ground, but maybe it didn't. And having the umpire having then given it out, it's very difficult to say, if he comes up with control at the end of it, that he did drop it. Although it's a reasonable decision to come to. I don't think that's bad. The one that pissed me off more was the Rohit Sharma one. I mean, the fact that they just didn't show stump cam was bloody ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it would just sort of clarify things, wouldn't it, for everybody, and we wouldn't have this sort of discussion going on throughout the game, as it would probably be. Anyway, the players are out there, so we'll chat about this as we go through the morning, no doubt. The sun is out in Ahmedabad. Jimmy Anderson has the ball in hand, and the man with the jingles in his palm is the Bear.
Kochai Awardna, Popkula Sacra, when I'm 264.
Ajinkirahane, you fat, and everybody comes running. Take a run, get down the other end. Ajinkirahane, quick 50. Ajinkirahane.
First ball then of the morning. Jimmy Anderson in bowls to Rahane, who props forward in defence and plays the ball to a man who's in what we would call the off-Hayden position, a very straight, shortish mid-off for Anderson. Curious position. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, apart from maybe it gets into the batsman's eye line, but it was decently played by Rahane. We'll come to your tweets very shortly. Jack should be on all over social media by now. And we'll come to that maybe at the end of the over for the first time, and we'll just try and rush through a few people who come and just say hello to us this morning. Anderson's got 2 slips, he's in, he bowls to Rahane, and Rahane defends again on the front foot, straight back to the bowler. In fact, let's just try and slip in a couple between balls, Jack.
A few people saying hello. Suman Lag asking where we think India will end up in terms of the lead. Ravi Nair saying the first hour will be crucial. Then there's an argument about whether the BCCI are cheating that we're sort of mentioned in.
Okay, well that's enough to be going on with. Anderson again turns at the top of his run, is into Rahane looking for a bit of swing. There doesn't seem to be very much there at the moment. This pink ball is now 33.5 overs old, once more played into the offside.
Well,
run.
Here's a question.
Go on.
If there's dew on the pitch, right, and there's dew on the outfield, and last night, after the lights go down, the ball gets soggy. Now, it's the same ball this morning. So the ball gets soggy, and then it goes into a cupboard or a box overnight and dries out. Does it swell? I mean, it's leather, so you know how leather gets when it gets wet. What happens after it dries out? It's interesting.
Point. Anderson in, bowls to Rahane. He's dead on the money. He's very straight this morning, is Jimmy Anderson, offering nothing outside the off stump. This is played up the onside of the pitch, and there is no run. Well, it's a good point. I did mention that last night about the dew, and whether actually, because of the dew, it actually is a problem for the spinners, whether they can grip the ball properly. Sometimes it'll just stick to the hand, so you'll drag it down, and you might over.
It just gets slippery. I mean,
it could slip and you end up with full tosses, don't you?
Absolutely. I mean, bowling. Playing Saturday League on a.
Outside the off stump, a little bit of nibble. This one a little bit wider, but Rahane leaves it alone.
I mean, you'd often play when it was drizzling, because that's cricket and Surrey League, but. The ball becomes like a bar of soap when it gets wet. Leather becomes very slippery. It's very. I used to hate bowling when the ball was wet. I presume professional cricketers who play IPL and stuff, they get to learn how to deal with it, but it's still not ideal, and it's not what you want. So
no, very tricky indeed. In comes Anderson to complete the over outside the off stump. It keeps a little bit low as Rahane gets in behind it, jabs it somewhat up towards mid-on, and that is the end of a maiden over. 10 overs Jimmy has bowled. He's got figures of none for 11, so he's very economical. He's doing the job that an extra spinner might do, and the score remains 99 for 3. Tweets.
Martin Lawrence saying, "Hendo, you look glum."
Glum.
Yes.
You should see me. You should see me when I'm even glummer. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Yes, carry on.
With reference to tweets of the day, Mog says, "I'm going to tweet so hard and so fucking obscenely and so obscurely, you'll have no choice but to abandon this new ideas of yours before signing off with the worst swear word of all."
Oh my word, Mog, you terrible tease, you. Well, you did make it last night, by the way, Mog. If you want to go and have a look at that article, you did sneak in, I think, right at the end.
You did?
Yeah, indeed. Well, we're going to start with Jack Leach from the Reliance end. Is it going to be the ever reliable Jack Leach from the Reliance end?
Let's have a jingle.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
And his first ball is in exactly the right spot, and it spins away from Rohit Sharma, who aims a little prod and then tries to bring the bat back as if to say, I didn't really play at that, but I think he did. He's got a slip and a short square leg. Those are the only two close fielders. He's in again. He's down the wicket this time, and he's going to get a single up to the too deep set mid-off, in my opinion. Either you save a single there or you go back. What is the point of that, England? 100 up for India. Rohit moves to 58. It's 100 for 3.
We have some good mornings on YouTube. Dan De Castro says 4 a.m. Love your jingles, worth the overnight sleeplessness wherever he is. JF Asti says, hi, I'm in New Jersey. It's 3:55 a.m. here. I'm a huge fan of Guerrilla Cricket. Love those jingles. You guys are the best. Thank you so much, Jay. Diana Craddock's with us. She says, good morning, Gorillas and faithful followers. Do you think we have a masochistic streak in us? I feel this is a form of slow torture.
It is a kind of slow torture, absolutely. That's why I look glum, Martin. Although, of course, I love cricket, but I want to see really close cricket. Now this pops up, and there is no short leg. It probably would have looped up over him as Rahane props forward here. Ben Folkes made ground as if to think he could maybe get there and put in the dive, but it was too far away from him. Not even sure that there was an inside edge, but everyone got very excited. And in the end, it's just a dot ball. We've got 3 men on the leg side. It's a 6-3 field for Jack Leach, offside dominant. Backward point, short extra cover, a man in front of the batsman on the offside, a man at deep cover. And Leach is just twiddling the ball between hands. He's in again, bowls, and he beats Rahane as he comes forward. He draws him forward. Now, if Jack Leach can keep that length, he can keep that line for some time, he's bound to get a reward at some point. Yeah, there was a big inside edge on that previous delivery. It probably wouldn't have been a catch for short leg. It would have probably looped up over him. Leach in again, a little bit flatter. It turns a long way. Rahani goes back to pull it, and is completely done by the pace of it as it turns, and hits right over the top of it, misses it completely. That was all a little bit village, wasn't it?
It was a little bit. Took a nice little dusty patch out of. I mean, this wicket is, there's no way to get out the fifth day, is it?
Oh God, a fifth day. They'd be lucky to get to a fourth day on this. Onto the front foot comes Rahani. That's much more comfortable for him. It's a little bit over pitched, but it is the end of the over. Just the one run from it. And India are 100 for 3. Jack.
The Crunch Bear. I played a 2-day game with a pink ball in club cricket. The ground was slightly wet. After a while, it was like bowling with an orange. That doesn't sound ideal.
No.
Does it for the England bowlers?
Not really.
You mentioned sort of T20 cricket. I think they have a new ball from either end to sort of stop that being a problem. So this is an experience for these players anyway that I think will be unique.
I think part of that with the white ball is because it scuffs up so quickly as well, isn't it? So it makes it more difficult to sight. Yeah, that's part of the reason as well. But absolutely, yeah, all these things have got to be ironed out as this kind of cricket progresses, I suppose.
Oh, and this is the thing. I mean, if you play, I mean, it's not that it's not hot or anything when it gets to night, but I mean, if the reason you don't play in wet conditions is it's slippery for the fielders, and it's actually can get quite dangerous if the ball's slipping out the bowler's hand. So.
Beamers galore.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that tweets in a minute as Anderson starts a new over, bowling for the first time this morning to Rowett. Gets in behind that. A little bit of lack of pace in the pitch there. Seemed to be waiting for it a bit too long. You were about to say Nitin Bajaj, weren't you?
Well, he has tweeted in. So has Leah. Both really just say hello.
Hello.
With other words as well, but I think the gist is hello.
Okay.
Hello. Right.
Irish Outsider on Hot Mic says, "Fire it up, friends. Impossible starts here." Yeah,
Irish
possible.
Outsider, I like that. That's a great name.
I think it's possible to see England winning from here, but yeah.
Here comes Anderson again. 2 slips in the galley, too wide of the off stump, punched off the back foot, and a rather poor attempt at cover to actually get a hand on that, and that's run away, having got past him to the boundary for the first of these. And now only 8 runs separate the two sides. That was a bit of a rank delivery from Anderson. I think he was trying to bowl a cutter, but he got it far too short, gave him a bit of width as well. But you have to say, the gully should have done better there, really. That was poor. Was that Pope again? He's having a bit of a nightmare, isn't he, Pope?
He's not having a great game, is he?
Not really. I mean, there was one catch yesterday that we said he dropped, but it would have been a great effort when Rowett tried to paddle it and he tried to anticipate this. This is dead straight again. This is much better, much more like the first over that Anderson bowled, giving Rowett absolutely nothing to play with there, and he defends up to mid on. Yeah, we're just having a look at that ball. Definitely tried to bowl the cutter, but dragged it down. Got it horribly wrong, and paid the price. That said, Anderson has been very accurate. Just 15 runs from him now, and halfway through his 11th over. Not any swing out there this morning, as you probably would expect. He's in again onto the back foot. Now
shot.
That's a glorious shot from Rowett. He stood up and he spanked that imperiously off the back foot, and that's 4 more.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Let's say hello to Shervon Phillip. He says, "Good morning from the tiny island of St Lucia." I've been to St
how
Lucia.
lovely.
St Lucia's a lovely island.
Actually, it's not that.
I think we've had 5 or 6 countries tweet or YouTube us in so far.
It's brilliant, isn't it? St Lucia's not actually that small an island. I mean, I've driven from the airport to get up to the north, and you have to go around an enormous bit of rainforest. And it's driven again by Rowett. That one was a fuller ball, but Anderson managed to get a foot on it and deflect it to broader mid-off. So an expensive over so far, and he's not looking at his best, Anderson, in this over. 8 from it, just 4 runs behind. The crucial first hour is going quite well for India. Well, the crucial first 10 minutes has gone their way, you have to say.
Well, I'm sure Anderson's grumpy with the batsman, isn't he? Didn't get any fucking runs.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's very difficult for bowlers not to have anything to bowl at, and you're saying, "Oh, I've got to work extra hard because you couldn't be asked."
Well,
I mean, this is the problem.
It's true. Plus, England clearly, it looks like they did make the wrong decision. They got hoodwinked by the nets and everything, and the ball hooping around in the bloody nets.
It's a bit kind of naive, isn't it, to think that though. Defended on the front foot by Rowett, just because the nets are doing stuff. I really think that's incredible naivety, and to come out and admit to it
Yeah, I know.
seems to me extraordinary, really. Oh, we will, you know, you don't think that perhaps someone was having you on? Anyway, back to the tweets.
Knackle saying that yesterday nobody mentioned that the ball being wet or difficult to grip was a problem. Martin Lawrence, 2.5 days, I reckon, which I suppose is a prediction for this match. Adrian Lowe, hashtag cheer up Hendo. The Light Roller joining you again from down under, so that's a 6th country. Part of the Twitterati party. Which makes him think of the in-betweeners. Brian, regarding the umpires, if they're looking only at TV coverage, why can a TV umpire not be remote from the ground? A neutral umpire could be in any country. And hello from Northampton, not a country, but hello nonetheless.
That's true.
That's an interesting idea, isn't it? In the era of Zoom.
Well, there was a lot of chat about that in the papers this morning.
Was there?
About the fact that people should be.
Leach starts a new over, bowls to Rahane, and he defends, and then the ball, with the spin, runs back, and he's alarmed for a moment that he might take his off stump, but it just dribbles past, and Folkes retrieves it, and there is no run. 183. Don't forget, of course, the GPL. I'll tell you about the GPL in a minute. In comes Leach. This is pitching round about leg stump or even outside. It's just steered up to mid-on by the batsman, and there is again no run. The GPL, in which you guess how many runs you think will be scored in the day. You have until the first break to do so. Leach in again. He's played the sweep shot to that. He's trying to get right over the top of it, and the technique was good. It's just that he didn't hit it, and it spun away and ended up in the hands of Ben Stokes. In fact, let's have a look. Did he actually toe-end it, or was it just completely... no, it's complete thin air, isn't it?
No,
was there a little under edge there? I think there was a tiny under edge.
I think there was a toe end.
He's cued it.
He's cued it,
I think so. It fell short of Stokes.
Also, good mornings from around the world on YouTube as well. Some more coming in.
Excellent. In comes Leach. Rahane's looking for a single there. Root will ensure that he doesn't get it. And the score remains 108 for 3. The GPL, you estimate how many runs you think there'll be in the day. Every time you want to have a guess, you can have as many guesses as you want. You put £1 into our kitty. And if you get it on the nose, you get all the lovely loot that is in there. GorillaCricket.com/competition. And that's how to take part. I'll give you a little bit more detail of what's in the pot in a minute when the bear has totted it up. In comes Leach. He plays a little paddle sweep, and he plays it well. Keeps it down. That's probably going to speed away the boundary. Broad won't be able to get round there. A very subtle and clever shot from Rahane takes him to 5. And India are level with England, with only 3 wickets down. That's the bad news if you're an England fan. GPL.
2, 3, 4.
Just playing a jingle for a 4. The GPL is £61 at the start of this morning.
£61 for a £1 stake. Now, where in the world would you get odds like that? I just find it amazing that more of you don't get involved in the GPL. It's a magnificent competition, and it brings excitement to the end of the day as well, as we see who's involved. So please, if you haven't done it before, get onto the GPL. You have to register with our website if you haven't done so, and that means we can also keep tabs on you. We know where you are at every point of the day, so we will be after you. Anyway, more tweets.
Well, a couple from YouTube here. So Jyotsna from India says hello. Mesnil from Normandy says hello. Colin points out that the third umpire is also supposed to be a backup for the on-field umpire, so maybe having them at the venue is wise.
Oh, yes.
And Shervon Philip from St Lucia. Can England recover from here? Looks tough. That's an understatement, I think, there from you, Shervon.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, it wasn't the end of the over. For some reason, there's a bit of a delay. There is still 1 ball to go in this over. But yes, it's a long way back for England, it has to be said. Leach will continue. They just brought a man up into silly mid-off. There's a shortish extra cover, mid-off backward point, slip a man on the 45 now. That's maybe the change, and this is, I think, showing the pace of the pitch. It's getting slower and slower. It did turn, this one from Leach, but it stood up a little bit, and Rahane had plenty of time to whip that with bottom hand into the onside and take a single. That's the end of the over. More on social media.
Ravi Nair, where leather is tanned nowadays, it initially turns a light blue. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we played all cricket with blue balls? Imagine the fun.
Steady on. Ooh, misses. Is it? Blue balls. Yeah, would you be able to see a blue ball? I've been trying to, with the pink ball, I've been trying to get some sort of snooker-related pun in, but it hasn't worked so far, so I'm still working on that. And at some point, maybe during the day, if someone else hasn't thought of it, I will do. 113 for 3. India lead by 1. The first 16 minutes of the morning has definitely gone their way. There is a bit of turn for Leach, but it's also slowing up a little bit. That might be good news for England if the pitch slows, the spin becomes slower. That might just help them a little bit in the second innings. Who can tell at this stage? Anyway, it's going to be Anderson to continue, a bit expensive in his previous over, a couple of boundaries. 11 overs, none for 19. He's inspecting the ball.
Doesn't look good.
He doesn't look happy with it, does he? 2 slips and a short mid-off onto the front foot comes Rahane, who seems to have faced the bulk of the morning's deliveries. It defends that. Anderson coming in from the Adani end.
Well, the ball's doing bugger all now, isn't it?
Absolutely nothing. Well, for the quicker bowler, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what. Yeah, go on, Jack. Sorry.
I don't want to put a downer on the slow spin point, but the ball is 37 overs old, and we saw in the last match it did this as well.
Yeah, that's
the English problem is they can't get to 37 overs.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there were 48 overs yesterday, wasn't it? Anderson in again. Forward comes Rahane and defends to Sibley, I think, who's taken up that position at off Hayden. There is no run. Look, you knew I was glum. Don't try to make me even more glum with responses like that. I mean, let me live in a land of make believe, as Bucks Fizz once said, just for a little bit longer. It looks like a very hot day. People have got handkerchiefs on their heads and various things, caps, trying to keep cool. As Anderson is in full and defended. Simply seems to make a mess of that. Short mid off, but there is no run. Shall we get some more tweets in?
Nitin Bajaj, since we're doing islands, welcome from the island of No Man, which is either a reference to a place or a joke that's gone over my head. I don't know if either of you know.
No Man is an island, of course. Remember the famous phrase? Where does that come from? We'll have to check that out. Someone will know, unquestionably. Here comes Anderson once more, and bowls outside the off stump, played off the back foot nicely by Rahane. He's going to get one. He's thinking of turning for the second, and he's got halfway, only to find. Well, in fact, I think it was Rowett who'd got halfway going back, only to find that Rahane had settled for the one, and now they're having a little discussion about their miscommunication, and they seem to have sorted it out without coming to blows. So another run is added to the score. I'm not sure there's much point in having that gap between cover and mid-off when the ball is doing nothing, because it's just easy pickings for singles at least. If it was swinging in, it would be worth it, trying to get him to aim that cover drive, but it's not really worth it, I don't think. Outside the off stump, a little bit of bat and pad involved there as Rowett comes forward. And the ball rolls out towards extra cover. Rowett has 66, Rahane has 7. India are 114 for 3. Jimmy looking a little bit concerned again about the footholds. We had this yesterday, didn't we? We had the man we like to know as Quarter Pounder coming on and giving it a damn good seeing to with his enormous implement. And we may need a bit more of that already. And we're only 3 or 4, 5 overs into the morning. Anyway. Rowett settles down. He's eyeing another big 100 as he got in the second test in Chennai. Anderson is in and he's forward in defence. And this ball does seem to have got softer. Does seem to have everything seemed to be doing sort of a bit slower, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Rowett comes onto the front foot. That's the end of the over. Just a 1 run from it. India are 114 for 3. Jack.
Chris Drew. No Man is an Island is from John Don. So there we are.
Ah, right, okay.
Lots of people from Australia saying hello as well. I'm not going to read out all the names, but you know who you are. And people pointing out that in other sports, TV umpires centralised doesn't necessarily lead to better outcomes. There's still plenty of erring.
Yeah, well, VAR.
Yeah, oh God, VAR is terrible, isn't it?
Well, as you said to me, Hendo, that bloody penalty that Everton got against Liverpool the other day was never a fucking penalty, mate.
I mean, I don't care who wins out of Liverpool and Everton, really. But I was watching it, and the second goal, or the penalty that was given. I mean, what are officials doing? Really? I mean, you can't tackle in football anymore. It's like watching ballet. If I wanted to watch ballet, I'd go to the ballet. Funnily enough, I don't really. I want to see a bit more manly crashing into each other. That's the kind of football I was brought up on. Not all of it, obviously, but just a little bit more. would be nice. Sliding tackles, they seem to have gone out of the game completely. I haven't seen a sliding tackle for months.
Well, if you do, even if you get the ball, you get a bloody yellow card.
I know you do. It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. Now, we are having a clean-up of the footholes. We haven't actually got the pounder out yet, but we do have a pan and brush is being taken to the end that Anderson has been bowling from.
Oh, it's just loose, isn't it? I mean, everything's coming out of the pitch.
It is indeed. Well, Jack Leach will continue. He's got 2 for 33 from 12 overs. And he's going to be bowling to Ajinkya Rahane, who's on 7 from 23 deliveries. Now, an interesting thing I've discovered about No Man is an Island is that it also contains the line "For whom the bell tolls." A quick survey of Wikipedia has brought that up for me, so every day is a learn day here on Guerrilla Cricket. Slip and a short square leg as Leach is in and bowls, and Rahane gets forward. It covers the turn. There is a little bit of it there, but he played it well enough. A square on the offside. Sorry, Jack.
Well, where Hemingway got the title, perhaps.
Indeed. There you go. Writers ripping off writers. Plagiarism. You might find a bit of plagiarism in one or two Guerrilla articles, but there you go. Jack Leach.
Oh, that's early out.
So they're going to be given out LBW. He was hit on the pad as he went back before it went on to bat, and Ajinkya Rahane is saying to Rohit, no, you don't have to make the decision. I think I'm going to give myself out there, and off he wanders, 114 for 4.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah, 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 nah.
Now really, that wasn't one to be going back to at all. Actually, I'd like to see that again, because I'm not convinced that didn't hit outside the off
I know,
stump.
I was just thinking that myself. He could have reviewed that, but he obviously thought, shit, that's going on to hit the stumps. I'm as plumb can be.
Well, there you go. Maybe that's evened things up a little bit after England fans getting a bit upset about one or two decisions yesterday. So Ajinkya Rahane hasn't reviewed. He's given himself out, and he possibly wasn't. Let's have some tweets.
Just bringing them up. It's mainly still John Donne quotes.
Oh, brilliant! Any more? I want to know more John Donne quotes.
Well, I can read out the whole thing. Oh, afternoon from Dhaka from Farong. So
yep.
Hello.
We can add Bangladesh to the list. No man an island is entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the and so on.
Yeah, that sounds like quite a good attitude, isn't it? I think it should probably be read to our government on a daily basis. What do you reckon? Anyway, on the way to the crease. Ooh. Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I wish I was commentating for the next half an hour, because it could be crazy. Out to the middle comes none other than Rishabh Pant.
Rishabh Pant.
He deserves a slightly longer jingle than that, doesn't he?
I don't know. I like these kind of.
Yeah, I know, I do, but his stature now is such that he probably should have something a little bit more.
Well, if you're listening, Jeff, if you're listening, Mog,
come on, Mog, sort yourself out. 114 for 4, first wicket for England this morning, at the addition of 15 runs. Rohit is on 66. Rahane's gone for 7, and it's going to be Jack Leach against Rishabh Pant, and we know what's happened there before. Now, what is Rishabh Pant? He's just run 2 runs to warm up for no good reason. I don't understand that, but it's just getting himself going, maybe.
It's about 35 degrees. Don't need to warm up, do you?
Well, you wouldn't have thought so, would you? He's now looking at the sky to sort of just to get his eyes accustomed to the light. Maybe coming from a dark dressing room into the bright lights of the Modi Dome, and he's going to take guard. And people scatter to all parts. We have a deep backward square leg. We have a deep mid wicket. We have a long on. We also have 3 men round the back. We've got a slip. We've got a leg slip or a leg gully. A short square leg, backward point, fairly straight mid off. I'm wondering if there's anyone guarding the offside boundary.
I'm going to look at the odds on stumping for the next wicket.
Oh really? Oh, this will be fun. Yes, absolutely. Good call there, Bear. That would be interesting to know. So. It's going to be Jack Leach coming round the wicket to start with. I'm not sure whether that's the right angle, but we shall see. I rather like the idea of him bowling to footmarks and him racing down the wicket. In he comes, bowls, and he works this past mid-on or mid-wicket, who dives, and the long-on is brought into action immediately. And punt is away. 115 for 4. Rowett 66 comes down to face. We look again. Oh, that's it's umpire's call on impact, and it's umpire's call on the actual hitting of the wicket. So,
it just looked out though, didn't it?
If he had reviewed, he would have been given. So I think he took the right decision, saved the review, and Leach is in again to Rowett. Rowett is forward in defence. He's not faced much this morning, Rowett. But, this one he smothers, and the man at extra cover does the fielding. Looking at Rishabh Pant's record, only 19 matches. This is his 19th already. 650s and 200s.
14 to 1. I'm putting a fiver on stumping at 14 to 1.
Stumping. Forward comes Rowett again. Then plays the ball to Root, who is at shortish extra cover. And there is no run.
That's a punt.
Say what you're going to say.
I say that's a proper punt.
That is a proper punt, isn't it? I wonder what Grubby thinks of that, or Andy Ward, or Dave. Leach in, he's come down the wicket to that one, and the ball pops up off the pad. Is taken by the man at short leg, and that is the end of the over. India are 115 for 4. Any more John Donne quotes?
No, we've moved on from that.
Okay.
Mog saying, "For whom the bell tolls" is the last good Metallica song. The light roller. What the fuck is going on with the pitch? They aren't footholes, they are trenches. Is this really only day 2? Poor pitch in my opinion. Mog again. Hey Hendo, how about you go get fucked?
Yep.
Typing Shin. Is this Panto time? Yes.
Yes.
Josh Holland. If only Paceman Pat hadn't monopolised that tune, would be a good fit for Rishabh Pant. And Suman. Wow, what kind of a field is that for Rishabh? This is a test match.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? In this way, it's wonderful too. Leach now has 3 wickets. Can he get a 9 for here? We shall see.
We need it.
We do.
Stan saying hello from another island on Hot Mic. He says, good morning. All from the island of Avalon. If we're still doing
Where's
islands.
that?
Where's Avalon? Is it a Scottish
Isn't
island?
that Hampshire?
Oh, is it?
Avalon.
No, I'm
you don't
serious.
have an island in Hampshire. Oh, there's Hailing Island, isn't there?
Isn't it Glastonbury? Isn't the island of Avalon some kind of geographic feature in that area?
Oh, really?
I don't
well,
know.
that's not
I mean,
Hampshire.
I could be
that's
completely
Somerset.
wrong here.
Whatever. It's a southern county somewhere. So loose with geography, I don't know. The thing is, when I was young, you learnt geography from football teams, basically. So I know where everywhere is, simply because I pored over football teams for years and years when I was a kid. Anderson will continue. Rishabh Pant will face. He's got 12 of his, none for 20 so far. He's got a slip, a fine gully, a short extra, backward point, extra, mid-off. That's the offside field. And he's coming round the wicket. And rather, Rishabh hangs a bat out at this one and is beaten by it. And it goes through to Folks. There is no run. Talking of there is no run, you can get wonderful T-shirts as we compete to bring you all sorts of wonderful things, articles.
There's one up on screen right now if you're watching anywhere. This one. Well, this was we get the bear on air. We got an air because of air, and it's a rather nice lady who's modelling it for you on the screen on YouTube.
Good. Anderson in again outside the off stump and left alone by Rishabh. Yes, you can get all sorts of things with our designs. You can get shower curtains, you can get bath mats, you can get duvets,
Clocks.
and what? Clocks. Yes, don't forget
The clocks. I've got to say, the clocks look fantastic.
I want to get a clock. I might send off one today, actually, if I think about it before the day is done. The trouble is, I can't decide which one to have. I might have to have several.
Well, that's what I was saying. You heard about my idea from the last test, didn't you?
Yes, of course, absolutely.
When we get an office, we're going to have every single Gorilla clock with all the time zones around the world up on the wall.
Will we have, as Rishabh Pant comes forward to this one, defends, will we have the time zone for Avalon?
Well, it's in Glastonbury, so it'll be England time.
Or I was going to say it maybe in the place that time forgot.
Well, Stan's answer is it's in Glastonbury. The tour was an island in the Bronze Age, so every bloody hippie business around here is called Avalon something or other. It's true.
Oh,
I've
right.
been to Glastonbury and everything is called Avalon. You know, it's hippie heaven down there.
I've never.
From the Arthurian legend, apparently, Avalon.
Yeah.
There we go. Onto the front foot comes Rowett, plays it short extra cover. Root does the fielding.
That was Pant, by the way. He's left-handed.
Did I say Rowett?
Yeah, you
I
did.
meant to say Pant. I'm seeing Rowett Pant on the screen, and I'm thinking he's called Rowett Pant.
Jono's appeared on screen. 3 balls
Jono
too
is
early.
here. He will be taking over in 2 balls' time. Jono's making his first appearance of the series, would you believe? So it's great to have him back. And we've got Rob coming up later as well. We've got Fred, we've got Gary, all sorts of people for your deliciousness. Slashed off the back foot this by Rishabh Pant, but finding the man at backward point, and there is no run. Now don't forget, your tweets will be immortalised in an article at the end of the day. So make your tweets incredibly hilarious or wonderful or interesting, and you may get into our article at the end of the day. And what a moment of glory that would be for all of you. I understand that it's probably one of the highlights of your life. If you haven't looked at today's tweet article, go and have a look at it on our website, guerrillacricket.com/news. Now he goes onto the back foot, drops rather a dead bat on that one. Just for a moment it threatens to roll back towards the stumps, but it doesn't. That is the end of the over. It's the end of my initial spell. What have I done? I've taken a wicket and I've conceded 16 runs. We'll be totting that up at the end of the day to see who's been the most successful commentator. So it's over to Jono.
Good morning. Thank you as ever to Hendo and to the Bear. I am joined by Jack, who's moving into the summarising seat, and I think Nestlers is joining us on socials.
All right there, Jono. How you doing?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
I'm still convinced you're Irish. I'm not having it.
the wife is, but not me so much.
Jono Gordon, how you doing?
As we go through the next half an hour, over the past couple of weeks, through watching the second and obviously the start of this test, I don't know whether I'm going through a midlife crisis or I'm just turning into one of the grumpiest men the world's ever known, because the BCCI are feeling the sharp end of my tongue. Doing the podcast and what have you. I think it's maybe controversial, but I think they're basically going to the end of what's actually possible without it being illegal in terms of preparing wickets and what have you, but we can discuss that. Leach in to start again, and that is surely going to be given. Oh, what a start for the big lad! John O'Gordon's come on to comment. Jack, and there we go, first ball. Absolutely nailed it, gents.
Well played,
Rohit.
Well played.
Looked ugly there, didn't he, Rohit?
Yeah, it was great call that. I mean, obviously he'll review it, but this is potentially massive. I think. I think they've already got too many, to be quite honest. But
this could be the difference between an innings defeat and just a 9-wicket defeat, though.
Jack, I believe this is the first time we've ever been on together, so I'm very excited about this, mate.
Oh, well, I'm pleased to hear that. I think we might have done half an hour together for the Sri Lanka test.
Maybe you're possibly right. My memory's as bad as my attitude towards the BCCI, to be honest.
We should probably say that is out. I'm guessing Rohit's reviewed this, and he does look like it's going to be umpire's call maybe on outside the line.
We only need one camera angle though.
I'm surprised that it's taken more than 1.4 seconds for him to be given out.
Don't bother with this.
He is Indian. Comfortably. Brilliant, Joe Root. Ugly from Rohit. We should jingle a wicket, Bear. I was genuinely thinking earlier on, gents. Could this be? I don't know if there's and Knuckle will no doubt be able to tell us. Is there? Has there ever been a 2-day test match before?
Yeah, didn't Bangladesh lose to India in 2 days in the first day nighter?
England beat the West Indies and Durham in 2 days.
Wowzers! I mean, for me, that regardless of where it is and which teams are involved, that is not Test cricket. That is not wickets or conditions that are suitable for the top level of the game. I know that the way the world's going, obviously people want to see things happen quicker, but I think in Test cricket it's slightly different. 2 days is obviously not acceptable.
Just one thing. Before everyone gets too overexcited about all this, I think India bowled fantastically well yesterday, really smart, and also think England batted like a bunch of plonkers.
Yes,
I would agree with that. I actually don't think this wicket so far has been as bad as the Chennai one.
I don't think it's doing great things or anything. It's just England just seem to have a complete brain freeze.
The only thing with it, I'd maybe say, and a lot of the wickets have been batters missing balls that have gone straight on when they've expected a lot of spin. So is that because it spans so much in Chennai and everyone's mentally in a different place, or is that because there's inconsistency in the way the ball is gripping the pitch? We are playing with a pink ball.
Talking yesterday about if you see one go big early, then obviously you look to play for a bit more turn, and that's why the ones that went straighter.
Both of the Indian wickets today have been straight on balls, basically.
Knuckles just pointed out to me that I didn't actually describe what happened with that wicket. Rohit Sharma went down to play a hard sweep through square leg. Obviously, the form he's in, you would say, why not? Hit on the back leg, and the ball was deemed through Hawkeye on review to be going on to clatter into off a middle stump, so he's out LBW. Leach now in to first ball to Ravi Ashwin, who calmly and in the great form in which he is gets onto the back foot. Lovely straight back shot. That's chased down by, I think, Zach Crawley it is, and they come through for a nicely run double.
Yeah. England are well into India's second top order now. To steal a joke I saw somewhere else, to be quite honest.
It's a good one. You always regurgitate the good ones you hear. There's far too many people regurgitate crap jokes, so I quite like that joke. Ashwin's in decent. He comes out at 7 here, probably whack another easy 100. He's got licence again, right? They're in front of the miles ahead of the game at 117 for 5, unless they have a complete collapse and lose 5 wickets for 30. Leach in again. That one does turn sharply away from Ashwin, who leaves it alone, collected by Folkes.
I think that is the kind of wicket. This is the kind of wicket where losing 5 for 30 is more than possible, as England demonstrated. And India they're on top clearly, but they're a bit of a wobble.
As Ashwin comes forward and just blocks that one out to backward point. There will be no run.
England need to put the pressure on them now.
Yeah, it's quite an aggressive field.
It's an aggressive field, yeah.
I presume there'll be a deep mid wicket. Can't really see as the camera pans around mid-on, certainly. Length ball off the back foot to short cover by Ashwin. There will be no run. I think you get rid of these two, and then obviously, Axar Patel can bat. Did some decent knocks in the IPL, but
Washington Sundar can bat. Sundar can bat.
Did he bowl much yesterday? As Leach is in again now, that one's pitched middle and leg, but covered up well by Ravi Ashwin, or R Ashwin as he prefers to be known these days. Ends the over, the 41st over, India 117 for 5.
Let's see what the social media buds are saying, eh? John Thompson says 14 to 1, definitely worth a punt. I guess that's England. Pirate Badshah Avalon, yes, really need to remember your Arthurian legend. And Leah points out it's where Excalibur was forged. I thought it was a Roxy Music song myself. There's a lot of Avalon stuff there. Dinah Patterson says, tell the bear when the lady with the t-shirt comes on screen, the sound goes off. Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. James Humberston's going to get gets wickets for his whole cricket team. He's buying 11 of them when he can afford it. There's an Avalon airport in Melbourne, the light roller tells us. It's everywhere.
The bear is obviously in the woods because he's not in his seat to provide us with a jingle, but England's captain Joe Root is going to come on and have a bowl. I think a lot of people have been calling for this, obviously yesterday on comms, and then with the Sky commentary guys have been talking about, Channel 4 guys have been talking about Root may be bowling in this test. You'd think that with him bowling slightly quicker and slightly flatter, he's more that kind of Akshar Patel style bowler. The bear, as he's got him to get a drink of water, it's normally more higher ABV than that.
It's shocking.
These Root's in. And it looks like he's nicked him off first ball.
He's giving out.
Rishabh Pant. First ball from Joe Root, nicked behind to Ben Folkes. The England players go absolutely ballistic, celebrating like they've won the World Cup again. And this is potentially huge for England.
Is there a jingle on? Is that what's happening? Everyone's gone quiet. I was literally about to say this is a classic matchup play by England, bringing on the right arm off spinner, to pant, and first ball it's worked. So in hindsight, I wish I'd been a bit quicker with that. I'd look very clever.
You should be part of the England setup, Jack.
I thought he'd reviewed, but obviously he hasn't. He's thought better of it. But what a start for Joe Root. Lovely off spin, a lovely flight, dip. Oh, and it's just hit that foot mark, hasn't it? Turned square and nicked off. Obviously, Ben Foakes, the best keeper that England have probably arguably ever produced. I know what people will argue about that, obviously. It's guerrilla cricket, why wouldn't they? But what a start for the England captain. Super start for England to the second morning of this test match, or afternoon as it will be in India. Are things starting to look slightly more positive, Jack?
Definitely. I mean, obviously with the caveat that England are going to have to come in and bat on this wicket at some point, probably quite soon, and that won't be ideal, and it will be under lights to add a little bit more trickiness to the mix. I think they're going to have to put shots like the one that just got Pant out away, though. He's played a booming drive off his 8th ball on not a surface for that kind of shot. And you sort of have to wonder at this point in the game why he's done that.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I think you look at the way that Sharma's played, not only in this test but the last test. I mean, he effectively won him the game with 161 in the first dig, going ballistic in that first session. I think, it's certainly not going to be easy for England, but I think, if we can really take advantage and press it home here, I think India may well open up with 2 spinners, and England are going to have to bat unbelievably well to get even, maybe you can get 200 in front.
I'd be surprised if they didn't open with 2 spinners, wouldn't you?
Say again?
I'd be surprised if they didn't open with 2 spinners.
Yeah. There's Root in again now. Fantastic. Length ball does turn towards off stump, but covered up by Washington Sundar. And just blocked out into the offside for no run. The way that, I hate this phrase, but people say the way that Pant plays, he looks to be positive, sometimes reckless, as Root's in now. Next ball, that pitch is probably middle. It does straighten, but well covered up by Washington Sundar, and there is no run. That first test when he was whacking Jack Leach everywhere, I wasn't too unhappy about the way he was going about it, because I would have backed Leach eventually for him to plink one up in the air, just because of the way you can't keep hitting it 30 rows back. That one goes straight on from Joe Root with a slightly lower trajectory at release, but Sundar on the back foot covers up and just blocks out to the offside for no run. 2 balls left in the over. Successful one for the England captain. That one's floated up slightly slower, just blocked out to short extra cover by Sundar. There is no run. Sundar, 3 matches, 169 runs, 2 50s with an average of 56 and a third. Not a bad start to your test career.
No.
That's like bet number 3 for most teams.
Root in to complete his over, and that's covered up well by India's number 8. Block back up the pitch to the bowler, and that completes the 42nd. How are we looking on socials, Nestlers?
Well, we've got quite a few people coming through on YouTube. Glenn Murray saying, do you think Root will get many overs today? And then saying, that was good timing. Colin says, Avalon is also a place in North Sydney. I have some family that stay there. Diana, so Sam, your prediction could be on the mark. I think so. Finlo Page has joined us from Guyana. Can someone post session drinks times, which we've done? Let's have a look on Twitterati's. Let's have a look. Ed Dawes. Just as I say that, he disappears off the screen. Ed Dawes. There are orange seats in the stadium, and therefore he is being rested. I don't know who that is. Oh, is that someone with orange hair? Martin Lawrence, what number are we up to? Things you expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket number 265. England are batting like a bunch of plonkers. Well, yes, I said that. And Rudar An says, sorry, due to point deductions, we've stopped making them. Quite sure what.
I presume he's talking about my pitch thing. As Ashwin charges down the wicket to Jack Leach and lofts him over mid-on for one of these bet. you'd say that Ravi Ashwin or R Ashwin, I can't get used to calling him R Ashwin, probably feels in the form of his life at the minute, doesn't he, Jack? So, he'll probably come out and look to be positive. I don't think it's one of those pitches where people would refer to it as there always being one with your name on it.
Yeah, 100%. Ravichandran's his dad's name. So in the part of India he's from, you have just one name. So he is Ashwin, is his name. But they attach Ravichandran to normalise it or something, I suppose.
Every day's a school day. Good that. Leach in with the second ball, and that's covered up well by Ashwin. Possibly got to be careful about playing bat and pad together there. If that just clips pad before bat, that's probably going on to hit leg stump. I know that there was the England lads were looking to put their bat out ahead of their pads, but obviously that then brings both edges into play, which obviously isn't ideal either. As that's worked out into the offside by Ashwin for no run.
I don't know if you caught, there's a little bit of ball chasing going on from Root. There is now a man sort of about 2/3 of the way out where the last shot from Ashwin went for the catch that would have been.
Yeah, I didn't see that. As that one has turned sharply from Jack Leach, beating Ashwin on the outside. Folks whips the bails off, much like he probably whips many a lady's knickers off. The good-looking chap as he is. That's all opinions my own. I must say that may be incorrect, but yeah, fantastically sharp work from Ben Folkes there behind the stumps.
He is lethal, isn't he?
Unbelievable. His hands are fantastic as Ashwin comes forward and covers up. Stokes thinks about half an appeal, but it was definitely bat rather than pad there.
It looks to me that Leach is bowling a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker in this test versus some of the others.
Yeah, possibly. I think that's something that all spin bowlers have to adapt to, isn't it? Depending on where they are in the world, as that one pitch is probably leg stump. That's just blocked into the leg side by Ashwin. Completes the 43rd. India 121 for 6.
Nitin Bajaj is saying England very much back in this one. Big wicket. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Both set batters taken by Leach in the first half hour, and this match has come alive. India will want to play the next half hour very cautiously. Yeah, I agree. Seems like Joe is this week's other spinner, says Michael Bradley. Who is John O'Gordon? Sounds more like Ramiz Raja and Ellis Seaver commentary on Gorilla right now.
Who said that?
Suman Nag.
Right.
Andrew Kamali says,
one of my mates.
I've never said this before. Come on, England.
Joe Root bowls one that turns viciously away from Washington Sundar, collected by Ben Folkes. That is sharp turn and quite quick turn as well. Slow turn you'd say it is a lot easier to handle. You can watch it more easily off the pitch, but I think we're going to see a fairly low-scoring test match here, gents. Root in again now, round the wicket to a left-hander. Oh, inside edge, fielded by Ollie Pope. I'm not sure whether that carried to him. He's a brilliant diving stop in at short leg. Saver.
They don't look too animated, do they? I think might have been on the half volley.
Joe Root back to the top of his mark. Second over, yet to concede a run as Sundar back this time and just blocked back up the pitch. Playing watchfully here, Sundar, isn't he?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, that last delivery was a bit of a half tracker, I thought, and he has dead batted that into the floor. I do think that a lot of the batters on both teams have got it in their heads. The pitch is in their heads.
As Sundar plays a bit more forcefully, but out to fielded by extra cover, and there will be no run. Yeah, I think there is that thing. You can almost be too negative on a pitch like this, can't you? And then one will get you out. Like you're better off trying to look to rotate the strike as much as you can, because every single is going to be crucial here. As Washington Sundar goes back this time, Joe Root looking slightly disappointed with himself there. That was not short, but not going to ever cause the batsman any kind of trouble. Last ball of the 44th coming up. 3 wickets, 22 runs so far in almost 11 overs in the session. Root now round the wicket, and that's left alone outside off stump by Washington Sundar. Completes for 44th, India 121 for 6, Nestlers.
Leia is not happy. Well, this has gone to shit pretty fast. Obviously, an Indian fan, our Leia. Victor Victoria is telling cricket fan Bob to listen to us because we're much better. Leia says, just call him Ash, Jono, and picture him having a chainsaw for a hand. Bryony001, are these wickets being taken by spin a result of good bowling or more a result of the pitch conditions?
I'd say Pan. Day 2, morning 2, in theory, I know it's the afternoon, of a test match, you wouldn't, I say normal conditions, that's quite a difficult thing to quantify, but you wouldn't expect a ball to be turning that sharply on the first session of a day 2 test match wicket. So, I look, it's good bowling considering the conditions, but I would also say that the conditions are playing a massive part in wickets like that being taken in that way. As Jack Leach now into Ashwin, who blocks that out, looks for a quick single, but well fielded, and into Folkes there will be no run. Thoughts, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Both. The match we're watching here is virtually a different sport to what you'd see in England, which is interesting. It's fun to watch. Loads is happening. Yeah. But there is an element of chance.
Ashwin almost looks to withdraw his hands from that. He pushed forward at that. It did turn sharply, but he managed to get enough of an outside edge to get it out to backward point rather than being any severe trouble.
I'll use a golf analogy in a second, if I may, which I often do.
Leaching again now, and that's well covered up by Ashwin, blocked out to short extra cover.
A lot of people talk about links courses, i.e. the Open, and how much to chance links golf is compared to other courses where majors are played, i.e. America. I'll break off.
As that's worked out to kind of quite a deep set cover fielder. There's an in-out field being employed by Joe Root at the minute, and there will be no run.
Now, the best and the great players adapt to all the conditions and win.
Yeah, agreed, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it can't be easy for the Indian lads to come over and play in swinging conditions at Edgbaston, for example, but a class player like Kohli will adapt and still thrive, won't he? As that's cut away through backward point by Ashwin, and it brings him one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
and you never hear Tiger Woods moaning about links courses. I wish him well. Hope he recovers.
They might be moaning about a sore ankle for a little while, but
but they get on with it and they win.
I was going to mention Tom Watson. He has a famous quote from him saying he hated playing on links courses when he first first played on them, and then learned a decade later favourite courses to play on, basically.
As that's blocked out this time by Ashwin, and there will be no run. Completes the 45th, India 125 for 6. It's interesting, you mentioned links golf, Nestlers. It is a completely different experience. I've been lucky enough to go up to St Andrews and play the old course a couple of times, and I've played it in very flat conditions, and I imagine when the wind's up it's an absolute nightmare and you probably hate every minute of it. But because it's like a stadium course, and the same with a lot of these courses in America, they're actually very wide because they're built for spectators and stands and this, that and the other. You play some of the other courses at St Andrews and they're absolutely hellish because obviously the grass is that short and whatever, the rough and the gorse and whatever. Root now, and he's bowled him. He has bowled Washington Sundar. That has pitched probably middle and leg and hit the top of off stump. Joe Root, 2 wickets, no runs, 2.1 overs, and the crowd in India are in a stunned silence.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
I know Hendo would say that he was disappointed to be missing out on this half an hour of commentary. We've only got 5 minutes left. I imagine that the next half an hour is going to be a pretty interesting stint as well, gents.
Yeah, this is it's one of those times in cricket. I mean, there's it's a Churchill phrase. There's a phrase. It's Lenin actually. There are years there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are months where decades happen. And this is applied to Test cricket. There are days where nothing happens, and then there are sort of sessions where days happen. And this is definitely
One of those.
One of those, yeah.
I asked
for a duck from 12 balls, bowled Joe Root.
I asked a question in the previous test. When are people going to start taking Joe Root seriously as a bowler?
When he can do it outside of conditions.
India.
I actually rate him. I think that he's been. Whenever he's bowled in any conditions, he can generally hold an end up because he bowls at a pace that it's not that easy to attack or run down the wicket or whatever. But he also does get, prodigious turn. Certainly in these conditions. So I think it's one of those things as a captain, isn't it? You either under bowl yourself or you over bowl yourself. People will always find a way to say that you're doing it not quite the right way. But look, you, on these stats and this morning's performance, you'd say he should be bowling a hell of a lot more.
Greatest all-rounder in the world. Nitin Bajaj says, stepping out to the spinners, batsmen are likely to trip in the footholes. 100 chase in the last innings would be a daunting task, says our very own Anindo. Suman Nags was saying it's a compliment, Jono. Keep that energy going. Yeah. So you got a fan there, Jono.
Brilliant. It's always very nice to get the occasional nice thing, especially the way that Jay Grover gets into me all the time.
You're not alone,
friend.
You're not alone. Don't worry, Jay does that.
I love it.
Leia says these are pretty normal conditions, Jono. They might not be normal English conditions, but they are pretty normal nonetheless.
Yeah.
Are they? I'm sorry. I mean, just to interject here, Shubman Gill averages 65 in first-class cricket in India. He's not averaging 65 on decks like this, is he?
I think. Look, as I said earlier, I think the BCCI. It's funny because Messi Jez. I sent quite a provocative tweet from one of my other Twitter accounts the other day, and I don't think Jez knew it was me, but I kind of did it as a bit of a baiting thing, and talking about the third umpire debacle from the first inning. From the second test, rather. I just think that the BCCI have too much control over Test cricket or global cricket and don't think that they have to answer to the ICC, and I think that's a massive problem. As Root in again now, and that is covered up by Akshar Patel, blocked back up the pitch to Joe Root himself. Here's a jingle from the bat.
The stroke plays diverse, and as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Extra.
As the England captain in now. Oh, and Akshar Patel tries to absolutely wallop him over extra cover. Hits it straight to Dom Sibley. Extra cover, and there's another wicket.
Why?
Put him over 8. I can't imagine that Captain Coley's going to be overly enamoured with him when he walks back up those steps into the dressing room.
Absolutely not. And I think this shows, we were just talking about Root. This is where, Root has taken 3 wickets for no runs here. This is where Root really, there's no difference between him and Dom Bess. Why do you want an off-spinner in your side at top-level cricket? Most of the reason for that is because they're very good against left-handers. He's got all 3 left-handers out in this lineup for 0 runs.
Do you reckon Akshar Patel's obviously gone out there thinking it's pretty easy Test cricket? I've just got 6 for spitting in the first innings. I'm obviously just going to walk out here and give it an Ashwin from the last game and whack 100. I think
he thought there's a ball with his name on it, and he's gone out and he's thought if I can add 20 runs in 20 balls here, then that on this wicket is worth 60.
Oh yeah, it's gold dust. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and it's not paid off, has it?
I mean, you look at the two opening batters in Crawley and Sharma, both got 50s, and other than that, there's not been a right lot to talk about, has there? I don't know who's coming on next. I think should the 3 of us just stay on and just not?
I think for England's sake, we'd better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hendo's furiously reworking the rota now so that the successful 3 ball that is us is staying on. I mean, this is unbelievable. We are England currently 13 behind. It almost makes it. You take another 2 very quickly here. It almost makes it a 1 innings Test match, doesn't it? You'd still back India. India would be incredibly short odds favourites, but it gives England a chance, which is obviously the only thing. A lot more than we maybe would have hoped for, having seen us, be bowled out for 112 in the first innings.
Too right. Well, the next team have appeared in the windows. So we'll see you in a bit.
Are we not going to complete the over, Nestlers?
Sorry. Go away,
There's
Gary. Go away, Rob.
I don't know exactly what he just looked like he was screaming at the camera and just shaking his arms about. I don't know what he's doing. He's bringing planes in. Or
That's it. They've all gone. They've all gone bare.
I mean, lads, there's this thing called the chat box that we can use, and we're going to have to embarrass ourselves.
Well, when I saw all three of them appear on the video feed here, I was like,
Nestlers. They're just trying to steal our thunder, mate.
They are.
We're not going to let it happen. I know
we've done this, not Joe Root.
Yeah, exactly. As Root in now, first, but Ishaq Sharma did incredibly well to get his back down on that. I mean, look, you say that, if he can get a quick 10 or 15, it's probably worth 30 or 40 in normal conditions, but Ishaq Sharma plays that back. Ben Stokes maybe would have caught that with one hand. Maybe we could have brought the one hand, one bounce rule into play, but crazy shot as we watch again, just a replay of Akshar Patel. He got a fair piece of it, but a real good catch from Tom Sibley. Rooting again now on that thick outside edge by Ishant Sharma into the backward point region. That completes the 46 over. We will now pass on to the next team coming in, and we shall see you later on. Thank you very much.
Look early.
Cheers, Jono. Follow that. Goodness gracious me. What a first hour that has been for England. 5 for 26 in 13 overs. I'm Rob Sutton. I'll be taking you through the next half hour ball by ball. Joining me, we've got Gary Naylor. Good morning.
Hello. Well, I'm feeling vindicated to some extent because I felt this match was very much alive last night, and I was not entirely unsurprised by our tweeters who tend to take a more negative view and enjoy a jinx or two, but reading some of the reporters saying this game is done, surely they've seen enough Test cricket to know that anything can happen in Test cricket. It's like the start of Stingray. Anything can happen in the next 5 minutes, and never write off a Test match after the first day. And that's been shown here. I've got some thoughts about Joe Root's bowling, but I'll come back to that later on.
And not Freddie's with us as well. Good morning.
Yeah, I'll just say hello to my introduction. 12-minute rant.
You've got nothing to be vindicated about.
Well, Gary often finds ways to be vindicated, even when the facts don't actually accord with his vindication. We've got a number of tweets. I can list a couple. Josh Holland said, "Who needs mowing when you've got Joey?" Katie has said her baby has learned to clap when England take a wicket. My work here is done. And breathless, says Adrian Lowe, what a day so far. Typing Shan says that was rather wishy-washy. I don't know if that's referring to a joke that I didn't hear. But there's a lot of discussion between Root and his bowler and various other people, presumably about Fields.
Indeed, it's going to be Leach to continue. And as I was saying, 5 wickets going down this morning. A hell of a spell there from Jono on his return to the Guerrilla Cricket chair. He certainly put himself forward for selection now for the last test, as Leach is going to bowl and Ashwin just comes forward, and there's no run to the first delivery of the 47th over. I mean, who needs that second specialist spinner when you've got Joe Root? And I was saying when I was on during the first test that really he should be used more. He is a very handy bowler in all forms of cricket. As Leach bowls and pushed forward by Ashwin, or more than a push, is a drive that's going to go out to the man on the extra cover boundary, and they take 1, I think. Yes, Ashwin goes to 11.
That's what the discussion was about, whether to give Ashwin 1, I think, because neither of these two are good runners, so they need a 3 in order to get 2. And England definitely want to be bowling at Ishant Sharma here.
Ishant Sharma's not a mug. I mean, he can block for his country. He has done many times before.
Yeah.
Well, we had a discussion earlier in the series that Ishant's batting has massively improved since he was dismissed by Alistair Cook at Trent Bridge a few years ago. He's almost decided that that's never going to happen again.
Everything is up from there, surely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think his batting is some way short of what's required on this pitch, though. So I think England will be very pleased to have him on strike for 4 deliveries.
I think there are a few specialist batsmen whose batting's not up to the standard required for this pitch, as Leach goes past the outside edge with a lovely delivery and claimed by Folkes, and there's no run.
About 20 minutes ago, I was saying to myself something along the lines of, well, England are going to pay for having 4 number 11s.
As Sharma tried to leave that one, and it actually caught the bottom of the bat, and there's no run as it rolls to slip.
Whereas India have got a lot more down the order, but I've slightly changed that in the last 15 minutes or so.
Big turn there from Leach, and Sharma lets this one go outside the off stump.
A word about Joe Root's bowling is, I think on the subcontinent he's a fine bowler. In England, he's very much a 6th or even 7th bowler. I've seen a lot of him at Lords, and he needs something in the wicket. But if there is something in the wicket, he's very good.
Each bowls again, left alone outside the off stump by Ishant. That's the end of the over. 1 from it, 126 for 8.
I'll just finish that point, is that people may be saying, well, why does that make such a difference? Well, the reason it makes such a difference is that in England, where the ball in the main doesn't spin much, you can jump all over his bad ball, because there's always a bad ball from Joe Root. He's a part-time bowler. Whereas in India, where he gets significant turn from the good balls, there's just that reluctance to attack the bad balls. So you get kind of double bunny, if you like, for Root in India. The good balls spin a long way, and the bad balls get blocked or left.
Sarah Beardo says, is Root generally a better red ball spinner than Washington? Don't know how many first-class games Sundar has, but Root has a lot of red ball experience. I wrote this before Root got in with a beauty, by the way. He says. Aidan says, 100% agree with Root bowling, as the skipper's improved massively. Impacted his batting, sure, but improved his bowling. They have 2 spinners, in my view, plus the ability of their stalwart opening bowlers keeping runs down. And James Humberston points out that Michael Clarke got a bag full of wickets on his first tour of India. Yes, he did.
He did, yeah.
Root has improved his bowling, but much of that depends on the state of his back. If his back is in good nick, he can bowl. If his back is in bad nick, and rather like Michael Atherton, he has a chronic back problem, then his bowling is much more ordinary.
Root bowls round a wicket to Ashwin, and that was a drive. It was a diving stop by Leach, who was in there in the covers. I do think, as Gary was saying, that they are happy to give Ashwin a single here.
Look at the drift he got on that last ball. Prodigious.
Root bowls turned off his hip by Ashwin. There's a fumble by, I think it's Ollie Pope there under the lid, but it's not going to cost a run or anything.
Yeah, the prodigious drift is in the Pacific Ocean, I think, off the coast of Chile.
You should pick a bowler with Rourke, named Rourke.
Root bowls. I think his towel fell out the back of his trouser there when he delivered that ball. It's just a dot to Ashwin this time, and there's no run.
One of Root's wickets was a celeb appeal. He just ran down the wicket celebrating without turning towards the umpire. I can't remember which. There've been so many wickets that he's taken in the last 10 minutes or so. He might find himself in trouble there.
Ashwin with an aggressive sweep shot that has not been picked up by the man on the boundary, and that has crashed into the boards at deep square leg for 4 runs. The first runs Root has conceded.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And he has that tennis score now, Root 3-4.
3-4. Off 3.4 overs as well. Ashwin's gone to 15. It was Zach Crawley out there on the boundary. I'm not sure he picked it up properly. As Root bowls to Ashwin, just goes back and across and plays this away into the leg side, and there's no run. On the
3-4-4, which is a Bradman score, isn't it?
3-3-4.
Oh, it was 3-3-4.
Root bowls. That was a shorter one, which Ashwin guides down towards the third man region, and they will pick up a single. So Ashwin will keep the bowling. He is 16, and it's 131 for 8. India lead by 19.
Dave Sarah says Root's also a very different bowler to Best. Creates different angles, different trajectories. Probably the closest they have to Axar. Dave Sarah asks, is Root doing an Asif Karim, which is a reference which is gone straight over my head. Ed Benson says, Captain fantastic, and it seems unlikely I will be returning to guerrilla cricket for day 4 as planned. Yep, we've arranged it specially with the team, so they leave you off. Jessica Canucks says, I bet the Aussies are terrified at the thought of England's newest star bowler. I'm not sure that he'd be quite so successful in Australia. Crucial session, says Andy and Brum. Yes, they all are crucial in low-scoring test matches, and this is going to be a low-scoring test match.
Yes, I'm not sure Joe Root will be turning his arm over at the Gabba in November somehow, as Ashwin defends the first ball of the next over from Leach, and there's no run.
I think England have forgotten that they can get Ashwin out here. They've just got one slip with their key bowler bowling. Very important in these kind of partnerships that you get here. And 50 runs here is worth 100 in a kind of a more orthodox, if you like, test match, or a higher scoring test match. England's got to try and get both men out here. They can't just wait to get Ishant Sharma out.
Even another 30 or 40 could be absolutely crucial for India, as Ashwin drives us away into the offside. He played a similar shot in Leach's last over, and in fact he's turned down the single that time. It went out to Bairstow on the boundary, but they've decided not to go for the run there, which is probably sensible against Leach.
We'll be accused of after timing, but I didn't think England needed 6 bowlers in this game.
As Ashwin comes down the pitch, the next delivery from Leach just defends it. He had to scramble back. More sharp work from Ben Foakes running away from the stumps, but his throw wasn't accurate.
Generally speaking, I'm in favour of playing lots of bowlers, but in this kind of situation, I think England could have done without Broad and played an extra batsman.
Absolutely, I agree with that. As Leach bowls down the leg side, there's half an appeal for LBW, but it wouldn't have hit a second set, and certainly no interest from the umpire. Runs down to fine leg, and there's a couple of leg byes on the total.
Yeah, I'm not sure how reliable Ben Stokes is as a bowler these days. Certainly not on this tour.
You wouldn't have to bowl all that many, 6 overs a day. When a spinner's bowling one end all day, you don't have to bowl that much.
Yeah, he's going for a boundary every over. I don't think they can even afford to bowl him for 7 or 8, really. He really does seem to have lost any sense of consistency in his bowling. I mean, I think it'll come back. Obviously he's had a difficult time and he's been out of the game for a while, been given special leave when his father was ill in New Zealand, and I think he's got to do some work on his bowling if he is to become the player he was. He's got 180 odd test match wickets. He's a good bowler, but he seems to be following a kind of callous trajectory where his bowling is becoming occasional rather than supplementary.
Well, a year ago he won a test for England.
I think that the difference is the time out of the game has made the difference.
Leach round the wicket to Ashwin, who goes for a hoik on the leg side. It didn't go where he was intending it. It ran through square leg. It's fielded. I think it was Archer who did the fielding, as Ashwin goes to 17 and the score to 134 for 8.
Colin Rosenthal says, I'd like it noted, less than half an hour ago I tweeted asking why the heck Root hadn't had a bowl yet. I think you weren't alone there, Colin.
Yes, absolutely. It did seem a bit odd, but I think going back to the Ben Stokes discussion, I thought yesterday was about as ineffective a spell as I've seen Stokes bowl, possibly in his Test career. It was not great, as Ishant defends the last ball of Leach's over, goes past the diving second slip. They obviously won't take the run because they want Ashwin on strike for the next over, and it's 134 for 8. Do we have any more tweets?
Yeah, just the one. James Moosh says, who else in the England team bowls part-time spin and can come on? Jofra? Jimmy? Stokes?
Dom Sibley bowls leg spin, doesn't he? Or a version of leg spin.
Yeah, I mean, Gary was talking about Michael Atherton earlier. I don't think Michael Atherton was ever anywhere near the bowler that Joe Root
I think
has been, even very early in his career. Yes, he was a leg spinner and he did turn the ball, but he wasn't much good.
I think when he was at Cambridge, he was, his leg spin was seen as a useful asset. He was certainly never the bowler Joe Root has become, but his bowling was not negligible in his student days for sure. Just want to say a word about the pitch here. I'm perfectly happy with this pitch. I was happy with the pitch at Chennai. The 3 test matches that we've had so far, we're approaching 2.5 test matches that we've had so far. I can think of half a dozen balls that were unplayable. I think Kohli got one at the end of the last test. I think Root got one that took him on the glove. It's difficult, but that's not the same as unplayable, and there haven't been many unplayable deliveries, and it makes for exciting cricket, so more please.
Yeah, I agree with that. As Root starts up again, Ashwin just turns this away into the leg side, and there is no run. Should mention that you've got about 45 minutes to get into the GPL today. I suspect if you've gone high, you might want to be scaling down your selections, because we've had 35 runs so far this morning. As Root bowls round a wicket, Ashwin goes for a sweep. It's gone a long way up in the air, and this should be caught. It is. Zach Crawley there on the deep square leg boundary, and Ashwin has gone. And Joe Root is now 1 wicket away from a fifer, and it's 134 for 9.
That's a big wicket for England.
Yeah, so that's
a really big wicket.
Yeah, that's the cliche, really. Live by the sword, die by the sword. And half an hour more of Ashwin lasting until lunch could have put 50 runs into this match. As it was, as we rather suspected, the sweep was his downfall, and it was a steepling top edge because the ball is spinning off the surface as well as out of the rough. But Ashwin scored 17 there. I think that he'd have taken that when he walked to the crease. That could be the 17 runs that makes the difference. I think England have got to look at Ashwin's innings there, and certainly England's 4 number 11s have got to think, well, can we play like Ashwin played? Look to be very positive, and if one of them comes off and makes 20, that could be really important. If the other 3 make 10 each, well, there's 50 runs with perhaps 40 odd at the other end. That could be enormous.
It was bizarre yesterday because Broad actually batted for about 38 balls or something for 3 when he was keeping Folkes company. I thought it was as likely as if he would have scored 38 runs off 3 balls. I mean, it was just, and he's at least one place too high at number 10.
Yeah, I mean, and he got out to the big slog sweep. The first time he played an aggressive shot, he was out. But I thought that was the right way of going about things. Folks had got a bit stuck there, as batsmen do, because he was playing the ball on its merits, and the merit was defend this ball because India bowled so few bad balls. But I think on a pitch like this, in these circumstances, what you have to do if you're at the other end is make length and make line by really going after the ball with the sweep or coming down the track. If you don't get anywhere and you're at number 9, well, fair enough. But if you get 20, wow.
Yeah, and that's something that perhaps is more suited to to Broad and to Archer of England's number 11s rather than Anderson.
Well, Anderson can reverse sweep very effectively, but I know I take the point.
Batsman crossed after the wicket of Ashwin, and Ishant plays the next delivery from Root down the ground, and there's no run, and we will jiggle up India's number 11.
And now they're Monty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Turned off his hip from Sharma, and there's no run to the next delivery from Root. Whatever happens now, Joe Root, this will be his test best in bowling. 4 for 87 was his previous best, so barring an absolute miracle.
Don't say it.
We're looking at career best figures for Joe Root as Ishant defends the next delivery and there's no run.
Yeah, he'll never have a better chance of a 5 for Willie Joe Root there, but I think he's got 1 ball to get it.
Sharma comes down the pitch and flicks this away into the leg side. It's Crawley who took that catch earlier in the over, who does the fielding on the boundary. So Ishant will keep the bowling, and it's 135 for 9 at the end of the 50th over. India's lead is 23, which you'd still describe in the context of the match as handy.
Yes. We have some comments on YouTube. Unfortunately, you don't put a time next to them, so I don't know exactly when they've been sent. But Colin has joined us. Finlow Page says, well, I'm only reading this, it's not my opinion. He says this wicket is not a test wicket. It should be reported. Well, Finlow Page also brings up the point, who is actually responsible for assessing the wicket? Because in this instance, the umpires and all the officials are from the home country. So it is a slightly interesting point.
So Javagal Srinath is the match referee, and he is in the employ, I think, of the ICC, but I'm not certain.
What do you think with an awkward twilight batting session coming up? Should England keep them in for another 3 hours or so?
Both innings have remarkable parallels. An opener who played the game very differently to everyone else, making a 50, and then barely a score for the rest of the card. So for all of England getting the selection wrong and not being as good at spinning the ball,
as Leach bowls and Sharma's decided he's going to have a slog, and he bunts him down the ground. Has that gone all the way for 6? Yes, it has. What a tremendous shot that is from Ishant Sharma. Pops Leach straight back over his head for one of these. Oh no, not for one of these. It's 6. It is a 6. Yeah. As he goes to 7, and it's 141 for 9.
So apart from the 10th wicket stand of 250, the innings have been very similar.
But it's a fair point, you know. Crawley and Rowett did look like they were playing on a different pitch, and obviously Kohli got in for a bit, and Joe Root got in for a bit, and apart from that, there's been absolutely nothing else.
Although Crawley scored most of his runs off the quicker bowlers.
Indeed, there's a vicious turn there from Leach, and Sharma certainly wasn't going to be hitting that one for 6.
I don't think Crawley will be given the option to face that many from quicker bowlers in the second innings.
No, I think as the guys were saying who were on before us, I think it'll be double spin to open from India as Ishant heaves us away onto the leg side. They're going to go for 2 here. Burns does the fielding. That's decent running by this Indian pair. And Ishant moves to 9. 1-4-3 for 9. Keeps Bumrah off strike.
Very poor selection from India, playing 2 seamers. I mean, I'm saying that
England should have played another spinner, but I'm not sure they've got.
No, I agree. I think Matt Parkinson is there. I would like to have seen him bowl on this pitch, the leg spinner. There's also Amar Verdi, who takes a lot of wickets whenever there's turn in the pitch in county cricket. Once in 2017 and once again in 2019, as the joke has it. But Verdi is a wicket taker. A liability with bat and in the field, although he's working hard to improve that. If England's going to get criticised for picking one spinner.
Leach bowls and Ishant goes back and across, drops this one into the offside, and there's no run.
India have picked
on a very low scoring game.
Picked 2 number 11s who are barely going to bowl in the match.
Well, on a very, very low scoring game, oddly enough, the fact that you can't bat in Verdi's case is probably less important.
Yeah.
Leach round the wicket, bowls to Ishant, who just comes forward, and there's no run.
A tweet I sent yesterday about the selection is that England have betted that their 7 batsmen will score more runs than India's 9 batsmen. And I think given that England need to win this match to keep the series alive, because they're not going to lose this and then draw or win the 4th test, I think that was a fair gamble.
There was an attempted sweep there from Sharma to end the over. I think he might have got some battle glove onto his pad. There was certainly no question of being LBW because it was very high. 1-4-3 for 9. India's lead is up to 31 at the end of the over.
Martin Lawrence asks, will this game be finished by the end of the day, or am I just being slightly silly? Well, it's certainly possible, Martin. Mogg says, the way this is going, there'll be more runs scored in the T20 at Dunedin today than in the
You might not be far off there.
Farong says 2-day test still on the cards. Has a test ever been completed within 2 days? I'm pretty sure that quite a number have.
I would have thought.
Our statters will let us know.
I think the Bear replied to that one saying there was England against West Indies in Durham, and I think in Dominic Cork's match at Lords, I think that was a 2-day test as well. I'm not absolutely certain.
An England-West Indies game when West Indies bowled up very short, where 4 innings were actually played on the same day.
That was the match.
That was the one. Yeah. That was the Cork game as Bumrah faced his first ball. It was edgy and just past the diving Pope.
Wasn't that the Caddick game?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a bit of both, wasn't it? Dominic Cork made 33, I think, at the end to secure the win, and it was extraordinary innings.
Root bowls and Bumrah did not look comfortable against that one at all. Root around the wicket been very effective against the right-handers here this morning. Bit of bounce, and it took Bumrah on the glove there. Goodness me.
That was a tough one.
So Bumrah's decided he's just going to throw the bat at the next delivery regardless of what happens. He did manage to connect with it, ran down to mid-off, and there's no run.
Was that Headingley Test pitch reported? I'm asking for our Indian listeners.
Root bowls and forward comes Bumrah to the next delivery, and there's no run. And much applause from the crowd to Bumrah playing a classical defensive shot.
4 for 6.
4 for 6 in 5.4 overs. Absolutely remarkable stuff. And that was nearly the 5-for. It just squirted past Ollie Pope, who's in there close in. But Bumrah gets the single, gets off strike, which means he might end up facing Jack Leach, which is probably not what he wants. But he's off the mark anyway.
There's a man at long leg instead of a second man round the corner in the catching position.
That was mighty close to Pope, that one. Oh, actually, well, maybe it wasn't on. It looked closer than it was on the reverse angle.
You know, did they really think that Jasprit Bumrah was going to rock back and, like W.G. Grace, leg glance the ball to long leg?
Well, runs are important.
Yeah. Well,
Ishant defends the last ball of Root's over. There's no run. 1-4, 4 for 9. Root certainly gets through his overs at a decent pace. On the subject of 2-day test, there was one, the 60 all-out test, very nearly was a 2-day test, but Australia inconvenienced everybody by blocking out, I think, the 8th or 9th wicket partnership, managed to just drag it into the 3rd day, and they ended up having to come back on the 3rd day for about 10 or 15 minutes, I think.
It's always the Bears' favourite when that happens. In a night test match when you have to come back for 15 minutes at 4:30 in the morning. And Mod asks, more importantly, which outcome do we need here to keep Australia out of the Test Championship final? I think you need an India pick, which is still very much the favourite. Christopher Quire says, I like to see Simon Harmer bowling on India wickets rather than an SA domestic T20 competition. Well, perhaps, but I'm not sure you're the arbiter of where Simon Harmer should be bowling. Farong says, just found out the shortest test ever. Australia, South Africa, all over in 5 hours, 53 minutes. Bert Ironmonger claimed 5 for 6 and 6 for 18. South Africa scored 36 and 45. Well, 36 is a number that's been scored fairly recently in Test cricket.
Absolutely. Well, I was thinking the other day, these pink ball Test matches, something remarkable does seem to often happen in them. You know, we had the 36 all out. England got rolled for 50 something, didn't they, at Eden Park in a pink ball game. We had the West Indies when the one was played here lose virtually all their wickets in one day.
Are we going to change, by the way?
Oh, yes.
Going to change. Yes, we'll change now at the end of the over. I'm staying on, and Gary is going to take over ball by ball, and Jono's joining us in the summarisers chair.
Okay, so Bumrah has won, and he's on strike. India have a gross 144 for 9. There's no cricket being played. As usual, the cricketers have found a way of not playing cricket. I think it's a helmet and a box being brought out for Johnny Bairstow. You would think they might have sorted that out in the drinks break when England had taken 5 wickets for 5 runs or whatever it was. But no, They've got to bring that out and sort it all out. People are wandering around on the field. They're looking up in the air. Jasprit's considering whether how he's going to celebrate getting his 100. And we might actually get some cricket in a moment. I don't want to excite you too much. There's a slip. There's a forward short leg. There is a silly mid-off, and there is a man round the corner for the mistimed sweep, who I think should be in there for the edge at leg slip. But still, what do I know? Jack Leach is in 4 for 54 in this 5 for shootout, and that takes the edge. It flies off the edge, and Ben Stokes at first slip parries the ball up in the air. It would have been a spectacular catch, but dear me, he's putting together quite a portfolio of dropped catches in the slips these days. I'm not sort of victimising Ben Stokes here, but he has a hell of a reputation which he's slowly dismantling at the moment. That would have been a great catch, but you do see them taken. Some would say he saved one. Still, Leach is in left arm to Bumrah and beats the bat, and Ben Folkes demolishes the stumps. They're going upstairs, but unless that foot lifted momentarily, this will be given not out.
They won't look at it from all the required angles anyway, Gary.
Yes, maybe not. I've had a little bit of back and forth about me saying that I was disappointed with the host broadcasters not showing us, the public, the stump cam yesterday. I just want to point out that I was not saying, as we're seeing this stumping, which will be given not out, I'm not saying that this is any part of the decision making. The TV umpire has applied the protocol. I don't think he did it particularly well, but he did that. My point is that we're paying for this broadcast as viewers, and we should be shown the pictures that are available. So after the event, we should have been shown stump cam for Rohit's stumping. We have that right, I think, as viewers paying for the product. Leach beats the outside edge there, and it goes through to Folkes, who has struck like a cobra behind the stumps at every opportunity. So 3 dot balls, 3 slashes and hacks, I think, largely from Bumrah. An in-out field. There's a long off there. I'm not sure Bumrah has the wherewithal to lift the ball to long off, but who knows? You do get caught out in strange places as number 11, as I should know. Leach is in, and dead bat comes forward. There's a little conference between Ishant and Bumrah at the end of that, after that previous delivery, and I think it was saying block it and I'll have a go at the other end at the in the next over. So I think England should be wise to that and get the fielders close up, because I don't think Bumrah's going to be trying to hit this ball for 6. So Leach is in, and sure enough, he does block it. There's a huge appeal for LBW, and it's given. This is going over the top, I think. Immediately reviewed, as it would be. I think this is going over the top. England have got lucky with a couple of umpires' reviews. I thought they were very marginal decisions, by the way, earlier on, that were given out by the umpire and stayed on the field due to umpire's call. So the due one to be missing here, and I think this one is.
I would suggest, sorry Rob, as you take an intake of breath, it's looking like you want to say something. I always
hit it.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought he'd hit it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It just looked one of those that come off the bat.
And there's DRS vindicated, because I grew up watching cricket, where I remember in 2005 Damien Martin kept middling the ball onto his pad and being given out. They're very hard to pick up, especially with the dust and the noise and the fielders. And DRS doing its job perfectly there, and good review from Jasprit Bumrah. 1 ball left in this over. I think we've seen 6 balls in about the last 10 minutes with a spinner on who takes 5 steps to the crease. Goes halfway out, does the long on. I don't understand that, because Bumrah's going to block this if he can get a bat on it at all. But he lets it go through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden, one not without its excitement. India 144 for 9.
I'll rattle through some tweets. Ravi, I think this is a reply to what Mod was saying about the Test Championship final. If India wins, they need a draw in the last test. If England win, they need to win the last one too. That's to qualify for the final. Warren says England's selection bowled a googly by the pink ball test match. I think the guys were discussing that earlier, and I think that is true. Ravi says it's horrible how cricketers take breaks, almost as bad as theatre folk taking some breaks and spending time not acting. You're being cheated at, Gary Naylor. Have all the actors on stage at all times, damn it.
Well, that analogy doesn't quite hold, I don't think. I have seen one or two dries where the actors forget their lines. That's the only point at which there is no action to look at.
Grand Theft Auto says, hang on, is Root going to get the best ever figures for an English spinner?
Ooh, no. Surely Underwood's got 7s and 8s. Sticky dog in Brisbane. As Root round the wicket and Ishant Sharma lifts the ball. These are useful runs from Ishant Sharma. It goes down to long leg. There could be a run out on here. Comedy run outs with the number 11s at 10 and 11 at the crease. They were coming back. Ishant Sharma was coming back for the second that he wanted there in order to get back on strike. Jasprit Bumrah wasn't interested at all, and Ishant Sharma ended up running 3/4 of the way down the pitch, diving back, getting lots of that red earth onto his or brown earth. I don't think we've decided exactly which colour it is, but it really would have been a hilarious run out there.
Comical, absolutely comical. Just didn't quite collect it cleanly, did he, Joe Root?
Well, it was a poor throw, really. It should be a better throw, but Root's in the wrong position because he's in front of the stumps instead of behind them. So, I mean, it was just bad cricket all round, really. I'm always amazed why, they have all this training and practice and videos and they can't get the basics right. There's two ways you affect a run out. You can either stand behind the stumps in a traditional way, take the ball and bring it back into the stumps, or you can put your left foot, if you're right-handed, on the base of the stumps, and therefore when you gather the ball, you know where the stumps are and you sweep the ball back into the stumps. What you can't do is loiter about as Root was there, neither behind the stumps nor at the stumps, and expect to be able to take the throw and affect the run out.
I think I think you're right, Gary. I do think, however, that to have your foot at the base of the stumps relies on a pretty decent throw, doesn't it?
It does, but at no point was he ever in a position to be behind the stumps or with his foot on the stumps. So even if the throw had been good, Root was giving himself far more work than was required in order to affect the run out. Now again, you might say, God, he's got 4 for 6. What are you complaining about? We're in with a chance here of winning a test in India. These chances come around very infrequently, even less frequently a chance to win a series. These details matter. And what's the point of having all these advisors and training camps and analysts and everything else if you can't get the basics of the game right?
Yeah. I mean, we could still lose by an innings here.
Oh, we could. We could. Root. Michael Clarke got 6 for 9, I think, in a test at one point when he wrapped up an innings. So Root can't get a Clarkish 6 for 9, but he can get 5 wickets. So there's a huge appeal there, and he's been given out LBW. This is taking middle, unless he's got an inside edge on this. Bumrah is gone here. They're talking about whether to review, which, given it's the 10th wicket, they must review. And they have reviewed, so we'll see. But this is done. India will be all out for 145. Ishant and Jasprit Bumrah are almost walking off. It's going to be a routine matter, I think, for the TV umpire. Reluctant as I am to say that. So if that is the case, then Root will have his 5 wickets. Yes, this is going to be, I'm pretty sure this is going to be out. It's a huge swipe across the line from a ball at pitch middle and was going on to hit middle. And this will be a spectacular performance from Joe Root this morning if he has got his 5. Bumrah's had a look at the screen and he's walking off. He's given himself out, but we're looking again here. Ball pitches middle. It turns or straightens and goes on to hit middle and leg. The inside of leg stump. So we're done. India are all out 145. The lead on first innings is 33. Given the advantage of bowling fourth in this match, I'd call this as a coin toss, were it not for the fact that England's batsmen look clueless against the spin of the 2 A-men, Ashwin and Axar. Can they do better this time than they did last time? Well, keep with us at Guerrilla Cricket and you'll find out.
Absolutely. Just to run through the card from this morning, Rahane the first to go LBW bowled Leach. Shot for 27. Sharma out for 66. LBW Leach trying to hit a hard sweep through backward point. Pant went for 1, caught Ben Folkes bowled root. Ashwin 17, caught Crawley bowled root. Top edge sweep at deep backward square. Washington Sundar bowled root for a duck. Axar Patel caught Sibley at short extra cover bowled root for a duck. Ishant Sharma not out 10, and Bumrah the last wicket to go for 1 LBW Joe Root. The bowling figures: Anderson no wickets, 20 runs, 8 maidens, 13 overs. Broad none for 16 with 1 maiden from 6. Archer 1 for 24, 2 maidens from 5 overs. Jack Leach 4 for 54 from 20 with 2 maidens. Stokes none for 19 from 3. And the England captain, a wonderful performance, 5 for 8 with 3 maidens from 6.2.
Just before we go to your tweets out there, listeners, and we're always keen to hear your views, we're also quite keen to get hold of your money, but you could get some of ours as well, because what I'm contractually obliged to describe as an awkward 10 minutes before lunch may well sway your views on the GPL. How many runs will be scored in the day? There's been about 30 odd scored so far. If you're going to do the GPL, you'll be much more accurate than that in working out how many India added this morning in their collapse from 114 for 3 all the way to 145 all out. But how many runs in a day? You go online to guerrillacricket.com, you look at the GPL, enter, and you could scoop the pool.
And let's do some of the tweets while we get ready for the tricky 10 minutes, as Gary mentioned. Knackle has tagged us in a press release from the ICC that is basically saying that all regional and global qualifiers for the 2022 Men's T20 World Cup, the 2023 Women's T20 World Cup, and the Men's 50 Over World Cup in 2023 will be live streamed. It says something about how closed off cricket has been, that this is a big deal. Who else have we got? Just Cos has said, why so many breaks? Lengthen the game for more commercials. This will be done in 3 days. I mean, it could still be done today. Chris the Choir, English spinners, Jay Laker, enough said. James Humberston says, weird experience of completely agreeing with one of Gary's rants.
Oh, well, there is one. There is one. I think that tweet about Jim Laker was about best spinning figures. I suspect, Laker got 9 and 10, didn't he?
Yeah.
In his 19 for 90 Old Trafford in 1956. But I suspect it might be about English spinners in India. But I think both Monty and Swanee in the 2012 tour, I think they both had 5 fors and more in that series in which England outspun India.
Leah says, Bumrah robbing Ishant of his well-deserved maiden test ton, I think. Absolutely.
A boycottish 100 in 100th test was looming for Ishant.
And Chris the Choir again saying, has anyone taken 5 for 8 or fewer having conceded a boundary?
Wow.
There is a question.
I must draw attention to, obviously, we have a WhatsApp group for all of us involved in guerrilla cricket, and those who are much more intelligent than I often start little conversations. One just now has been started in relation to Root's bowling performance by Grubby, who refers to him as Muralitha Root. Which is very good. He said that was stolen from Deco. Message just says Derek Underroot. And then Knuckles gone with Root Pali Prasanna. So no doubt there'll be a few of them knocking about in the group. As I say, I never contribute to these things, because I'm not clever enough to think about it, nor funny enough. Something else that we should mention. So we do have I know it's been spoken about before. We do have, as Guerrilla Cricket, we do have an agreement with Woodstock Cricket, the one of the world's finest manufacturers of cricket bats and equipment. Using the code GC Radio, all listeners are eligible for a 15% discount on any of the Woodstock bats and equipment, head to woodstockcricket.co.uk. We've had 3. We get a slight commission back from Woodstock off that as well, which is great. So there's been a few who've supported that so far. So thank you very much. And yeah, please do check out Woodstock Cricket.
I thought that Woodstock Cricket was bat makers, I think, amongst other things, perhaps.
They are, yeah.
I thought Woodstock Cricket was probably because they're based where Blenheim Palace is in the Thames Valley there, or not far from the Thames Valley, Woodstock there. But I was just wondering whether it's not that reason, whether it's because their stock is literally wood.
Yeah, well, the story goes that John, who makes the bats, remembered watching Woodstock as a youngster. Obviously, the stock is wood, and so it kind of worked across.
I see.
Levels. So yeah, they were based in Shropshire. John has recently moved to Suffolk to be back closer to his boys and their young families. But they're also opening their first ever showroom in Nottinghamshire, which will allow people to come and have hour-long one-on-one experiences, and it's about a customer experience. In a weird way, a bit like a bridal boutique, where it's one in at a time, so people can really get a personalised service and whatever, and they get what's absolutely right for them.
We have a news and sort of features part of our website these days, and there's some very interesting stuff there put up every day. I've never been one for bat fetishism, but there's a certain lead commentator at Guerrilla Cricket who very much is one for bats. I'm talking to you, Hendo, but there's others as well. I've simply never understood it. People picking up bats. Ooh, lovely pickup. Look at the grain on this one, or whatever. When I played cricket, I had to be reminded which side of the bat to use when I was facing deliveries. But it's a subgenre of cricket that seldom gets written about, but it's actually quite big amongst club cricketers, and it's no wonder there's a kind of S&M dungeon that you can go into and have a one-to-one session with the thrusting blade of a bat maker's stock. So good luck to them with that, but I just wondered whether there's a feature there for our website on why I love cricket bats. For me, I've literally never understood it. Me and Graham Pollock, we just picked up the nearest bat available and went out there.
One of the old adages, isn't it, of one of the old stories of, there's a piece of shit on the end of your bat, and then you look at the end of it and you say, no, the other end. We're talking someone who's obviously not very good.
Well, it looks like I'm hearing on the chat that they're taking the 20-minute break now, rather than a 10-minute break, and then England go out and face an awkward 10 minutes. I mean, it must have been, I think you can take an early lunch if you're within 10 minutes of the lunch break, and that was very tight on the 10-minute mark. So if that's the case, we can either stay on and chat, or we can go to some replay. But I noticed the bear is back in his chair, so he can tell us what he wants to do with us here.
Well, if you want a little break, I can just jam something on the old... let's see.
Well, I'm quite happy to talk till 1 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, to 11 o'clock, because I think that was the scheduled time we were going to come off, or was it?
But if you want to carry on jabbering away, go for it.
I mean, let's just talk a little about a word that Mike Marchese used in his book Anyone But England, and I never know how to spell this word, but it's ochathonic, and it has a CH and a TH in it. I think it's ochathonic, but it's if it's not that, it's something like that. And he was making the point as an American who came to cricket quite late in life and became a huge fan and wrote various books about it. Alas, he left us quite early in his late 50s, did Mike Marchese, but if you can get hold of any of his books, they're well worth reading. Not Fred might not like them, but the rest of us will. And Mike Marchese used this word because he said the game is of the soil. The word means of the soil. And he was contrasting it with baseball, because baseball, you've got a diamond, you've got the outfield. What you play on doesn't really matter. It's a kind of cookie cutter. Whereas in cricket, both the base soil, the earth on which the game is played, but also its deterioration over time due to the effect of sun, due to the effect of players running and using that surface, is a key component of the game. And his point was that it's much the richer for that. And what we're seeing here in this series, and I think it's absolutely splendid, is that we're seeing Not Fred's got his War Minus the Shooting book. So I was traducing you, Not Fred. Maybe you can come in with some talk about that book, one of his cricket books. I was thinking more of anyone but England. But what we're seeing here are Indian pitches, as has been pointed out by many of our Indian tweeters, and I'm all for it. The game shouldn't be played on uniform pitches where 500 plays 450 and then 350 plays 270 for 4, match drawn. They should be played on pitches in India that look like Indian pitches and play like Indian pitches in Australia that look like Australian pitches and play like Australian pitches, and pitches in England that look like English pitches and play like English pitches. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look, I as I said earlier on, I've kind of taken aim a bit at the BCCI. I have no problem at all with Indian pitches being produced in India, but I do think that obviously help India and play to their strengths, if you like. What I do have a problem with is in the second test and the third test, they've prepared wickets that were so far, I think, past what a first day pitch should look like. People are referring to him as being like a third and fourth day pitch on day one, which I think is unacceptable. I do think that and I may cop a bit of flack for this, but I've spoken to enough people who agree with me. I think that the BCCI are now so powerful within the global game that they can almost feel like they can shove two fingers up at the ICC and say, we'll just do what we want, lads, because there's not a right lot you can do about it.
Well, I'm going to disagree with the first part of that. There's a different question about the power of the BCCI, and it's made manifest in different ways. And this isn't a plea to go back to the TCCB and the kind of carve up it used to be in colonial days and indeed post-colonial days. But I do think, to say that the pitches were day 3 and 4 pitches when it started, Joe Root got a double 100 in the first test and Rohit Sharma got 160. Batsmen who apply themselves got not just good scores but huge scores. So I'm afraid I can't agree with that.
No, I think I'd say the first pitch, I think where the problem lies is that on a pitch that was flat for the first 2 days before starting to break up, England dominated India. The BCCI will simply not accept that as a way of anything that's deemed anywhere close to acceptable, and so for the second and third tests have prepared pitches that are so far out of England's comfort zone that I just think, as I say, I've no problem with turning pitches in India. I just think that these two pitches have gone too far the other way in order to, pitches that are going through the top on the first morning or the first session of the first day is unacceptable in any form of cricket, I think.
Well, I take the point. I would say it's unacceptable if 2 men had made double hundreds in the first test, and if 2 men had made 160s in the second test. So you pays your money and you takes your chance. I don't think it's unacceptable. I've always been of the view that what's unplayable in cricket is where the ball shoots along the ground and then jumps up the throat. And we've seen very few shooters, and we've seen very few dangerous deliveries. What we have seen are some spells that have been fantastic from the bowlers, barely bowling a release ball, barely bowling a bad ball, and batsmen. And this is my big point. I think the main difference between the Indian batsman playing spin and the English batsman playing spin is that the Indian batsmen watch the ball all the way onto the bat. English batsmen just go with hard hands. They hope the ball is where they're expecting it to be, and it's not there. If they really concentrated very hard and did what Graham Thorpe, who's been an England coach on this tour, used to say, he knew he was in form when he saw the ball hitting the bat. Well, we've got lots of freeze frames of dismissals due to DRS. How many England players, batsmen, are actually looking at the ball at that point? Yeah. The answer is very few.
I remember hearing you make that point about Johnny Bairstow yesterday. And didn't disagree with it at the time. I think that, very valid points, Gaz. I think that we also need to look at the county system at home.
Yes.
How can spinners learn to bowl properly and in spinning conditions when the county system, and Annie would obviously have a lot to say on this, I'm sure. The county games are played right at the start and right at the end of the season in non-spinning friendly conditions. But that also works for the batsmen because they also don't have to learn to play against balls that are going to turn to any great effect. So I think the way that the current county system is set up and the way in which the games are played and the times in the season at which they're played doesn't lend itself to English spinning bowlers or batters learning how to play spin or bowl spin. That's going to affect games positively in the subcontinent.
And I agree, and I think what the counties have got to do, and I'm sounding like Annie Chave here, the counties have got to realise that they may protect their own sort of enclaves, and they'll want their bar takings from the T20 and so on. But I think I'm right. I may not be. I'm not certain about this, but I think it is the money that comes from the ECB that's raised through the England Test team, which is the main source of income for county cricket, certainly for most counties. And therefore, I think they should bear in mind that a healthy England Test team is absolutely critical for a healthy English county there. And they should look at it and say, how many subscriptions are Sky or, how much can Channel 4 charge its advertisers for what will be at least 2 days of dead air now. It'll be reruns of Frasier and whatever else they have on Channel 4 because we won't be getting any cricket for 2 days. I don't think Channel 4 will be jumping through hoops to get the rights to much more Test cricket if England can't actually take a game past the halfway mark. Now, of course, England are not entirely to blame for this, but the getting spinners into the county game so batsmen can play against quality spin on turning pitches is obviously critical to the success of the England Test team. And unless the counties do something about it and realise that if the Test team are not being successful, then their funding is choked off, then they're going to find out at the end of a bank manager's gun.
Talking to, touching on the county game, I was talking to one of our Woodstock professionals the other day and talking about the state of the kind of funding within the county system and what have you. And this guy plays for one of the, plays for a county outside of what I would deem to be the real major counties. Those are the guys with kind of international status and test matches, and they obviously make so much money from these international games and whatever. And he was saying there's another county that have something along the line, I think it's like 600 members. So, and minor counties have more than that. So the counties need to help themselves by engaging a membership, growing their membership, and then therefore increasing their own profitability, commercial drive in terms of bringing money into the business in order to help themselves.
I agree, and on that bombshell, we'll get out the way now because there's cricket to be commentated upon. Cheers, Jonah.
Indeed, and I should be joined by, if I'm correct in my thinking, it should be Hendo and Fred. But Hendo doesn't seem to have turned back yet.
Are we just shifting them forward from the from what was supposed to be after breakfast or tea or whatever it's called, the 20-minute break?
It's 11s.
So we're assuming, even though the time is 11, we're assuming that it's 11:20. Well, England have come out to bat much earlier than many would have expected in their second innings, and we are before the first break on the second day of this Test match. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be spin for India, and it's this chap.
sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Extra, 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 because if he can score runs, then it's the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin that will bring him some wickets. Oh, extra,
Yeah, and he bowls the first ball, and he's taken a wicket with the first ball of the innings. Dear, oh dear, he played back Crawley. He probably should have been forward. Did another straight ball, the wicket turned slightly. And England, even though they had a tiny deficit, a small deficit, have lost their first wicket, not a run on it.
Your sound
Fuck
is terrible.
off! Just fuck off! On your bike, mate.
I didn't even get a chance to play his jingle.
Well, Crawley's gone. He played. I don't know what he played there. He played inside a straight ball, and it just went on and hit middle and off stump near the top. And well, that could not have been a worse start for England. This game might be over by tea on the second day.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? That's extraordinary. I thought it turned a little bit. Whether he should have got forward is a moot point, perhaps. Well, you know, I did point out, I think, on the Guerrilla internal chat that that with before they got the last 3 or 4 runs, India in the first innings, that probably was enough. And I don't
to win by an innings.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually be surprised if there is a crazy collapse on here. I think we could be talking in terms of under 36. It's been a remarkable morning, hasn't it? Absolutely crazy.
They should have sent Archer in to open and try and hit a few, and that way we can back down a bit later in the order.
That's true. Anyway, Johnny Bairstow's comes to the crease.
We'll give him a jingle. Hold on.
Quickly play his jingle. He might not be there.
He might not be.
Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow's been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow.
Well, Axel very kindly waited to the end of Bairstow's jingle to bowl what will be a hat-trick ball. In other words, he's taken 2 in 2, one at the end of the first innings and the first ball of the second innings to be bowling to Johnny Bairstow. As he's in and bowls, and there's a sweep and there's a possible LBW. It's been given. It might have struck him slightly outside the off stump. Bairstow tends to review. I'm wondering, he certainly played a shot, played a very bad sweep at that ball. A ball that was much too short for him to sweep. It turned. I'm wondering whether it hit him
outside the line.
Outside the line of off stump. If the umpire's call, then he will stay out.
It looked very similar to the Rohit Sharma dismissal to me, and I'm not surprised that's been given. It sort of hit him in the ribs. I think. Oh no, I don't think that's outside the line, is it?
No. It's hit him in the ribs. It's hit him under the armpit.
It is. It's a complete copy of Rohit Sharma's dismissal this morning.
Yeah.
And
well, the Bairstow will be saying, well, if Rohit's a class batsman, if he gets out like that, I'm entitled to as well. This could be a hat-trick. We're waiting for the DRS, and I think we all believe that that's going to remain as out.
Well, I would have thought so. He's got a big stride in, but it's not hit him on the pad, it's hit him the body. And that is well back in front, I would say.
Yeah, that's in front of off stump.
It's harsh to be out hitting the ribs, but there you go. That's what happens when you sweep.
Well, when you get that down that low, then...
So hang on. So basically, Akshar Patel could complete 2 hat-tricks in one here. Because he was on a hat-trick.
It's missing!
Missing! Going over the top. Bairstow got far enough forward. There was enough bounce. And Akhtar's hat-trick has been taken away from him, cruelly snatched by the third umpire. And Bairstow hopefully will have learnt a lesson.
Well, wasn't there one like that yesterday where England have reviewed and it looked like it was out, and then turned out it was going over the top?
Yeah, when they get very far forward, and spinners are getting bounced. And it's a brand new ball.
Yeah, true. It will come hard. Well, that's cool. So that means I can still get my bet for under the fall of the second wicket. Because I didn't get the first one in. Christ.
You should have made about £1 million today.
I made quite a bit on the Indian
£5
innings, although I did bet that Pant was going to be stumped, and I've got 75 quid if that come in. Oh my word, he's
bowled him! He's bowled him! Bairstow's reprieve lasts all of one ball. England are 0 for 2, and guess what? Straight ball.
Fuck off!
This is ridiculous.
Just fuck off!
Oh my word.
Well, the selfish Johnny Bairstow did not give time for Bear to get his bet on, and England are 0 for 2 off 3 balls, and they could have lost wickets to all 3 of those deliveries.
That's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. I'm going to have to read some tweets to get over it. Headley Verity took 7 for 49 in 1933 in India and 11 in the match. I don't know what that's in reply to. Morg says, come on, Gary, that pitch thesis will lead to having to make batsmen actually learn how to play. Simon Roberts says, did Somerset not produce spinning wickets at the request of the ECB and then got docked points for doing so? They also produced the 2 England spinners. 11 Z's is what most batsmen are averaging in this series. If they're lucky, Mog. This match is definitely not long for this world.
It's not.
Ravinair sort of quoting Monty Python says, its days are numbered. It is a dead match. It has ceased to be almost as Joe Root comes to the crease.
Well, he's still got a smile on his face, the skipper, so let's give him a jingle.
Pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Bear, could you just play all the England batsmen's jingles, because we might not have time to play them.
Get them done
they
with,
come out and go back. Just get them out of the way.
This is crazy, isn't it?
Well, 2 wickets have fallen in the first 3 balls of this innings. 3 and 4 for Axer if you count his first innings. And he was a bit unlucky with the ball that didn't take a wicket, to be fair.
I mean, that one didn't spin either, did it? I mean, that one just went straight on.
Yeah, and he played for a little bit of turn. There was a tiny little gap between bat and pad, and that's what it found.
Well, there's always a gap between
leg.
There's always a gap.
I said yesterday
bat
there have been so many wickets fallen to the ball that doesn't turn that
Yeah.
Ashley Charles would have been absolutely murder on this track.
Oh no, he wouldn't, because he wouldn't have turned one in the first place. You've got to turn one to start with
No,
to get put
he
it in
was
the
king
mind
of the straight
batsman.
ball. King of the straight
Yeah, but
ball.
you've got to turn the one to start with to put it in the mind of the batsman that the straight one is going to do something.
Yeah, if you're listening, Ashley, actually is he out there? They might think of playing him on the 4th test match as Root faces up to the first from Axo, which goes past the outside edge and doesn't miss the off stump by very much at all.
This is gonna be tough.
Well, if he's turning the ball away from the right-hander under normal circumstances, why did Crawley play back and inside the line for that first ball?
Well, he maybe thought it was the one that was skidding on.
It did.
Well, it did.
And he still missed it.
Well,
a run. England have scored a run.
My
And
word.
Root just thinks this out into the offside. And they take a quickish single. Sibley, who was probably quite happy down the other end, has to come up and face one ball at the end of this remarkable over.
I mean, actually, if you look at that ball that got Johnny Bairstow at the fucking gate there, it was ridiculous, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, if he'd got
Look at it. I mean, there's a good.
Bairstow is king of the gate.
But it is arguable, though, isn't it? That if he'd got bat and pad to get close together, he would have just been out LBW.
Well, possibly.
Well, at least you get a chance of an inside edge.
Yeah.
Well, you do, but
and you get a chance of getting your pad outside the line of the.
Well, I'm going under for full
the
next
off-stump.
wicket. They're giving me 18.5 runs, which is pretty skinny, but
For the whole innings, or for the next.
for the next wicket.
Well, Sibley is facing up to his first ball of the innings, and he does get a bat on it, although only half a bat. It goes down into the ground towards point. The end of the first over. England are 1 for 2.
Irish Outsider says, you taunted the 100 gods, presumably, during the break, and they threw a duck at Zach Crawley. Oh dear, says Armchair Cricket Podcast. Crawley, the highest scorer for England this test, goes first ball of second innings, the 8th wicket of the session. It's now the 9th. Axer is on a hat-trick, planning to make his redemption song a tough one for England. It's pining for the fjord, keeping the Monty Python theme going, says Pirate Badshaw. Adrian Lowe says, oh my word, I have work today as well. Angelic Scooter says, what the hell was that shot first ball, even though it was bouncing over? You're talking about Bairstow as opposed to Crawley. Colin Rosenthal, fantastic adjustment for Bairstow. What a player. I hereby withdraw what I just called him to the cat.
Well, I imagine you called it that.
This may be one of those tests where it's better not to have been picked.
And Angelic Scooters suggests that just take England's test status away from them between overs, would you?
Well, new bowler, he's going to cause more mayhem too. It's this man. Talk over the top of him.
Root uses his feet and pushes this into the offside, takes one. They're going to come back for two. England's runs are more than their wickets. And he was very close, actually, to being run out on the second one.
No, well, it was
But he
Sibley
made
that
it.
was in trouble, wasn't it? Coming to the non-striker's end. He was really labouring there.
The fridge was
Big Dom,
delivered
the fridge.
late.
Yes, indeed.
He's not the quickest between the wickets, is he, Sibley?
No, even though he has lost 2 stone in the last year. But yeah, it was a bit of a struggle. He didn't really slide the bat. Oh, he was all right, I suppose. It looked worse than it. It looked worse.
You've got to be careful sliding the bat, because with the hold, you can end up pole vaulting. As Ashwin is in again to England's captain, it's a full ball, may have been a full toss. It's turned leg sidey. I'm not sure. Turning straight balls off middle stump with half a bat to deep square leg is the answer. But Root does pick up a six.
Listen, if England get to 150, this game is alive. Whether they get to 150 is maybe a moot point, but
they will
How are they going to get to 150?
They will never get to 150, Bear.
It takes one person to get.
If they get to 50, I think they'll be doing well.
Well, at least they'll take it to a 4 things. They won't lose by an innings.
Well, true.
Well, Stokes could go Burko. Broad could smash a 30 from 12 balls at the end of the innings. Other than that, I'm wondering where the runs are going to come from.
I wonder whether you do slightly reverse the order in these circumstances.
Well,
just tell someone like Broad to go out there and have a smash.
Well, you do that in situations where the wicket's going to get better. But, in this case, the wicket is not going to get better. It's just going to stay equally bad, even though it's just after second session of the second day, as Sibley goes back and defends this one from Ashwin with wicket, no run.
I don't know, because you could put panic in the ranks of the Indians if Broad did go out there and get 30 and someone else down the tail got 60. I mean, not 60, another 20.
Sibley leans forward and defends. Well done, you. Yes, but no.
I know.
It used to happen in the old days of drying wickets, where you try and waste some time with the lower order, so that the batsman would come out there when the wicket was drier. Round the wicket comes Ashwin, and this is turned into the leg side, square past the umpire, who's not there. He's standing on the offside, and they take a single.
I mean, there are iconic players in this in both these teams that are going to mean a lot when you get their wicket. I mean, Kohli is one of them. Root is another one. Stokes and possibly Rishabh Pant, maybe Rohit Sharma as well. And if India can get through Root here, it's going to be an extraordinary bad feeling in the England dressing room, I thought.
Back goes Root as he likes to do against the spinners, but your just heart leaps every time he does it. He does get the bat on it. It goes down into the ground. The end of the second over, England at the relative heights of 5 for 2.
The only redeeming feature was that Johnny Bairstow didn't waste a review on the second ball he faced, says Somerset Bagpuss. Johnny Rogers says, possibly. Johnny Rogers says Bairstow's faced 3 balls of spin in this test and been given out on the field 3 times. That's not very good.
Yeah.
Irish Outsider comes back and says, surprised the current scoring has gone so far and no one has called it the Hoff-Bear match yet. Isn't Bairstow the least suited of any England batsman, says Mango Jenkins, to go in at number 3?
Well, to be a little fair, to be fair to Johnny Bairstow, which I haven't always been in his career, he's been mucked about with going backwards and forwards as Axar bowls, and Sibley gets the middle of the bat on it, places up to mid on. He's gone home, he's come back. How that is supposed to prepare you for a test match, I'm not entirely sure.
Part of it, that was his choice as well, though, wasn't it?
This is, off bat and pad, behind square on the leg side, do short fine leg, no run.
Well, Sibley has the problem, doesn't he? I mean, he's been out 2 or 3 times in these tests in Sri Lanka and India. He's going back and done by the straight one that's going on to hit the leg stump.
Yeah, as Axar's in again, he uses his feet, he plays this through the leg side. There is a man very deep, straightish mid wicket, just a single to Sibley.
It's very difficult. I mean, as a batsman, when you've got an in-out field like this and it's turning square, because the shot that you would hope would relieve you would be the one you go big over the top. But if you've got men back as well at deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long on, it then becomes very difficult, and you've got men round the bat as well.
Well, that's true, but then you don't have, for example, a silly point. So you can take risks of sort of staying inside the ball and pushing it out towards the offside.
Well, they should have a silly point.
Axar bowls, and this is the one that either goes on straight or comes back slightly into Root, gets an inside edge, some hands fly towards heads of the Indian field.
Well, they showed the first 3 balls of England's innings with a wicket of Crawley and the 2 almost dismissals and 1 dismissal of Bairstow, and all balls went straight.
Yep, as this time Root comes well forward and defends with the outer half of the bat. No run. Axel's probably wondering where his next wicket's coming from. It's been ages. 6 for 2 England, still trailing by 27 runs as England's captain faces up to Axar. This one does turn and prodigiously goes past the outfield there. Edge Pant takes the ball and the bails, but I don't think Root ever lifted his finger, and they're not even going upstairs for once. So the end of the third over, 6 for 2.
Spangly Size says, "What ho, chaps, while I didn't have you on due to meetings, wickets were tumbling. Ever since you've been on, not a one has fallen. Well, Spangly, if you could just stay there and listen for the next 4 hours, that should just about do it. That should cover it. Don't move, and don't turn off whatever device you're using to listen to us." Mango Jenkins says, "For me, he doesn't seem to have the temperament. Strikes me as a bloke who likes to know what his role's going to be." Well, I guess we're talking about Johnny Bairstow. It's a new over.
It is. Well, in all honesty, you've got to say, if England post any kind of score, they're in the game here, aren't they?
Yeah.
8. Ashwin bowls, and down the wicket comes Sibley, and he flicks this behind square on the leg side, past the leg slip. The man from deep back the square has to come around the field, so 2 runs to Sibley. That wasn't far away from the leg slip.
No, I think you've got to take your chances, though. We've got some messages on YouTube. The Harriman says... Diane Craig
We got a finger on it.
Watch the fucking ball! Gary is so right. The Harriman says, Johnny Bairstow. Diane Craddock says, this is unbearable. And Harriman also says, after this...
Ashwin bowls, and there's an LBW appeal. The ball did turn back, and he's absolutely imploring. I think that was probably bouncing too high. And the umpire has said not out. And Kohli is going to wait till the last second of the DRS timer before reviewing. Because Ashwin is convinced. And there's 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds.
Here he goes.
What?
Yeah!
Oh, he does it! He does it! It really irritates me. I would honestly... I just want to belt him for that. It really...
he is an irritating shit because he is an irritating shit. But I told you what was going to happen 10 seconds.
Well, I know you did, and I knew. I mean, we've seen this so often. I think that's bouncing over, I have to say.
Yeah.
If not that, it's only clipping
and
legs down.
reviews could be important.
They could do.
Reviews could be crucial. Ooh, I hope it's bouncing over. Where's it hit him? It's rising, rise. Oh, I don't know. It's just
the underside of the knee roll. The knee roll.
I think the best.
My first impression was he got very well forward, and that's bouncing over the top. But we shall see. We're looking at Ultra Edge, and there isn't anything. It's nowhere close to the bat. We can roll it forward to what do they call it? Ball tracking. Thank you.
Well, I get that. The Harriman says England will definitely get a green top in the 4th test. Kohli won't want to be upstaged by Root's bowling.
Well, look at that. I think
bouncing over the top, as we thought, quite comfortably by a ball and a half. So a review has been lost by India. And that all went exactly as we predicted, which is rare, but comforting nonetheless.
I'll bring you some tweets. I know Bairstow gets the ball through the gate, says Oxymoronica, but that was through the barn door. He was nowhere near it. Power nap during innings, woke up to Bairstow shambles. England don't want to win the match, says Suman Nag. Cricketing View says it didn't seem like he really wanted to block it, but felt he had to because it would just look terrible if he tried to slog it again.
Yeah, that's
probably truth in that.
He just prodded the bat somewhere near where he thought the ball was going to be, and it wasn't. Ashwin in again, and Sibley stays on the back foot and just prods this down the wicket. Back to the bowler, no run.
I do think people underestimate how difficult it is to play spin when it really spins a lot, and when it's spinning a lot. But there's the
quite
threat
difficult.
of it.
As Ashwin's in again, and this is edged, and bounces for goes to slip. Something's happening every single ball.
Well played, Sibley, I'd say.
It's also quite difficult telling batsmen to use their feet when they never do that, generally.
Well, it's that as well. It's also the fear of being stumped. There's always a fear in a batsman's mind of being stumped, I think. Of just losing it, getting down the wicket, head goes, and you're in trouble.
Ashwin in again, and this is... leans forward to Sibley, and he pushes this wide of mid-on, takes a single. Every run is crucial. 9 for 2 England. Still some way short of...
We should have every run is crucial to the tune of every sperm is sacred.
Every
run is crucial. Every run is great. If a run gets wasted, Hendo gets quite irate.
Hey, very good. Although I didn't scan so well. I think you needed to take the quite out. Take the quite out.
Take Hendo out. Hendo needs to be taken out. Any hitman listening? As Ashwin bowls, and this is turned past the short leg fielder by Root. Out the deep backward square for a single. Why is the umpire at silly point? Is it because of the sun? Point.
Is he silly at point? No, I'd love to see an umpire at silly point.
Yeah, is it cover point? I'm assuming it's because of the setting sun.
It may be the sun, or it may be the fact that the short leg is very square. Knuckle Pandy says Bairstow's test record against spin, including the subcontinent, is very good, but he's played Axer just as tentatively in this test as he does the seamers, bringing the ball into him. Dave Sarrar says Australia in 2017 had a coach suggesting always play the line, never the turn, no matter how embarrassing you look missing the ball. Bairstow knew exactly what Axer was going to do, and Groundhog Day. Whoever said Johnny Bairstow, brava, says Gary Naylor. And
Diane Crannock.
That brings us up to date. Every ball, there is something riding on every ball. Oh!
Axer bowls. This one does turn and bounces and goes well wide of Root's bat, who had stayed back. Axer has the Rootian figures of 2 for 2 off 2.1 overs.
The Rootian, yes, absolutely, the Rootian figures. What did we end up? 5 for 8. 5 for 8. We were saying yesterday after 12 overs, Root should be bowling.
Root? Yes.
Had he bowled yesterday, would he have been so successful? Maybe not.
Hard to say, as Axel's in again and stroked quite nicely square on the offside by Root. There is a man at deep point, so it's just a single. 11 for 2. Giddy heights from 0 for 2.
Absolutely. The tweets are just filing in one by one. There's just so many. But a lot of them are just talking to each other, so I won't bother with it.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, Racking the Dream on Hot Mic says the pitch is bad, but I don't think it's as bad as the scorecard makes out. And he also says the stumps don't seem to be very firmly planted in the ground.
Bairstow's had better test matches, let's say, as forward comes Sibley to a ball which did turn, but he met it for the full face of the bat. And that is something worth pointing out, because it hasn't happened very often. He's got temperament. We saw that in Sri Lanka. Has he got the skill? As this is well wide of the off stump and stays wide and takes a run.
Yeah, I saw a tweet going through earlier saying that Johnny Bairstow has just completed the worst duck in Test history. I'm sure that we can find a few others.
Gavin Hamilton's Test match. As down the wicket comes Sibley and drives. He doesn't beat mid on. He didn't time it all that well, but a quick single is taken. England do need to take the singles, if only to mess with the fielding, the thoughts by Kohli on where his fielders ought to be.
I'm not sure you get any other runs if you don't take the singles.
Yeah, there's not going to be that many bad balls, you thought. As Axar bowls again, and Root works this square on the offside, takes a single. So 13 for 2 now. What was the lead on first innings? It was 33, so England still trail by 20 runs. They're minus 20 for 2 at the end of the 5th over.
Yes, indeed. We seem to be up to date on tweets. There's a lot of retweeting going on, and that's all coming into my eyes. Oh, hang on, let me see. Knuckle Bandy says that's how Australia won that first test in 2017. Jadeja was turning the ball from outside leg to miss off. Even he couldn't get the ball to not turn. Even so, it took Steve Smith as his absolute best to put that plan into action. Didn't Steve Smith get 100 in that game?
Yeah.
In the end. So I remember him playing at balls and being sort of beaten all ends up, but just seemingly putting his head down and waiting for the next ball. Well, it was a magnificent performance, if not just of skill, but also of temperament in being able to put those out of your mind.
Ashwin into Root, and down the wicket he comes. He doesn't. Well, he gets an inside edge, which goes fine of the man at short leg, and Shubman Gill under the helmet. Picks up another single, 14 for 2. How close was that? We'll see from the side on replay. Oh, it was close. Well, what happened was Gill was accompanying Root down the wicket, which is good play from short leg. But had he stayed where he was, he probably would have had an easy catch. But such is life for a short leg fielder. That's something that's crept into the game. Fielders moving as the batsman does. As Sibley faces up to Ashwin, and he's turned this in front of square on the leg side. There is a deep mid wicket, so it's just a single.
Oh, I'm about to lose a bet.
15 for 2.
England haven't lost a... No, I know England haven't lost a wicket. They lost 2.
Shush! For God's sake, Bear!
I hope Bear loses every bet now for the next
He's
40 minutes.
Really brought it upon us now, hasn't he? Upon England. He said the words that we didn't dare say.
Ashwin back over the wicket and sweep for a straight ball from Root, which he connects with. It goes to deep square leg. Another single. England are picking up the single as the camera is for some reason concentrating on Dave Pujara, who's clapping his bowlers and encouraging his teammates. 16 for 2, trail by 17.
Well, I'm not going to read. Sorry, Adrian. I'm not going to read your tweet. I'm afraid, because I think that will be putting the mockers on. I'm not going to say it. You can think it. You can read it, everyone. But I daren't do it.
Talking about it, this one does turn. Sibley has stuck his front pad out and left the ball, which pitched from about middle and off stump, and it turned well past the leg stump. But had it gone straight on, it would have looked ludicrous, because he would have been plumb LBW. As Ashwin in again, and this one he gets well forward to. It hits him on the pad. Ashwin asks politely the umpire, who declines politely, and they're not going to race a review on that one.
Well, they shouldn't. I mean, I'm surprised they appealed for that, because he got well outside the off stump, I would say. And I suppose the only thing he's asking is, was he playing a shot there? I think you've got to give him the
more of a shot than Rowett was playing.
I don't think the umpire's allowed to tell you.
Well, no.
Ashwin bowls another ball that turns viciously, pitched on about off stump and went past Sibley's hip down the leg side.
Okay, Gary Noah says maybe the ECBA has a point about the 100 making it easy for women and children to understand. He puts in quotes, so don't call me. I've been watching Test cricket for nearly 50 years and I don't understand. Oh, no, sorry, that should be done in a Scouse accent, shouldn't it?
I don't understand.
Knuckle is still going on about Johnny Bairstow and his great record against spin bowling. Adrian Lowe agrees with my decision not to read out his tweet, saying, "Haha, good plan, mate." Peter Ward says, "Ask not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for the Bairstow." Yes, it does appear to be.
Exactly. Could Dan Lawrence have done any worse? He couldn't have done, really, could he?
Well, he's leg side.
Nobody could have done worse by definition, as the first ball from Aksar's new over, very round arm route. She defends leaning forward with the middle of the bat.
Well, exactly. He faced a total of 3 balls in a match. Was out twice and very nearly out on the third one.
Was reprieved by the third umpire.
How many miles per ball received getting back from England?
Oof, thousands.
The only way he could have had a worse game is had he been keeping wicket. As Aksar bowls to Root, silly point is in, and Root goes well back on his stump, watches it, plays it behind square on the offside where there is a fielder. Point, no run.
I like Johnny Bairstow. I know some people don't, but I do, and I feel
I don't dislike him. I just think he's got an air of entitlement about him. As Root drops this into the leg side, Sibley sets off quickly. They do come through for the single. Root did sort of hesitate for a second or two, but Sibley, forced his captain to run by charging at him, and you don't want a charging fridge running at you.
That was a pretty risky single, actually. It didn't go very far at all.
Well, Pant then threw the ball so far wide. Maybe they were trying to hope for 4 overthrows as a way of scoring runs. Yeah.
Wake up the deficit, absolutely. No, I think Johnny's a bit maligned unfairly. I think that I said the odd thing. I don't think it's entitlement. He's just a Yorkshireman, plain talking. How can a Yorkshireman be entitled?
Root has 10. Root is into double figures.
Whoa!
Sibley's on 7 as he faces up. A shorter ball from Aksar. He has plenty of time to watch this and defend it in the offside. 17 for 2.
I wonder what that counts as on a normal match. That 10 has to be worth about 70 by now.
35 at the minute, as Aksar bowls well wide of the off stump and a flowing drive from Sibley. He played a cover drive, which is not all that wise, but it goes straight to the fielder at cover.
He didn't put much into it,
that
did he?
was well away from his pad.
Yeah, it was.
As Aksar in to complete the over. Sibley defends. The longer you're there, the better it is. The end of the 7th over. In England are 17 for 2, still trailing by 16 runs.
Right, we'll have one more over and then it'll be a change. The Bear will be taking over on ball by ball. Nestlers will be coming back into the tweets slot, and Rob will be doing a bit of summarising.
Why don't we just...
well, go on.
We could just stay on for 20 minutes and then keep the rotor intact.
No, we're going to change because I think we'll get 4 half hours, won't we? Still in this, and if not,
England batting permitting.
Well, exactly. That's the thing, and I'm worried about people not getting a fair go. So I think we should have a change. Yes, extraordinary stuff. Extraordinary stuff here in Amedabad.
Ashwin round the wicket. Root goes back and plays the ball off middle stump very late out towards cover, and takes a single.
I think it came back for 2.
I think they got back for 2 there.
Yeah, they did.
They got back for 2. That's very good running. Yeah.
Got to take everyone off.
It was into a gap, and the mid-off had to come well round towards cover to take that. So 2 more to 14 now. The deficit. Root up to 12 as Ashwin in again, and again he goes back, takes this off leg stump, plays it into the ground, and then into the body of Shubman Gill at short leg.
Yeah, I think Ruchi realises every single run is worth at least double.
He's not alone, as Ashwin, still wicketless, spins this one from leg stump well down the leg side, and as is his one, doesn't take cleanly, although that was a difficult one to be fair, but he pushes this wide of short leg. There may have been a thought of a bye there, but they didn't take one. It's Ashwin in again. They're getting through these overs at a hell of a rate. He goes back to a ball which bounces on off stump. He does get over it and plays it down towards the gully region. Slip comes round Rahane and fields well. As Ashwin got Root in the first innings.
For goodness sake, why wish they'd do the replay on that, please?
Endo's having a heart attack.
If you remember what went on yesterday, as Ashwin bowls, and this is flipped from outside off stump by Root towards mid-wicket, but straight at the shortish mid-wicket, who I believe is the captain.
Well, I think we've lived about 3 tests worth of action in this day and a half already.
Well, there's something about low-scoring test matches.
They are exciting. I'll give them that.
I mean, you can't take your eyes off, but they're not very good for administrators.
Oh.
As this one bounces, and it's fended by Root, very close to the short leg fielder. At the end of the over, we are going to have a change. England are 19 for 2, trail by 14 runs.
Just want to say, I think we've been retweeted by a former editor of mine at the Coventry Evening Telegraph. Anyway, that's interesting to me, and probably not anyone else. In the meantime, it's time for the Bear to take over.
Yeah, hello and welcome back to Rob and Nestle. It's the first time I've been on with you this test, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, mate. How you doing?
I'm all right. You looking very splendid with your background.
Fucking mental.
This is mental. It is heart attack material.
But can I just say, I'm loving it. I think it's really entertaining. I know there's all the talk about blah 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 pitches, test matches, blah blah. It is bloody exciting.
Well, it was an interesting point. I mean, I was listening to the nonsense on the telly in between when I was making some crumpets earlier, and one view was that they've gone. The pitch has gone so far the other way is virtually unplayable that India might have shot themselves in the foot a bit because it's a bit of a lottery, which it could well turn out to be.
The ball's keeping straight.
Yeah, but they're the dangerous balls.
Yeah, but you should be able to play that.
Yeah, but if you're
top class cricketer, you know,
if you're expecting spin, I mean,
yeah, but I don't know. I get frustrated with a lot of this. They're at the top of their game. Watch the ball onto the bat and move your feet like the Indians do.
Well, you know, only one of them scored runs too, Nestlers. Everyone else got fucking bowled by straight balls too. Expecting them to turn.
We only need one person to score runs.
Look, Root got 5 for 8 for crying out loud. Well, you do. Clipped into the leg side as Sibley starts the next over facing up to Axar Patel, who has 2 for 6 and there's no run.
Root will get a double ton. Watch.
Oh man, if he gets a double ton, fuck me, we're in party land, aren't we? We have some. Do you want to do the start? No One Likes Vanilla on YouTube. Who to Funk It was the last place I got to on YouTube. If you get there, Nestlers.
Who to Funk It?
Yeah. As Sibley props forward and defends, and there's no run. And Jasper and Holberg was Hellberg, which I think is actually I've realised is isn't that Gary's son?
Could be.
Axar. Oh, big heave. And they've gone for a pill and they've gone caught out. Sibley is saying he's reviewing. They've gone up for a catch. Sibley's gone for a big hoo-ha over the leg side. Pant's gone up in the air straight away saying that's out caught. And Sibley just looks a little bit confused and immediately reviewed. He didn't think he touched it.
He reviewed that very quickly, which suggests that he doesn't think he's out.
Well, you can get these really fine edges where, you know, let's have a look on the review. It doesn't look like he hit it. Looks like his bat's hit the ground. Looks like there's daylight, yeah.
It's just strange shot. Yeah, it's not a shot you associate with Dom Sibley.
No, maybe he just got a little bit frustrated. The ball was thrown up pretty full. He thought maybe I'm going to have this.
Could be India burning another review.
It could be India burning another review, and they could become important, as you say. And this will be the second one done. His bat definitely hit the ground because there's a massive puff of dust. As it goes,
Shit.
No. What are they saying here? They're saying that's hit the bat. That doesn't look like one of those noises that goes past the bat. However, there is a noise as it goes past the bat. The umpire's given it out. They have to have conclusive evidence that it wasn't, and therefore he is out. Bugger. England lose their third wicket. Sibley does not look happy about that, but he has to go.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It's difficult to say. I mean, it's not the usual spiky thing, is it? But it's definitely a noise as the ball goes past the bat. And without being able
as you said there, once it's been given out on the field, makes it very hard for them to overturn it.
It does. Well, England are minus, 15 or something for 3?
Well, on YouTube, as you were saying, no one likes vanilla. Regarding Jono's comments about BCI running cricket, any ideas regarding disciplining Kohli were buried by sending a pic of a packed Eden Gardens to headquarters. Timo Suki D, the good news for England, it sounds like Crawley and Bairstow were to blame for the dismissals. Only 2 down. England just need to start batting and rotating the strikes. Jimmy Danger, what a great name. Joe Root cement himself as one of the game's greats in this match. Mark my words. We will mark them.
Well, if he gets crucial runs in this innings, I would agree with that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's it. I mean, a 100-run lead would be. I'd probably expect India to do it. It depends on the start they get. Obviously, it gets easier the closer you get. But yeah, we could do with Stokes having an innings as well, couldn't we? Let's give him a jingle to accompany him to the crease.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
So Axar Patel has all 3 wickets so far.
It's about the only thing this Test match hasn't had is someone taking all 10.
No. Well, Root is going to face up. He's probably better off taking Axar. It's going to come into him. Might help him slam it out on the leg side. That's a straight ball. Goes past leg slip down towards long leg. He'll get himself off the mark with 1. Are they going to come back for 2? They are going to jog back for 2. Just need an innings. Someone just needs to put an innings together, and at least they'll have something. It may be small, but they'll have something to bowl at. I mean, it doesn't look like he touched that to me, and it's very difficult. The thing is, you can't, because he's not a straight bat. You can't see if there's any daylight. But I'd have said he didn't actually touch that. That's too straight and pretty flat by Axar, and Stokes just plays it into the ground to short leg, and there's no run. There'll be a lot of talk about that. Kohli is pumped, and India fans are very happy. Some of them going really, but not many. Tossed up and clipped nicely by Stokes. Beats the man at mid-wicket, and it's not got a lot of pace on it, but it will take just the 1. So scoring at 100 balls, 100 runs per 100 balls is Stokes after his 3 balls. And England are 22 for 3. They trail by 11 runs with 3 wickets down.
Neil Franklin says there has to be a ritual sacrificial lamb at 3 every match, so Joe can bat at 4. Warren just says Bears bet.
Yeah, I lost it by half a run.
Ravi Nair says, will Root have the guts to ignore Anderson and Broad and open the bowling with Leach and himself when the time comes?
Well, I don't know, because the new ball does swing, and assuming that England get bowled out in about an hour, they'll be doing it exactly the same time as they were yesterday, which is under the lights when the ball did swing, and it swung for about 5 or 6 overs, and as soon as the dew got on, it stopped. So I'd be tempted with a harder new ball.
It's a conundrum.
It is a conundrum. England have put their eggs in that basket, as it were. Ashwin is around the wicket to Stokes, who defends down the track, and there's no run. I mean, who knows what's right on this wicket? As you say, some of the balls aren't spinning, they're the ones that get in the wickets. And the ball did seem to swing in the air, but spin is doing all the damage, and the pitch is breaking up, and there's puffs of dust everywhere. Ashwin around the wicket to Stokes. It's into his pads, and he clips that nicely out through mid wicket. And I'll probably get back for 2, as it's quite straight towards more cow. And Stokes does get back for 2. England move on to 24 for 3.
Bajaj says England will be happy with a 100-run chase for India. Should be more than enough.
Well, I wouldn't have thought it would be, but you can never tell. I mean, this is it. Once you get amongst the wickets and the pressure's on, and the chance of losing the match, things can strangely happen. Big heave-ho by Stokes, misses it. And so does Pant. It bounces off his gloves out to the leg side, and there's no run.
Mogg is apologising for the Sibley wicket. He's been sacrificing to the darkest of gods to try and get another wicket.
Mogg. That's all I can say. Yeah, did you hear that, Mogg? Every run is crucial, to the tune of Monty Python's "Every Sperm is Sacred." Yes, please. That goes goes straight on by Ashwin. It's flat and fast, a dart, and Stokes just goes back, blocks it back to mid-on. There's no run. Just don't want to get caught like he did in the last innings. That one, edged as he propped forward, soft hands, drops just short of Kohli at second slip. It's all happening. 24 for 3.
Glenn Murray's cursing himself for not sticking a tenner on this match to end today.
I'm due back on Saturday. I think I can safely make plans for my Saturday morning to not include cricket.
Nah, there's an appeal for LBW, but that's hit him outside the line. He's reverse sweeping. You can review that if you like, but they've lost 2 already. And have they lost 2 already?
1.
Didn't they?
They lost 1.
They lost 1. Oh yeah, no, because that review, if it had not been caught, would have been lost, wouldn't it? Oh no, that was England's review. Oh, I don't know. I'm getting confused.
Both sides have lost 1 each.
Okay, right, fair enough. And that ends that over. 24 for 3 England. They trailed by just single digits now.
Olib 1304 says, can we make every pitch in the 100 this bad? Stroke good. Colin says, with no use of hotspot, wouldn't that still have been given out if it was a soft signal not out?
Well, that's interesting. With hotspot, it might have made some difference if there had been nothing on the bat.
Yeah, maybe.
There was a lot of extraneous noise.
Will we see a seamer this inning?
I don't think we will from India. Axar is going to continue with his 3 for 9, bowling to Joe Root, who clips the works down to the leg side from a spinning ball that turned about 2 foot, and he took it from outside his off stump, square on the leg side. As we look at Ben Stokes nearly getting caught by Kohli, and then we'll probably look at the next one as well. He got well forward, and he did play with soft hands. Just bounced in front of Kohli. And Stokes is going to have to face up to Axar. He got him out in the first innings. He was another LBW candidate. He's rolling around the wicket to him. That's interesting. It's quite flat. He just goes back and defends up to mid-on. There's no run.
Og says, Jesus wept, if it's not Hendo demanding new pant jingles, which you'll deliver tomorrow, it's you putting your hand out for pipe and stuff there.
Well, you know, we know how much you love it, Mog. That's clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
And he always delivers.
He always delivers. Mog is an absolute star. So are all the others. Axar in. Air gives it some air. Nicely clipped by Stokes, but straight at mid-wicket. If he'd missed out on that, you're not going to get many that are easier to hit than that.
Where would we be without them?
Well, where would we be? Taking bits off YouTube and getting strikes all the time. That's clipped. Attempted clip by Stokes. It bounces up and hits him on the thigh pad outside his leg stump. Just drops down. No run.
Never got into trouble for my Ramones 4 jingle, did we?
No, that's too short, and every song starts with 1, 2, 3. But I think
true.
even the covers get done. That's a good shot by Stokes. He's worked that behind square. Once again, it's a little bit too flat, and a bit too short by Axar Patel. He was able to work it behind square for a single. We'll retain the strike. And so that ends the 11th over.
Suman Nag says England are in a hurry to wrap this match or counter-attack mode.
Well, I think counter-attack's the way forward.
I think it is. I think you've got to just go for it, haven't you? I mean, there's not going to be many runs in this at the end of it, no matter which way you go. I mean, England could get 100 and lose by 9 wickets. They could get 100 and win the game. If they can get 100 ahead, They got a chance. They got a chance, and that's all they can ask for, really. Considering, only 257 runs for 20 wickets. So it doesn't say a lot about much, does it? That's jabbed very full by Ashwin, jabbed into the ground by Stokes, palmed away by City mid-off. There's no run.
Even one, if Stokes tees off for 1 over, it could be crucial if you get a couple of sixes.
Exactly.
It's that sort of game.
Oh, wow, and that was turned sharply. Drew Stokes forward, never getting to the pitch of it, turned sharply past his outside edge, taken by Pant. It's bounce as well. I mean, that's gone through its shoulder height past Stokes. But it's a bit too short. That's too full and driven by Stokes. Can't beat. I presume that's a row hit in the covers, and there's no run. Yeah, doesn't like getting his whites dirty, does a row hit. And they get through his overs really quickly as well, aren't they? Because there's lots of dot balls. Ashwin around the wicket to Stokes, who plays with a bit of I think he was thinking it was going to turn, and it came straight on with a bat. Was able to jab it down on it. Went inside half the bat into the pitch. No run. England trailing by 7 runs now. And Stokes faces up and gives that a big heave-ho out to Cow. That'll be the first 4 of the innings. Way! We got a boundary. My God. And England move into the 30s, or 30 to be more precise.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey.
And now I'll just trail by 4 runs and making India's bat again. Which, to be honest, yesterday when we were all out for 112, I thought India were going to get 300 and we were going to be beaten by an innings. And I still had that thought this morning until the wicket started tumbling. Tossed up again. That's gone well up in the air. That could be it. Oh no, maybe not. No, it's not. He got away with that. Jesus. Big heave by Stokes. That could be a pivotal moment. Didn't manage to find a fielder. Landed out halfway to Cow corner with someone having to run back from pretty close mid-wicket. It was Axar Patel, I think, and he was never going to get anywhere near it. And Stokes has got away with that and probably got 2 runs for it at the same time. Got nowhere near the pitch of it. It was a toe end. You probably thought, oh shit, as that went up in the air. But yeah, it landed a good 3 yards in front of Axar Patel running back from mid-wicket. So he survives. Stokes is on 12. Root is on 13. 2 players have got double figures at the same time. It's unbelievable. And England trail by just a single run.
Amazing. Mog says the tragedy is that he actually does love doing the jingles.
That's good, Mog. We love your jingles too.
The Jersey Jingler says just call Mog the postman because he always delivers.
Oh, There's a film in that.
That's Ian Poulter, his nickname.
Is it? Root's facing up and it's outside his off stump. He guides it down to short third man. Thinks about a run. Stokes says no.
Because of his Ryder Cup performances.
Yeah, he's good in the Ryder Cup. He's a typical Englishman in the Ryder Cup, isn't he?
He loves it.
That's floated up nicely by Axar Patel. Root gets forward and plays it sweet, but straight to cover. No run.
Trail by 1 run.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on, boys. Guided past slip very slowly. And the short third man picks it up. There will be no run. Yeah, I'd like to see Stokes go a bit mental. Just for the hell of it. He was thinking about a sweep there, wasn't he? Rooty. He was just about to get in position, then realised it had a bit more air and had time to just guide it through the offside. No need to take any risks. He does. Scores a level!
Scores a level.
That means that India will have to bat again and we can't be beaten by an innings.
Well, you'd have taken that.
I'd have taken that
yesterday.
Yeah, exactly, I would have taken that. The interesting thing is, innings break yesterday, when England were out, England had gone out to 10-1. And I said at the time, it's the only time you should take England was then, because you didn't know what India were going to do. Big sweep by Stokes, nearly hits the man at short leg, who dives for cover. But it goes out to long leg, and they'll get themselves a single.
England are winning! England are winning!
It'd be interesting to see what the odds are, actually, on this game.
It must have just been the most volatile market you've ever seen this test match.
England are at 4-1 now. India are 6-1 on. The draw 250-1. Not happening. Ooh, driven at by Root. Turned past the outside edge of his bat. Gone past Pant. I think he's palmed it off, and a good take by Rahane. At slip, no run. End of the over, 34 for 3. England lead by 1 run. We've got this game sewn up, mate. One run lead is all we need.
Everyone's asking Mog how his foot is. Didn't he was going to have 3 injections in his leg or foot yesterday?
It was his foot, and we didn't we figure out it was a vaccine. But
was it?
I think that's what happened, wasn't it, Mog? He said came back because I asked him what it was, and I think he can say he came back with a vaccine, and no one had heard of a 3-jab vaccine. So maybe it wasn't. I'm sure he'll clear that up again.
They do things differently.
He'll accuse me of never listening. You know. Stokes is facing up. Ashwin is bowling. It's flat, fast, and clipped nicely by Stokes with good timing out towards Cow corner. He's going to get himself 4 runs. England leads 5. And he's going on a good lick here as well. 17 of 22 deliveries by Stokes. He's not going to die wanting. And he is a man for the big stage, has to be said. Played a lot of IPL. The thing is, the IPL never has pitches that rag like this, does it? Let's be honest.
No.
If this theme of quick test matches continues into the last game, could we have a one-day test match?
Well, you never know. It's reverse swept, and that's a good reverse sweep. And it's not been taken by the fielder. That is a good shot by Stokes. He's given a bit of air by Ashwin, and he saw that and took his chances and got the reverse sweep out before. You wonder how quickly it's going to get on India's nerves if England can score quite quickly, because they must know that, you know, more than 150 is going to be tricky to chase in a 4th innings. Oh, given a bit of air, floated up again. Big drive by Stokes. It spins past his outside edge, and there is no run.
Come on, Stokesy, careful.
Do it for your dad, Stokesy. Do it for your dad. Ashwin. That's flatter. He gets behind that and defends it into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, people don't take that into account. Everyone says Stokes had a pretty quiet series. Yeah, he has. I mean, he scored 80 in the 1st innings. He's not bowled particularly well. You've got to wonder what sort of mental state he's in. Flashed at prodded at it a little bit by Stokes. Maybe aerial past second slip. No, don't. Oh, yeah, they come back for second. I was going to say don't come back. The fielder was there. But he misfielded it. It was Washington Sundar down there. A good chance for a run out had he got it and thrown it in, considering they almost turned blind there, did Stokes. 10 off this over. And England have got to 44 for 3. Ashwin over the wicket now. Oh, that turns a decent ball. Turns past a half-hearted prod by Stokes. Didn't really get forward, didn't get back. Stuck on the crease, beat his edge. No run. Ends the over.
No run. Right, let's have a look. What have we got here? Mog says they are genuine pricks, aren't they? The gorillas, not the injections. Not for COVID, for synovitis. A tad sore today. I get to go back for more next week. Thanks for asking. I don't know what that is. Synovitis.
No, I don't know what it is.
No.
No idea. I could Google it if I could be bothered.
And then in capitals it just says too little, too late.
What's that about, Mog?
I don't know.
England, maybe.
I've got a question now we can throw out to Twitter. When does the declaration speculation start for this beginning?
Never. Don't think we'll ever get to that point there. Look, I'd be stunned if England got to 200. I'd be fucking throwing everything out the window in celebration.
Colin says, if England were theoretically to get 100 ahead for India to bat, would England still end up with Anderson Broad opening?
Well, I just said I think they probably would. I mean, the pink ball did swing, and maybe India are waiting until that point in the day before they bring on. They might go to Bumrah and Ishant. You never know. Axar is in again, too short and clipped nicely by Root out towards Cow, and they'll saunter back for a second. The light is starting to go now. It was about this time yesterday, wasn't it, that it went, and the cameras are looking at Ishant. But currently, it's just the spinners. Axar's held 7 overs, 3 for 15. Oh, that's got to be close. It's
That's
not
missing.
going to be given. Crikey, he's lucky there. They might review that, and it might well be umpire's call. But having not been given out, I imagine it stays on the field. Virat's turned his back for a change. Is he going to suddenly turn around when it's one and go bing?
Go on.
No, he's not. I thought he was there. He took his hands up to the man. Well, that's the one that's got England. A few England batsmen have got out to that one over the course of the winter. Gets right forward to this one though. Lets it come off the outside half of the bat down to short third man. Let's have a look at the replay. It looked quite close to me. I don't think it turned much. It was another one that went straight on.
Missing leg.
Maybe. It probably hit him in line with leg. It may have been sliding down. Oh, that's got out. That is out.
Oh no.
Root's been done by the straight one. Yeah, that one is out, Rooty. I think. No point in reviewing it. Unless you think you're the captain and you do. That one's just been tossed up a little bit straight. He is going to review it. I think that's a bit pointless. Unless he's got fight forward and it's going to go over the top again. In which case we might get a bit lucky. But I certainly think it's hit him in line. I certainly think it's going on to hit where the stumps are. Question is, will we retain the review? Is it going over? I mean, if you give it a little bit more flight, it's bound to bounce a little bit more. And he did press right forward. It has jumped. Has he got a bit of inside edge? Oh, it's close. It's close.
Ooh. Crikey.
Oh,
I think he might have hit this.
I think it might have hit the bat first before it's hit the. I think it's bat. I think there is an inside edge there. I'm going to have a look. It's hit the bat.
Yes.
There.
No.
Oh, I don't know. I think you've got to give the batsman the benefit of the doubt. Isn't that the rule of the game? He's jabbed that. He's jammed that bat pad. It's not hit the pad on that frame from the front. And it's hit the bat in the next frame. I think you should give that not out. I don't know if it will be. Again, we've had this going through all the way. I think that should be not out. I think that should be bat pad together. Can't give a clear decision on that. There's clearly bat in it. It's hit the bat there. I think that is not out. The bat is slightly in front of the pad before it hits the pad. I think that's got to be given not out. But I don't know what the umpire's going to do. You see, it's difficult. It's very difficult to see. Sorry about the silence on air, but we're just looking at the replays and I can't tell whether that's hit bat pad first. The umpire's got to make the decision. I think it's pretty much jammed, in which case it's at the same time, in which case it's hit the bat at the same time, in which case it shouldn't be out. Got to see what the third umpire decides.
And I just wonder if the fact it's been given out on the field is going to go against England here.
Well, again, you could be. But in this case, it's not a decision, is it? It's on a catch or anything. It's hit the bat there as it's hit the pad. It's basically a jam. You can't really tell. It's instantaneous on the blips on the thing. Well, let's go and have a look. I'd be upset if I was given out to this, having looked at all those reviews, but we shall see. Root doesn't think
I was going to say, I think Joe Root will be apoplectic if he gets given out.
Exactly, especially after the way things have gone with the review decision system. That's an inside edge. I think you got to say that's inside edge. You can see it divert onto pad.
Yeah.
And you have to say that's not out. I'm sorry. And they give so much time to this is what's irritating, isn't it? When England had close decisions, you can't go from that fucking angle either, mate, because that angle doesn't show you where it hits the pad. See, it hits the bat there and it hasn't quite hit the pad, or is hitting the pad at the same time, in which case it should not be out. And we're taking an age over this one, and if England do get this going against them, I do think there'll be some serious complaints going out to the third umpire, to the umpire's box. What are you going to do?
The fact they've not gone to ball tracking suggests to me, not out.
It's not out. Good. That's a good decision. That's a fair decision. Good. And now Kohli's having a go at the umpire, going and
there's no point having a go at the on-field umpire though.
No, there isn't any point in having a go at the umpire. The on-field umpire gave it out, and my first thoughts were there wasn't any bat involved. I thought it just hit the pad, so that's why I said he was out. But having looked at the replays, there's clearly an inside edge, probably jammed between bat and pad. However, if it is jammed between bat and pad, bat is at the same time as pad, therefore it's hit the bat, can't be out. That should be the ruling, and it is. So Root gets to stay there. Good fucking review, my man. 46 for 3. England, Root 16 off 33. Didn't help last time, though, did it? Oh, as that one turns past the outside edge of Root, and there's no run. Didn't Johnny Bairstow review one and then get bowled next ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're due a change at the end of this over. I don't know who's on. I shall get my little rota up for the day. As Root's going to take this last ball. It should be Johnny, Gary and Jack next. He gets right forward and defends that out into the offside, and there is no run. Welcome back, you guys. You get some good meat to take you through.
Wow. I said in obviously the chat on here that I couldn't see that being overturned for any money, but that didn't age well. I think, look, they've obviously come to the right decision. You can't give that out. Someone personally was saying that they think it's a pretty poor decision from the on-field umpire, because it's obviously that close that there was obviously an edge involved. They do have to make a decision, and he went without.
I disagree, actually. I think the bear was wrong in his interpretation. There's no benefit of the doubt in the laws. What the law says, I'll come back.
As Ashwin into Stokes, and that one does turn viciously.
It's that there has to be convincing evidence to overturn the on-field umpire's decision, and the mere fact that they looked at it for so long suggests that there was not convincing evidence. So I think Root's got away with one there.
Interesting. As Stokes works that out into the offside from Ashwin, and they'll come through for a quick one. I don't think that there was enough evidence to uphold the decision, Gary.
No, that's not the point. The point is that you have to have convincing evidence to overturn the decision. And there was
there was convincing evidence to hit the fucking bat.
There was not convincing evidence.
Yeah, there was. There was a bloody big inside edge, mate.
Yeah, there was an inside edge, but the lack of...
Is Ashwin in now to Root, who just drives that back up the pitch to the bowler?
As you said on your description, the issue was whether it hit the pad at the same time as the bat. It definitely hit the bat.
Ashwin in now, that pitch is on leg stump and just turned into the onside by Root. Again, there will be no run. Thoughts on Stokes and his approach? I think it's quite refreshing to see him play in his natural aggressive manner.
It's the right one.
As Ashwin, that pitch is a long way outside off, turns back, but Root covers up nicely, and there will be no run. I think it's probably not the worst way for Ben Stokes to go about this. He can try and be the aggressor at the other end, while Root just kind of looks to stick around. We're going to have to score runs if we're going to win this test match. Root there hits the reverse paddle. It looks like there's a deep third man. No one's going too ballistic, and they come through for a 1. Completing the 16th over, there's been a hell of a lot happening. England 48 for 3.
Yeah, so Mogg says, I'd suggest there's enough bat in that for Root to escape, and Mogg later says Kohli is just having a crack at the on-field umpire because he's an over-entitled Bradman. And I've always felt that one of the reasons Kohli and others, he's not alone in this, they work the on-field umpires because they know that in the 40-minute dinner break that the umpires get together and a word in the on-field umpire's ear is as good as a word in the TV umpire's ear. And Kohli is an immensely powerful man in Indian cricket, indeed in India, and these are local officials, so he can work them, and he is working them.
Patel in, and that's cut away off the back foot by Root. It'll go out to the deep cover fieldsman. They will no doubt come through for a walked 1 rather than a run 1.
And I just want to add to that because I don't want people getting at me saying singling out Kohli. All captains do it to a lesser or greater extent, and the greatest worker of an umpire was one S.K. Warne. So
yeah. I think I don't disagree. I think the way Kohli goes about it at times isn't necessarily the right way to go about it, as that hits Stokes seemingly on the pad, but he's a long way outside the off stump and playing the shot, so cannot be given out. I think the Kohli thing, I mean, he's having to go at the on-field umpire. The on-field umpire actually gave it in his favour, so maybe it is just that to try and create some influence. For Stokes this time chops down on one, picked up by Pant, the wicket keeper, and again there will be no run. Just watching the replay of the ball before where it does it in clearly outside the line of off stump, so it cannot be given out LBW. Patel in again now, swept off the line of the stumps by Stokes to a deep backward square fielder, and they will come through for a single.
On YouTube, the Harriman makes a valuable point that Root wasn't as confident as the Bear in that review.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure whether Root was going to review it at first.
Well, I thought it just hit him on a pad, and I thought it was out. And I thought his best chance of it going over the top, but as it turned out, it was the right thing to do.
It's amazing how empty that stadium looks with 55,000 people in it, isn't it? That one's adjudged to be sliding down leg side. I don't know if anybody's looked at the release points. I don't know if that flatter does it come flatter from Patel, the one that slides on?
Yeah, I think it does. He bowls it quicker. Anyway, Jack's going to take over for me. He's here now, so I'll see you all later.
Apologies.
Into complete his 9th and the 17th is Axar Patel, and that's worked away off an outside edge to the fielder at backward point by Joe Root, and there will be no run. England 50 for 3.
Colin on YouTube says Root and Kohli are both identical to umpire treatment. I'd suggest, first of all, that they're not. Kohli is much more demonstrative, and secondly, as I say, when Virat Kohli speaks in India, 1.3 billion people listen, so it's a rather different.
Have you heard how much he gets paid for a sponsored tweet?
Go on.
It's about £300,000 per tweet.
Yeah, well, that's when you've got a voice. John Howell says, how many overs do you think these two can bowl before India need to make a bowling change? On this pitch, they could carry on bowling all the way through the break and into the next test.
Yeah, as Ashwin in to start his next over. Hits Stokes, I think, looked like on the pad, but was going to slide down leg side. So not much.
And on Kohli, Neil Franklin says, Kohli can go masturbate among the daisies like a Gregorian gherkin, as Julie says, in Celine and Julie Go Boating. I think that's an Eric Romer film, although I'm not sure.
Ashwin in again now to Stokes. That, I'm sure if he's not hit it, that will be given out. Yeah, that's slid on with the arm. He's just said to Root, no, I haven't hit it. I think Stokes knows he's cooked there. That's definitely sliding onto it, leg stump. Stokes just walking past the England captain, and he knows his fate is sealed there. I think he's tried to convince him to
he has reviewed, hasn't he?
And Stokes has just said, no, mate, it's not worth it. I'm going. England 50 for 4. Jack, what are you making of it since we were last on air?
Well, I had to go and do my actual day job for an hour. Unfortunately, lots of people from my team have got COVID, so I wasn't able to get the full day off.
Watching the replay there, is that sliding on with the arm?
Ooh.
I bet this clips the stump on first watch.
So you'd retain your review, wouldn't you? If the
Oh, good point. I thought he had reviewed.
No, they didn't review it.
Obviously not. He's walking off.
Stokes walks off. Shame that. From an English perspective,
I think what's disappointing is that Stokes has played a very positive innings. He's made 25 from 34, but he's got out playing a defensive shot. And, you've got to get out to some delivery, and I'm not hammering Stokes there, but he'll be disappointed that he missed a fairly orthodox delivery with a defensive bat. If he's trying to hit that for 4 or 6, fair enough. But he came out with a plan to be aggressive, and he's got out being defensive, so it kind of...
We welcome to the crease the reincarnation of Ian Bell. Today would be a great time to stand up and show his promise. It's Ollie Pope.
I just want to get this point in from Knackle because I think it's a very good one. England made an official complaint to the match referee last night about the TV umpires not following the protocol properly. I wonder if there's been a diktat to Mr. Shamsuddin, who is the third umpire, to look at everything if he values his job. So I think that's a fair point on the Root LBW, that he was making sure that he did not miss a trick.
I think if England were to somehow go on and win this test, he'd be worried for his job anyway, having just given him not out. he could find himself in the dole queue if he's not careful. Anyway,
Hawkster says, ages ago, Gary asked on Facebook, what music did you hate years ago that you like now? Can I flip that to cricket and say I miss Boycott and Tabaret right now? Well, quite.
Yeah, I mean, although I'm on a wicket like this, I'm not sure how well they'd have fared, to be honest.
Tabaret's Kent grip and dead bat would have helped a bit. Peter Ward says, I'm sure I can come to some arrangement for my promoted tweet fee with Hendo for some pastries of a morning. Cheaper than Coley.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so, yeah. It'd be a lot of pano chocolats for that amount of money, that's for sure. Jack, obviously, we huge amount of pressure now on Root, Pope and Folkes, with an extended tail that we've got in this test, you'd think.
Yeah, 100%. I think Gary's point from 30 seconds ago or so is right. Though England have to be positive here because this pitch is going to get you eventually. So you can score on it. It's the outfield's quick and it does seem to be coming onto the bat when it's not exploding or doing something weird. So you have to cash in on the good balls basically.
I was watching just while we were off comms. I was watching the bits of the Channel 4 coverage, and Graham Swan was on there and saying. It's not like it's going through the pitch and exploding every ball. It's just every other ball. Yeah, I mean, look, you have to adapt. You have to play on the surface that's put in front of you. It's Test cricket for a reason. I've said my piece on thinking that the pitch is probably too much spin friendly right from the word go, but it is what it is. It's not designed to be an easy sport. Oh crikey! One that pitched on off stump and does turn from Ollie Pope. I don't know if that's bat onto pad and then misses the off stump. It looks like it pant on the back of his hand from what I can. So I don't know if that's a chance.
It is.
Oh, it's hit Pope on the elbow by the looks of things. Not easy to start on this wicket. Crikey, O'Reilly, that's the one that goes straight on and beats him on the outside.
I'm not very hopeful for Pope here, I have to be honest.
I'm not. He's a hell of a cricketer. It just mind boggles, doesn't it? He's in now. Pope looks to be a little bit more aggressive and comes down a couple of steps, but gets his front pad in the way out into the leg side, and there is no run. It'd be interesting to see now with Ben Stokes' legs not straight in the stumps. It'd be interesting to see Hawkeye on that LBW decision as Pope goes for the reverse lap, gets a thick top edge, but it works its way, squirts away in fact down to the boundary and brings him one of these.
2 plus 2 is on man. 2 plus 2 is on man.
We have on YouTube. On YouTube, we've got Glenn Murray who says, "Bit surprised that none of the batters have come down the wicket to really challenge the spinners." And Colin replies, "Would say Root is the only one who has that in their locker." Well, I think Pope has, and he did show that in the previous delivery.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think people are also very wary of running down the wicket or taking a couple of steps down the wicket and missing it, because it then looks like an aggressive and perhaps unnecessary way to get out, and I think that plays a part in people's thinking as to why they may not do that.
Yeah, Patel bowling at 60 miles an hour as well makes that slightly tricky.
Yeah, glorious views of the stadium. I'm excited to get out to India at some point. So I'm very much looking forward to. As Root covers up first ball of Akshar Patel's 10th over, and that's blocked out into the offside for no run.
Well, you're not alone, Jono, because there's plenty of Englishmen getting out to India today.
Oh, the DRS has just come up from the Ben Stokes dismissal. It's just clipping leg stump, so it was a lot closer than we would have thought. Root plays a bit of a sweep hack there, works its way out to the man running in from deep backward square leg, and they will come through a single.
A scythe, I think, is the way I describe that one.
But my vocabulary is nowhere near the standard of yours, Jack, and therefore I say things like sweep hack rather than scythe.
I think you got the image across quite well.
Rather than my kind of educationally minded chat. As Akshar Patel into Pope, and that beats him on outside. Quick turn, sharp turn. He looks a bit all at sea here, Ollie Pope, but I mean, God knows how he'd look in this situation. I mean, that's pitched middling off and beat the off stump. So, that's the one that goes on with the arm, but he plays off the back foot into the leg side, and they would scamper through for a 1.
Yeah,
He's under a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
He's under pressure though, Pope here. I think he hasn't actually scored any runs for about 5 Test matches.
He had that long injury, didn't he? You know, I think he's very much one for the future. I think, you know, I refer to him as the reincarnation of Ian Bell. I think he will have that. That one slid onto Root, and Root looks like he's walking off there. Beat the inside edge. It's him again. It looks like one that's gone on with the arm rather than one that's turned at all. I think, you know, this again may be umpire's call, but again, you know, that is hitting the wickets, and the umpire is well within their rights to give that out. England captain.
I think it beat him for pace, to be honest.
45 balls. England now 56 for 5. Gary.
Yeah, I think it beat him for pace as much as anything else. I think we're forgetting, because we can't really see it as much, we're forgetting that the variations in pace and the dip that these 2A men are getting is quite the challenge. It looks bad from Root there because it looks like he's missed a straight one, but as I say, I think if we could see how the paces are varying and the dip that the revs that Akshar is getting with his undercuts, it's not quite as bad a shot or as dumb a dismissal as it looks, but he was plumb there.
Can I just say something? I mean, if you watch the slow-mo of that delivery, he bowled that as a normal, standard delivery. The ball was spinning as it should be if it was going to turn away from the bat. I don't think you can really do as much as the bat was there. You see it hit the seam and it just goes straight on rather than turning, and you've got to play that.
Yeah, well, Messi Jez on that point says, when are we going to get to the boring middle overs, FFS? There's stuff I should be doing. Well, I'm with you.
Well, you're going to have 3 days to fill. So.
Yeah.
3 days in a session, perhaps.
Plenty of time to catch up on house chores and other bits and pieces that may need doing in time that we would have spent commentating, no doubt. So this will be done today, I'm pretty sure. I can't see anything other than finishing in 2 days as Ben Folkes comes to the crease.
Ben Folkes, that's who I am. I could keep a 4-ringer. My gloves are on, up to the sums. I do much better than that best so chumps. I come alive in a test match. One day or T20. But first they've got to pick me. I wouldn't be a liability.
I think people refer to Ben Folkes as being able to play spin well, but I think even masters of spin would be struggling on this wicket. So
can you even play? Is this even spin, or is this just sort of lottery batting?
Yeah, I think you're probably right, Jack. As that one's left alone outside off stump by Ben Stokes. Completes the 19th over. England 56 for 5. Gary.
Well, the Harriman says, I forgot the gentleman's name who was commentating when India collapsed, but I think his criticism of Pant's approach on a wicket like this feels a bit hypocritical. I suspect that was me, and I don't think it was hypocritical because Rishabh Pant is far more familiar with this kind of wicket than the England players, and he should have a much better defensive setup to be able to deal with it and not necessarily be looking to sweep from the word go. He continues saying, genuine question, does England have another spinner to push Leach for a place? Does Adil Rashid feature in test plans? I think the short answer to that is no, while his shoulder is as unreliable as it is.
Yeah, I think they're obviously going to save him for the white ball formats, aren't they? Which I don't necessarily disagree with. I mean, look, you have to use the spinners at your disposal. Let's not forget that Don Bess is still very young and will turn into a decent spinner for England. I think over a period of time. But as I said earlier, learning to bowl spin in England and bat against spin when you play, your only time to play spin in county championship formats in April and September helps no one. The 100, the Vitality Blast, etc. Regardless of what I think of those, myself, don't help the county game, as Ollie Pope pushed it out into the offside, and they come through for a very, very well run too.
I just want to say that I have a lot of sympathy, as I said last time, on that. But the outstanding bowler of the last 3 years in the county championship is Simon Harmer, and I think it can be overstated. I do think as well that England have wicket-taking spinners out there in Matt Parkinson and especially Amar Verdi.
Oof! Ollie Pope comes down and looks to hit that over the moon, but misses it. He hits his front pad, but it's definitely missing leg stump. Ben Folkes is like, seriously, mate, what was that? With a real kind of look on his face of that's not in the plan, Chief.
I mean, I do think on this pitch, like Joe Root's taken 5 for 8. I don't think you even have to be good at bowling spin, to be honest. His career average is in the 40s, and he dismantled the bottom order of the Indian team.
Yeah, if he gets all 10 in the second dig, we've actually got enough. At the same rate they did for the 5 he got in the first. As Pope works that out through kind of a square mid-wicket, let's say, but they just come through for a 1. Yeah, look, I mean, what is going to be... It's an absolute lottery. If England can somehow get to 100 in front, who knows?
I think you're being harsh saying it's
early.
It's not a lottery. I mean, you've got to play proper shots to deliveries and watch the ball onto the bat. And England have gone with a prop and cock or try and smash it out of the ground approach. I think there is a middle way here. It's difficult, but it's not a lottery. We haven't seen the ball jump up and hit somebody in the grill. We haven't seen any shooters. It's not a lottery.
And Ashwin in, and that's just blocked too short. Forward short leg by Ben Folkes, no run.
Paolo, the Gypsy Fuller, says, well, at least we'll have Sibley back at Warwickshire this season. Woeful for England.
Not sure I agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's hard.
I think the lottery element is whether the ball spins or not. That's what I mean.
As Folkes works that away again to that deep mid-wicket fieldsman, they'll come through for a 1.
And as Bear said, it's not necessarily, I don't think, because the bowlers really know whether it's going to go straight on. I don't think there's a huge element of skill in terms of getting wickets. Obviously, being able to keep it in the right area, ball after ball after ball, is impressive. But it's not wonder bowling.
And that's took a couple of steps down the wicket by Pope, puts his front pad there, just pads it out into the leg side. They will take no run. Just want to come back to something you said there, Gary. Sorry, Jack. In regards to England playing maybe as badly as you may think, the old adage of you can determine what a pitch is like once both sides have batted on it. India bowled out for 145, of which Sharma got 66 of them. So it kind of didn't mirror our innings that dissimilarly. So I mean, I think it's been very, very tough for England and India. They only got 33 in front, were they, at the point of the change? So.
Very tough is fine. Lottery suggests unfair. I'll break off.
Axar Patel in now to Ben Folkes, who, funnily enough, blocks it with the middle of the bat because he played the line of the ball.
Exactly. And the two ways you can deal with the ball where you don't know if it's going to spin or go on is either to come out and smother the spin or rock back and watch the ball onto the bat.
Oh, that beats Ben Folkes on the outside edge.
He played the line of the ball there, and it spun past the bat. I don't think it's unfair on a certain team. I think India probably are the better exponents in these conditions. But I don't think the balance of the game in terms of bat versus ball is fair.
Yeah.
That's my general point. I think that's what I complain about.
I think that's a fair point on the second day. It could be better balanced, but I'm going to contest whether it's a lottery. I don't think it's a lottery. I don't think it's a 50-50 whether you hit the ball or don't hit the ball.
Well, if it is a lottery, Axar Patel in now, that's definitely missing leg stump, one that slides on as Ben Folkes pads up. If it is a lottery, it's exactly the same kind of lottery that I've been entering all these years because I've not won one of them either.
Adam Kate speaks for many of us, saying, and there was I looking forward to some weekend daytime cricket to enjoy.
Unless you've got a pre-season plan, mate, you won't be seeing any cricket this weekend, I shouldn't think. As Folkes scampers through for a 1, having pushed it up to just wide of mid-off. Washington Sundar chases round, but cannot stop the single from being taken.
What time are the T20s in New Zealand on? Might be want to catch some of that.
Get the PSL on. Don't worry about that. Double headers all weekend, I'd imagine, in the PSL, which actually there've been some pretty good games in. That Axar Patel, that he's played the line there, Pope. He's hit the inside edge of the bat, but that's absolutely fine. No harm done. It's another dot ball. I wonder why, if Axar Patel has done so well in this test, because he actually bowls quicker through the air, and maybe that's why Root did quite well for the not the conventional spinners, loopy spinners, if you like. But he can bowl that as he does there, slightly slower, slightly fuller, driven away, but up to long off, mid off rather, by Ollie Pope, and there will be no run.
Alan Butcher, friend of the show, ex-England opener, points out with regard to my suggestion of Matt Parkinson or Amar Verdi, be thankful we didn't pick one, because otherwise Root wouldn't have bowled, and irrefutably true. We've got Harriet Atkinson, who says, go and have a blood test and come back to this bollocks. Can anyone stay in, or do they give a damn anymore in this game? Hawkster says, just thinking of those scenes in Da Vinci Code where poor Bettany is whipping himself and tightening a clamp on his thigh until it bleeds, and thinking this is for God, or is he an England supporter? John Thompson says, could this be another day when all GPL picks are overestimates at this rate? Can we at least bring my 190 something into play before collapsing, please?
As Ben Folkes blocks that into the leg side, they will take no run from Ashwin's first ball of his 11th over.
And the last tweet I'll read for now is Chris Drew says, does Axar Patel say the words of Ezekiel 25:17 before the start of each over?
Again, folks, just blocking that back up the pitch. Again, there will be no run.
Well, it's certainly been a bit of pulp fiction today, hasn't it?
Not too far away from a change in the next few minutes. Folks works that away up to the long-on fieldsman, Mr. Bumrah, who comes in and fields. They will take a single, all of which become more valuable by the minute, each single that's taken. Your next three will be Hendo, Nestlers and Fred will be joining you in approximately 3 minutes. Maybe one more over for us after this, as Pope covers up very, very solidly from the little Ginger Prince, as that is worked into the mid-wicket region, and again is a dot ball. Ashwin in again to Pope, who plays... I don't know if he got a bit of glove on that. Ashwin looks pretty disappointed. He's worked his way away to the boundary, and he's got glove on it. Rishabh Pant's missed an opportunity. Well, we'll take them. We do not mind that. Oh no, he's missed it completely.
Absolutely, yeah.
He's been given 4 runs.
To go back to the point from the last over, I do think that the pace of the bowling is making a big difference here. Ashwin's bowling slightly slower than Axar Patel and doesn't look as much of a threat, to be honest.
Oh my God. Talk about things not aging well. Literally, within half a second, carrom ball that looked like it's drifted, it's pitched on probably middle and off, moved away, beat Pope on the outside edge, and he just looked flabbergasted at that. But yeah, it brings us at the end the demise of the Ginger Prince.
Oh shit! This is really fucking bad.
No.
I mean, Ollie Pope there in the replay, the slow-mo replay is just like, what can I do with that? There's nothing. I mean,
well, there is. I mean, he could have come forward more and smothered the spin, but it was a devilish delivery to get on 66 for 6.
Gary,
look, it is difficult, but he's been pinned on the crease. He's been out twice now by Ashwin by being pinned on the crease. Why are you playing from the crease when you know you're going to get out?
I think he's gone forward to that.
He's on the crease. He's not used his feet. He's come half forward.
Top of the stumps.
But if he'd have moved his feet, he'd have been stumped because he'd have still missed it.
No, it was a straight ball. You've already indicated that. It didn't.
No, I said it.
You could only have played that if you knew where the ball was going to go afterwards.
It pitched.
Half these balls are spinning down the leg side.
We'll have to disagree because we'll have to disagree. I mean, I think England should have used their feet more. Root did. I think Stokes did a bit as well. You've got to get down the wicket sometimes to these deliveries. Ponting and Clark will be down the wicket to every ball, not just one or two, every ball. And I think you'll find there that had Pope come down and attempted to smother the spin, he might have been out-stumped, but he's just a sitting duck playing from the crease.
I think with that being the end of the over, we may well be due a change right about now.
I think we might.
We're looking for Hendo, Nestlers and Fred, I believe.
I'm here.
Hendo's here, which is
a
relief to all of us. Jack and I don't have to argue with Gary anymore. And he can go off and get some lunch, so we'll see you in a little while.
That was the greatest performance in commentary curses that I think I've ever heard.
Absolutely.
That was absolutely wonderful. Although not wonderful for England, and not wonderful if you're an Ollie Pope fan. He's been done by 2 carambles or ones that go straight on. Maybe just nip away a little bit from Ashwin, and you felt he was always going to get him that way from the very first ball that he walked in. Akshar Patel is going to bowl to Folkes, who tries to keep this one down as it hops on him a little bit and just about controls it down into the gully area. Folkes has 3. Archer's just come to the wicket. I'm going to take odds on how long Archer lasts against Ashwin if he plays a shot like he did in the first innings. England have got to get some runs here quickly, or it's all over. Folkes reaches for this, plays it back down the onside of the pitch to Akshar Patel. I wanted to make a point about, I've been sort of chomping at the bit here, listening to some of what Gary said, not all of it, because I haven't got that long in life. But forward comes Folkes to this one again, defends it. A couple of theories I've got here is that, yes, we may look at these batsmen and say, what about their techniques? I think the difficulty is, and we've mentioned this in the past, but hasn't been brought up much recently, as Akshar is in again. It goes back to the one that was very nearly bowled by it, just turned enough to miss the off stump. The difficulty that modern day players have in these high profile test matches is that you've got reviews and you've got a ball tracker, various things like that. And a lot of the balls that you would have played forward to and taken on the pad, or even gone back to and taken on the pad some in years gone by, I'm going back 20 years or so, maybe more, would have been given not out by the umpire. But now there's no escape. And if you get hit on the pad, even if you're a long way forward, even if you think you may have jabbed the bat onto it, quite often it's proved that is not so by the review. 3 men around the bat on the offside now for Folkes, who reaches for this one, but he manages to pierce the field. He's going to get a couple, I think, there out towards the cover boundary, and England move to 68 for 6. The other thing, and I hesitate to say this because having just seen the world's finest example of commentary curse, I may be about to do it again. Folkes has played the spin in both these tests a little bit better than other players, and I wonder if he has slightly superior vision, being a wicketkeeper who stands up to all sorts of things, including the pace of Stuart Broad in the last test. I wonder whether he just has a tiny, minuscule advantage which allows him to play just a millisecond later than 1 or 2 others. Anyway, tweets.
I've got a suggestion that might be complete bollocks, but I don't know. Suman Nag says, keep pitch aside, is this bad batting or reckless shots or good exploitation of the conditions?
I don't think it's reckless shots. I mean, you will see reckless shots simply because batsmen are forced into it. We'll come back to you in a minute. He's round the wicket to Archer. Archer goes back onto his stumps, just drops the ball down to the offside.
Leo says it's better to err on the side of the ball than the side of the bat, I think.
Got a short square leg in for Archer, a leg gully and a slip. And he plays the sweep, it's hit on the boot, that's going to be out. I mean, he doesn't even have to ask about that one. So there we go, Archer lasted 2 balls. I did wonder how many it might be. And fuck off! At all. And
just fuck off!
It doesn't really matter that Root took 5 for 8 because England are plummeting to defeat. A ridiculous review. That is going to be out all day, every day, any day, weekday, weekend, or something that hasn't been invented yet.
I will say, if England are all out on this score, India are going to have to make 36 to win.
Yeah, I think so. I see where you're going. Oh, it didn't actually hit him directly on the foot, but he's still going to be out. There is absolutely no doubt about that.
Rolled up his leg.
It's rolled up his sort of foot and ankle, hasn't it? Really. It's not going over. I think we can honestly say that is not going over. And I wonder whether. I mean, I do agree to some extent with what Gary says. You have got to try and use your feet, but it's very, very difficult against incredibly high quality spin bowling on an incredibly difficult pitch. I don't think people really understand how difficult it is to play spin when the ball is doing as much as it is doing out there. Not just spinning, but bouncing.
There are certain fundamentals that are required. I'm not going to have a go at Archer for playing that shot, but the chance of him connecting correctly with a cross-batted shot, his second ball against Ashwin, is not very high. It's not very high at all.
I'm not trying to protect Ash. Archer is not one of those.
No, but I'm saying the same is true for all batsmen. You have to try and nudge the percentages ever so slightly in your favour. Of course, it's difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult for both teams. Bowlers as not great as Leach and Root have ran through India this morning. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the thing, and you look at these two Test teams, and you've got at least two of the greats of this era out there struggling in Root and Kohli, and so yes, okay, they've done a little bit better than others, but not by much. It's really hard when the ball is turning. People tend to think because it's slow bowling, it's easier in some way.
No,
it isn't.
But you can go through the ways that people have got out, and you have to make the bowler get you out rather than. Bairstow had a massive wahoo at his first delivery, which he missed, was given out, and it was overturned on appeal. And almost as if he was playing by numbers, the next ball he says, "Oh, I better lunge a forward defensive shot at this." But he stuck his bat about 2 feet in front of his pad. They were nowhere near each other, and he was bowled through a gate, as wide as the Alex Stewart gate going into the oval. And you could say yes, it's difficult to bat, but you've still got to make it as difficult for the bowlers as you can by doing the basics right.
I think
400 Test wickets, by the way.
I think some of the basics go out of the window here. This is Ashwin bowling around the wickets. The new man, Jack Leach, who's going to get a jingle, hopefully, if the bear stops vaping.
That won't happen.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach.
It is indeed Jack Leach. He's yet to score. He's played out 2 deliveries, defended the last one, and Ashwin is back into the left-hander, and he's forward, propping like a proper opening batsman, and defending it into the offside. There is no run. 400 for Ashwin. Indeed, 400 wickets for Ashwin. I said after the first test he was probably going to get 400 in this test, or maybe when they came to England. Well, he's done it a lot quicker than I thought in the end. This one turns past the outside edge of Leach's bat. It also hops a little bit, leaps a bit on him, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper. 68 for 7. Folks has 5. Leach yet to score. Tweets.
Now, this might be complete and utter bollocks, but when they're practicing, when you're training, I know we're not used to these conditions, blah blah blah. They go into the nets on a strip of AstroTurf, yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a strip of AstroTurf. Why don't they've got all these different methods for fielding training? They've got one little wicket. They've got sort of bendy things. They do all this stuff. Why don't you prepare something in the nets?
Well, I think they do these days, actually. If you go to the indoor school at Lord's, you will get different conditions on those particular. I don't know if AstroTurf is the name.
So they're just useless then.
No, but I don't think that you can completely, as they get a single here, it's run out on the offside. I don't think you can create conditions like this because there are so many different things happening here. There's bounce, there's a turn, there's sometimes the ball just goes straight on. As we talked about, natural variation where the bowler may not know why it didn't turn. So how's the batsman going to know what he's actually trying? Just sometimes it just doesn't grip in the way that you want it. Another interesting point, which was mentioned in the Cricketer magazine, that's going to be close to LBW. It turns into Jack Leach. He's maybe got far enough forward that it's going to turn down the leg side. The umpire says no. A grinning Akshar Patel accepts the decision with good grace. 69 for 7. The other thing I read in the Cricketer, a nice piece by Tim Wigmore about, well, it wasn't really about surfaces in general, but it came up in passing as Patel stays round the wicket, 3 men round the bat, and Leach is down the wicket trying to whip this into the onside. He gets hit on the pad and has to hurry back to make sure that he's not run out. It's about various things, to be honest, but one point that was made, and regarding how many of England's players come through private school system, defended again to the man at short leg, and they pointed out that Millfield School, which is a well-known public school in Somerset, is it Somerset? Yeah. I think it is. Yeah, they have nets indoors which replicate regular English conditions. Down the wicket comes Leach, lofts this. Has he got it anywhere? He's got a 6. He's got a massive 6. There was a man back at long on, but he got nowhere near it. I didn't think he'd hit that hard enough, but it's gone all the way. So the 2 men to hit 6s in this test are Ishant Sharma and Jack Leach. That must say something. Yeah, but what they were talking about at Millfield is apparently they've got a quicker wicket to replicate Australian conditions, a green top to mimic English conditions, and also one to supposedly mimic Indian conditions, which it makes me think that England probably should have gone there for some training. This is turned to the man at short leg, and there is no run. 75 for 7. England lead by 42. Folkes has 6, and Leach with that one gigantic shot also has 6.
England did go to Sri Lanka for a few weeks and played a couple of test matches in Sri Lanka. Well, some of the players did, but others have come in, gone home, come back, go forward. Who knows what's going on? So
that doesn't help. I don't think that helps. But I just think that when you're playing on a very good pitch for spin bowlers, that it is incredibly difficult. When you hardly play against that sort of standard or that sort of difficulty. I mean, you can't imagine anyone really turning the ball like this in England.
But you are right, Hendo, that of all the foreign surfaces that England faced, spin is the most prevalent in the tours that they go on.
Now he tries to whip that into the onside, and he's done by the Karen ball again, I think. Hits him on the pad and runs away. Just a moment of alarm in Folkes' face as he realised he was probably a little bit out of his crease and wondered where it had gone, but he'd got outside the off stump, so there wasn't a chance of an LBW.
Because after this ball,
he's in again. He goes back to that one and jabs it down into the offside. There is no run. Yep.
England go to India and to Pakistan or the UAE and Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, where all those places they're going to face spinning wickets, but as fast wickets, where are they going to face them? Maybe one in Australia, one in South Africa.
Yeah, maybe down the leg side. A really good take by Rishabh Pant, who almost does a cartwheel in collecting.
The Acropant.
Acropant, yes, Rishabh Acropant. And England are 75 for 7. Ashwin has 3 for 46 now. He's in to Folkes, and Folkes whips this. He's going to get a run here. No, it's well fielded by none other than Virat Kohli at mid-wicket, diving across to his left, keeping the pressure on England. And Folkes has to settle down for his 22nd delivery. In comes Ashwin, bowls to him, turns, takes the pad. Pujara races after it. They're going to be struggling here to get through for the single, but they do. That was good backing up from Leach to get there, because that did not go very far at all. And now the umpire is saying something to Folkes, possibly about running across the pitch. Let's have a look. Where did he go? We can't see. The camera's moved away to follow the fielder, and then we finally see Jack Leach running into view. That said, Jack Leach wasn't really stretching, and he wasn't running his bat in, so he could have been in all sorts of trouble there. Anyway, it's a leg by England. No, it's been given. Hang on. Presumably, he has said no run. You didn't play a shot. That must be what it is. They've all been sent back, and it's Folkes to face again. This one hits him on the pad. It's turning down the leg side. The umpire says no from a polite inquiry. umpire from Ravi Ashwin, and that is the end of the over. England 75 for 7.
Mitty Jez has retweeted a funny one from Patrick Kidd. He says, I'm worried that fans of Test cricket are going to find the 100 too long and drawn out.
Whoa, boom!
Horster says the missus wants to know if fuck off, just fuck off is Adrian Edmondson. It could be.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, no, I've got a feeling it's something to do with Nail and I.
No, it's with Nail and I.
With Nail and I, yeah. It ought to have something. I mean, it's very similar to the kind of thing that Ade Edmondson would have said in Bottom or something like that.
Who thinks England can get 112 in this innings? Asks the Hawkster.
I think they need 112 minimum, but I'm not convinced.
Leia says that Cricket Australia spent millions on an artificial turf that simulates Indian wickets, was pretty realistic, meaning Lion absolutely sucked on it.
Interesting. It's not just about the wicket though. You've got to be able to bowl on that wicket. You've got to know what the right length is, and I think that's where England fall down, or any Test team falls down, as Patel bowls to Leach. He props forward in not having anything like a warm-up game in those conditions. Okay, you can go from Sri Lanka. I've never played in Sri Lanka, or I've never played in India. How those different types of spinning pitches differ, I don't know. Down the wicket comes Leach, lofts this over mid-wicket. There's someone back there. There is. He's not going to get 6 this time. It's going to drop well short. Rowett is the man at deep mid-wicket, and they come through for 1. And the throw's not very good. It seems to rebound off Pant's pads. I thought for a moment there might have been an overthrow, but seemingly not.
It's better than rebounding off Pad's pants.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. That would be very worrying. So an extra single to England, 76 for 7. We've had 14 wickets today for the addition of, let me work this out, is it about 110 runs, isn't it? Yeah. He's in again, bowls to Folkes, and that keeps going, and at the last minute he jabs down, and I'm wondering, is that extra millisecond that Ben Folkes has in his eyesight, that he managed to get down on that? Others might not have done. He's gone right back, he's in all sorts of trouble. He almost plays that right off middle stump. Axar Patel can't believe it hasn't found its way through. The umpire himself seems to be whistling about it as well. Patel in again, Folkes is forward, he reaches for this, jabs it at the last moment, gets a single as the ball runs into the onside. That's the other thing, is to control the spin, you want to play as late as you can, so you jab at it very late. It doesn't look very edifying, but it is a way to play. I mean, you might.
Well, that's how Root has played spin for years. Yeah. By playing it very late and going back so far, he's almost on its stumps.
Well, yeah, and then of course that brings its own dangers to a certain extent. Patel round the wicket to Leach. Leach defends to the man at short leg, and there is no run. Both batsmen have 7. England are 77 for 7, and 2 players are on 7. It's extraordinary. Extraordinary the things that happen in cricket. This is a flatter one that's turned and bounced, and it's wrapped Jack Leach, I would guess, in the manly accoutrements, well protected as they may be, and that is the end of the over. 77 for 7.
Colin on YouTube says, would say when I batted in Australia I got taught to move guard backwards and forwards in the crease to make it difficult for bowlers to be consistent length. The Harriman says rotation policy doesn't afford the English batsmen time to learn Ashwin's variations and apply themselves in the next innings. Glenn Murray wonders if we can get a lead of 75. I reckon that might make the Indians slightly nervous, given how responsive the pitch is to spin, clutching at straws. I know.
No. Yep. No, you've got a whole lot of straws in your hand there, I'm afraid.
Hendo, you're captain of this England team. Say they need 70 to win. Who opens the bowling for England?
Well, you open with spin, don't you? You have to. And Root has got to take it, really, hasn't he? He's got to have a go. Maybe you give one over to Archer, just to sort of loosen them up a little bit, make them go back into the crease. I don't know. I don't think you give more than a couple of overs to the pacemen, if indeed at all. It depends, of course, what time they're starting their innings as well. You might be tempted if it is going to be just after the so-called lunch break. Ashwin starts new over, and it almost spins back after it's almost trapped under his bat by.
That's a beautiful.
That's a beautiful carrom ball, and I don't really know how Gary can expect poor old Ollie Pope, when he's probably never seen a carrom ball in his life, to deal with that. Even if you get down the wicket, you're going to be struggling. Maybe I wouldn't say it's impossible. You have to wait until you see someone who's really adept at doing that, and then you can say yes, it is possible. but I think to expect your average player to know how to do that on a regular basis is asking a lot. He is coming down the wicket though this time, and he flicks it past mid wicket. They might think about coming back for a second. No, they don't. The throw is in, but there's again a rather poor return as we look at the poor hapless Archer. The last man to go. He shouldn't really be batting at 8, should he?
No, England have 4 number 11s.
Not in this format.
England have 4 number 11s in this game. Different types of number 11s, but all number 11s nonetheless.
Well, I'm not sure. I think you can make an argument for Leach at 9 or 10. I think, to be honest, he's got a technique. Let's put it that way. Will he use it here? Well, he'll use his pad here as he comes forward, but it's pitched outside leg stump, so he's in no danger of being LBW.
Well, quick. If you look at the stats, you'll see that Jack Leach has a test best of 92, when in fact his test best was 1 not out.
Well, you say that as this one jumps on him and takes him on the thigh as it turns, drops down in front of Pujara at gully. To be honest, okay, people will say that 92 came against Ireland, but it was a very, very good
right,
92.
It did.
Well, it did, but it was a very good 92. There were some genuinely good cricket shots. This is defended back to Ashwin, and there is no run. And this is a game, of course, that in the first innings England got bowled out for 85. Conditions eased. It was a blindingly hot day, I remember, because I was there with Grubby. He smacked that as Leach, and he's got it out to long off. Jasprit Bumrah does the fielding, and they come through for another single. England move to 79 for 7. The lead is just 46, but what is that in real terms, do you think, on a normal pitch? Is this a 200 lead?
No, that's 90. That's 90 at the moment.
Only 90? So. I think it's a bit more than that. Anyway.
Our very own Aninda says the reality is that modern batsmen, whether they be English or Indian, have lost the ability to play spin on a turning track.
Well, you argue that, but my point I made earlier is that it is actually more difficult because you didn't get the number of LBWs you got, so you would have felt more confident about playing the line of the ball or playing a straighter ball. This is down the leg side. Leach has whipped it away. New over from Akshar Patel, and he's got a run to deep backward square leg. I think that makes a big difference. It makes a batsman more uncertain. And I think the thing about spin is it's what's in your head as much as anything, because if you see the ball turn significantly, it sort of puts you on notice that the next ball might do exactly the same, and sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes the bowlers don't know why it doesn't. He's hit on the pad there. I thought he's been given out. I think that's a bit hard.
That's going down leg.
Review that, come on.
He's going to review it. It might be clipping.
But if it's clipping, I thought my first impression was it was going down leg, but let's see.
Well, we're going to have to see. England are reviewing it. They didn't get lucky with their earlier review when Dominic Sibley got a little edge through to the keeper.
They got lucky with a route review. Well,
got a little bit lucky with that, I suppose. Yes, it's a tricky one.
No, actually.
No, I mean, you can see middle and off. Has it straightened enough? It might have done.
Yeah, that's hitting or clipping leg, I think, from that view.
It's probably clipping. So I fear.
No, he's hit it.
Has he got a little edge on that?
No.
Oh no, hang on, go back again. I think he did. Not there. Come back to there. Look, there's an edge there. You've got to give that. You've got to say that's an edge, haven't you? What do you mean no? I mean, there's a clear
bat and pad are very, very close together.
I don't think they're touching.
There.
That's an edge. Yeah, right on the extremity. Oh yes, and I think there's a little deviation you can see there. I think that's got to be given not out.
It's going to be deviation or hesitation or repetition. Who knows?
Well, I will be repeating it until until the decision is made.
Judging by the abuse that the third umpire has got in this game and the last game, I think they're going to look at every angle for as long as possible and then still guess.
The thing is, if you rely on the technology and there's a clear spike, a small spike as it might be, you surely have to go with that technology. I don't understand why this one is taking so long. On that basis, apart from the fact that he might have been told.
No, he said he hadn't.
Well, I don't know about that. I find that it's hitting the leg stump, but He's given out. Well, I don't know. I mean,
the trouble is the bat and pad were very, very close together, and you couldn't see whether the spike. I'm not sure you could definitively see that the spike was made by the bat or the pad.
I disagree. I think you could, because the pad then came into action a split second later, and I think actually that's a poor decision. I have to say, 80 for 8 England, and Ben Folkes, unfortunately for his team, has gone.
Now you're gone.
Well,
the thing is, Hendo, you've got to have when you're overturning the on-field umpire's decision, you have to have strong evidence to do so.
Well, I think that was
you said there was strong evidence.
I think
I don't think there was overwhelming evidence, but
what do you need?
These things are close.
What do you need, Fred, apart from a spike on a machine?
The point is that when it's
technology.
No, I understand there was a spike, but at the same time as there is a spike when you see it going past the edge, the front of the ball might have been hitting the pad, which might have caused that spike.
No, I don't agree, because we saw it from side on, and you could see at that point there was no way that the ball had hit the pad. Anyway, we move on. 5 more wickets for Akshar Patel, who cannot believe that Test cricket is quite as easy as this, and he's going to be fundamentally disappointed later in his career.
Well, if he's playing in Headingley in 3 months' time. Yeah.
So Leach has 9, Broad yet to score. Broad might as well have a swing. Let's see what happens. Akshar Patel bowls to Broad. Broad gets in behind this one, a little bit short, had time to adjust to the turn, and there is no run. We're looking at it again from front on, and that is hitting leg stump, but I don't know. Broad has to jab down on this at the last minute, as it kept a little bit low. Akshar Patel now 5 for 32. Extraordinary. 11 wickets in the match for him. Mind you,
who needs 4-day tests?
Joe Root could still outdo that. And have a better average. 5 for 8. This is defended by Broad. Fuller delivery straight back to the bowler. England lead now by not enough. They are 80 for 8 in their second innings.
They are not enough for too many.
You're out. And he goes for the sweep, and what happens? Well, Rishabh Pant is diving to his right down the leg side. I don't think he got anything on it, but fortunately for him, the man at leg slip did, and it doesn't run away for byes or leg byes. And that is the end of the over. England 80 for 8, Leach 9, Broad yet to score.
Leah says England lead by more than 36, so they're probably ahead in the game. Janet Hopper says, feel like someone has put my head in the blender. Guerrilla cricket seemingly being calm. Cricket is bonkers.
Seemingly being calm? It's not like me. What's going on? I'll put an end to that immediately. 47 is the lead. 47 is the lead for England. If you're just joining us, well, you probably wonder what the hell's going on, and you're looking out the window to see if you're actually living, because extraordinary things have been happening. 15 wickets have gone down in the best part of 2 sessions, and England are 80 for 8 after bowling out India for 144 this morning. 45 runs for 7 wickets. Leach looks at this one from Ashwin, lines it up, thinks about the big heave, leaves it, watches it turn away, and waits for the next delivery. There's a man in front now at City Point. There's a slip and a gully. That's where he was got in the first innings, in the gully, and he's forward to this one. He's beaten by it, and Ashwin raises his eyes to the heavens and say, what on earth have I got to do? I've been bowling for days out here on this absolute desert, and I haven't been able to get a wicket as that goes past the outside edge. In fact, he's got 3 for 48 from 14 overs.
From a selfish point of view, I hope India enjoy these day-night tests and all their games start at 9 AM UK time.
This one hurries on, and at the last possible moment, Jack Leach manages to get some sort of wood involved and prevent it running into his leg or even into his stumps. A very pensive-looking England team on their bench. This is thrown up his edge and he's caught. And bye-bye. Ashwin has 4 wickets. He'd lined one up earlier in the over and had resisted. This time he couldn't. Simplest of catches. England are 80 for 9. This test match is almost done and dusted. If you're on tomorrow, forget it.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Now, I don't know how refunds work in India, but if they've if they've sold a lot of tickets for days 3 and 4, they should be giving you your money back. But being the BCCI, I'm not sure that'll happen. It used to happen in England a lot until people got sufficiently annoyed about it and they said, look, hang on, we're not really getting value for money. Don't know what happens in India. Maybe someone can bring us up to date on that. Jack Leach goes for a very well-made 9 with 1 6 and no 4s. Only the second man in this match to hit a 6. And England are almost done and dusted in the best part of a session. Oh dear. Oh dear,
Well,
oh dear. Any tweets?
Say what you like about the pitch, but it's not great for Test cricket in general if
Not at
games
all.
finish in a day and 3/4.
No, it's not. I mean, we've had situations like that. I remember England against the West Indies, where Andy Caddick was moving it all over the place. We have had games like that in England. They've normally gone into the third day, but this one is going to have it's going to be a real effort for this one to go into a third day. Will they claim the extra half hour?
I don't think they'll need that, will they?
Probably not, actually. They only need 47 at the moment. What can Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, England's 2 most experienced bowlers, what can they bring to the middle together?
Well, if they can get 10% of their Test wickets in runs, then we'd be doing all right.
That would help, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, an extraordinary game.
What ball is Jimmy going to get out the sweep or the reverse sweep?
Well, he'd probably play the
One-
reverse sweep, won't he? Reverse sweep is basically his only shot now. He used to have a quite decent off drive, but I think he's put that away now. It's been overused.
It's funny that he went years without getting a duck in Test cricket, and once he started getting the hang of them, he makes very little else.
He's very good at them.
He likes them. He even likes them, I think. He's got how many balls to face in this over? 2. 2 balls to face in this over, and then I suppose everyone will scatter for Stuart Broad if Anderson has survived those 2. We will have a change of commentary. Who's coming in next? Oh, we don't have anyone coming in next because this is presumably going to go through till tea now. What time will tea be now?
Who knows?
Tell me. Let's find
Could be
out. Ashwin bowls to Anderson, who is well, they're claiming a catch, but they might also go for LBW there because I don't think he edged that at all. But it did hit him on the pad at some point. Rahane was diving away at slip and grabbed the ball out of the air. A rather nonplussed Jimmy Anderson just looks around him and thinks, that was interesting. I don't think I'm going to get much of a bowl on this. I think you're right, Jimmy. And he plays this one quite nicely, gets right to the pitch of the ball and defends it to the man at Silly Point. That is the end of the over. England are 84-9.
Peter Lloyd says, I think there is a difference between Leach's best, the 92, and his most important, the 1.
Well, we've been through this, but I mean, to be honest, if you were there for that game that day against Ireland at Lords, I challenge you to tell me that was not a very good batsman's innings. It was.
That's typical Hendo. Which game would you prefer to have been at? That day against Ireland or the last day at Headingley against Australia?
Well,
yeah, I mean, I really
just your luck. You got the wrong one.
It was pretty much the sort of only day of live cricket I got to that year, so I really enjoyed it a lot, and it was made better by the fact that it was about 96 degrees, about 90% humidity, and that Grubby and I ended up in a fantastic Irish pub playing the jukebox to each other. It was rather nice.
What a
beautiful,
nice date.
beautiful. Yes, it was indeed. Oh my word! Oh my God! There's going to be a change of bowling. Bear, wake up! This man hasn't bowled yet in this test. It's going to be none other than Washington Sundar.
He's named for his granddad or something weird like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington Sundar.
Curious. They're just saying, "Oh, I don't want to leave you out of this or anything, Washington. So have a bowl." And he bowls. He bowls really well. Fantastic spinner away from Stuart Broad as he prodded forward. Is this a plan to stop Ashwin getting another fifer? I mean, he's got 29 of them, hasn't he? How many more does he need?
Why would you plan for that?
Oh, you never know. You never know what these captains are up to. Maybe he's getting too big for his boots in the dressing room. In comes Washington Sundar, bowls to Broad, and Broad again lines this up, thinks, shall I give that the big heave over extra cover, and then decides against it, watches it turn away. It's taken by Rishabh Pant. He has a little chat with the wicketkeeper. It wasn't that far away from his outside edge, to be fair.
When do you think England made this few runs in 2 completed innings? New Zealand 78.
Onto the back foot he goes. Going to get a run here as he punches it between slip and gully out to deep backward point for a single. 81 for 9.
I remember in New Zealand 1978 they were out for less than 100 in both innings.
Was that when Bob Willis was? Was that when Jeffrey
It was
Boycott was captain?
Boycott was
one
captain.
game. He captained one game and it was dreadful.
Yeah.
Well, certainly the result was. I mean, I didn't see it live, so I can't really comment on that. I always think that he might have made a good captain because it might have taken his mind off himself for a little while.
Unlikely.
Yeah, probably unlucky. Oh, hang on. It looks like broad edge, that one. No one appealed.
Lucky England.
Lucky England. My goodness me. Anyway.
Is Cody given an extra 3 minutes to review it?
Probably. England have got no reviews remaining, and out comes the reverse sweep. And has he been caught playing the reverse sweep? He has! Caught by the wicketkeeper, straight into his gloves, playing the reverse sweep. England are all out for 81. It's a disaster, I tell you. And as we said, Jimmy Anderson would play the reverse sweep. He's played it appallingly badly. And we just wait for the 48 runs that India need to win this Test match.
Do you want some tweets while we?
Go on. Then.
Come on, cheer up, Hender.
Come on. Then.
For me, the third umpire has got both of those very similar LBWs correct, says Missy Jez. There I go, agreeing with Fred again. People talking about wickets there that have gone. Aman says, we've had to wait 1 week for this match and then this garbage. Now have to wait more than a week. He's not happy. A 2-day test, I don't think I'll see one in my lifetime, says Mayank.
Well, you're about to see it. This is it, mate.
Gary Allen Armour says, for fuck's sake, sounds like a real top-line test pitch, match over in 7 sessions. People aren't happy.
It's not going to be 7 sessions. It's going to be 6, isn't it? It's going to be 6 sessions.
Moral victory for England, says Jeff Perkins. It's not over yet.
Not sure how you work that out. We don't know what's happening. Whether there's going to be a long break now before India have to bat.
Check cricket info.
Yeah, check cricket info. That's the only way we'll find out. It's a long old tunnel they have to go up, and they have to go. You'd have thought you would have thought they would have had chair lifts for that, wouldn't you?
Put an escalator in. Yeah.
Escalator. Yeah, one of those ones you get at those massive hypermarkets, which sort of go up at a very, quite narrow. Narrow's not the word. Slight
with
angle.
the music. Yeah.
Yeah.
Broad not out. 1.
It'll do wonders for his average. Any more tweets, or is that it?
Let's have a look on other forms of social media.
Oh yeah, we do neglect them sometimes, don't we?
No, I don't. 3 consecutive fivers for Axar, says the Harriman.
Yep.
Jeff G. Thomas says, I've seldom heard England's failing wickets so casually mentioned. What interesting pitches and times we do enjoy. Yes, Colin says, I'd like to see these bowlers try and turn on a wicket in the northeast of Scotland. Blimey.
You just get killed by the midges there, don't you? That's the thing if you play in the northeast of Scotland.
Oliver John Turnbull says, well, as all good commentators say, look forward to a rest day tomorrow and we'll be in the golf course resting the voice for the 4 T20s.
A rest day, and a rest day, and then a week before another test match. It's disappointing, I think, in that respect. I mean, it's the kind of cricket you can't take your eyes off, but it's also not great if you want a game that's competitive over, a minimum of 4 days, really.
It is disappointing in that respect, isn't it? Brian 001 says, what odds on a power outage to take the play into day 3? Janet Hopper says, there is something compelling about a low-scoring test with constant wickets, unless you're England.
Yeah. I mean, what were England again? I'm going to have to look back on the card and see if I can pull it all together. We'll do the card in a minute when we finish the tweets, but carry on with the tweets for now.
Mike F, who's Irish outsider, says 36 all out, fire it up.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen that often. I don't think it's going to happen to India 2 tests in 7, which is what it would be. I'd be very, very surprised.
Missy Jez says England's lowest score against India.
Is it?
India. Undia? He's called it Undia.
That sounds like a region of Italy to me.
Farong says, and to think this morning I tweeted that today would be the penultimate day of the test. Not the first time I've been proved wrong.
You were so wrong. Oh goodness!
I think there's a lot of sort of funny, resigned tweets coming in.
Gallows humour, I think is
gallows humour.
Gallows humour.
That's the word I was looking for. So what's happening now? Are we off? Are we on? What's going on?
There's nothing on quick info as yet.
Well, we'll stay on then. And who have we got down to do the next round? We've got Fred, Jono, and Rob will be doing the next session of commentary. But I'll just do the card while we're sitting here and waiting to find out if there's going to be any sort of break. What happened this morning? Well, they resumed India on 99 for 3, and I guess people were thinking that wicket late last night of Virat Kohli had just been a chink of light for England in an otherwise very dark day. But things happened brightly after they went past the England total this morning, and they were 114 or so for 3. All sorts of extraordinary things started to happen, and the first one of those was Ajinkya Rahane getting out LBW to Leach for 7, and we then lost, I think, Rohit Sharma LBW, hit in the breastbone pretty much, trying to play the sweep shot but very low to the ground. He was also LBW to Leach, and then finally, after what we've been calling for since the 12th over yesterday in the Indian innings, Joe Root came into the picture. He decided to give himself a bowl, and at one point I think he had 3 for none, and the 3 were Rishabh Pant caught Folkes bowled Root for a single. I think that was the first ball he bowled. Akshar Patel Washington Sundar was bowled by one that turned a mile and clipped his off stump. He made a duck. Akshar Patel then tried to take the attack to Root, but drove him to short extra cover where Sibley took a sharp catch. He went for a duck as well. Ravichandran Ashwin, who was looking a little bit dangerous and looking like he'd taken confidence from that knock in Chennai, that 5th 100 that he scored there, finally swept Root into the hands of Zach Crawley, running in from deep square leg. Bit of a top edge there. Ishant Sharma remained 10 not out, but Jasprit Bumrah was LBW to Root for 1, and India were all out for 145. They'd only lasted 53.2 overs, which is only about 5 more overs than England batted for. The bowling figures. I mean, James Anderson, absolute rubbish, 13 overs, none for 20. Stuart Broad, absolute rubbish, 6 overs, none for 16. Jofra Archer, quite a bit of rubbish, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. Ben Stokes, total rubbish, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 19. Jack Leach, absolutely unbelievable, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 54. Joe Root, this was his Michael Clarke and Alan Border moment, really. This was Joe Root, 6.2 overs, 3 maidens, 5 wickets for 8 runs. I think it was Michael Clarke got 6 for 9 on one occasion, and Alan Border also got 7 wickets, I think, against someone. So yes, occasionally spin can do remarkable things, even when you're not considered to be a frontline bowler. So Joe Root, 6.2 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 8. It meant that the lead had been kept down to 32. Was it 32 runs? I think. 33 runs, sorry, I beg your pardon. And England just had to come out and build a lead of 250 and then rip out the rest of the Indian second innings. But unfortunately, Zach Crawley went first ball, going back to a delivery from Akshar Patel. There was no such thing as a quick bowler being used here by India. Johnny Bairstow came in. He swept, was hit pretty much in the same area as Rohit Sharma had been given out LBW. He was given out LBW. He reviewed. It was going over. He faced the next ball. He propped forward. He left a gate as big as a barn door open, and through it went Akshar Patel and bowled him. Second ball. He's lasted 3 balls, I think, in this test, and hasn't scored a run. It's a long way to go. It's a long way to run. It's a long way to travel for no runs. Joe Root and Ben Stokes briefly looked as if they might lift England's hopes. Between them, they took them to 50. They added 31 for the 4th wicket, and then Ben Stokes was beaten by the turn of Ashwin on around about his leg stump, and he was LBW for 25 from 34. 3 fours, one of only 2 men to hit 4s in this innings. And Joe Root wasn't one of them, funnily enough. He was the next man to go. He was LBW to Patel. He'd had a very unfortunate escape, or a very close call a little earlier, but this time he was dead and buried. He made 19 from 45 balls without a 4, without a 6. Ollie Pope prodded around a little bit, tried to take the game to Ashwin, went down the wicket a couple of times, but was beaten by that delicious Karen ball for the second time in this test match. Clean bowled for 12. Jofra Archer, 2 balls. LBW Ashwin trying to sweep a very full ball indeed. Ben Folkes was it who went next? LBW to Patel. He battled for 28 balls. He only made 8, but he'd shown a lot of spirit out there. Jack Leach went, caught Rahane having a big drive at Ashwin, turned and caught his outside edge, went to first slip. He made 9, and he did hit a 6. Stuart Broad remains not out 1. Jimmy Anderson played the reverse
He didn't
sweep.
walk, Broady.
He didn't walk, of course.
He edged behind. He didn't walk.
He did. That's right. He did edge behind. Didn't walk. You're absolutely right. No one appealed, so he got away with it. James Anderson was caught playing the reverse sweep as we predicted. Gloved it straight through to punt. And Washington Sundar, who only bowled 4 balls in this match, has figures of 1 for 1. Ax Patel 5 for 32. Ravi Ashwin 4 for 48. And we're back out there. They need 47 to win. It's all in the hands of not Fred, John O'Gordon, and Rob Sutton.
Hello, is it? I don't know. They are out before dinner. I have no idea when the dinner break is. It might just be in 4 minutes' time. Or maybe not. Who knows? Hard to keep track. Either way, India have come out to bat in their second innings. Yes, it's the 4th innings of the match, and we are in the 7th session? No, 6th session.
5th session.
No, 5th session. Right. We are 2/3 of the way through day 2 of this game, and unsurprisingly, England are opening with sprint, and the Bear will prepare to play the jingle of this man.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
His first ball to the unnamed batsman is a dot ball. It's the chubby face of Rohit Sharma, who faces up to Leach again outside the off stump, does turn away and bounces a bit, but it's not close enough to interest the batsman. I've been joined by Jono. Hello, Jono. First time we're on together this test. Not too bad, thank you. And also by Rob. Let's beat him. As he leans forward into a defensive shot and the ball zips past the outside edge and into Folkes' gloves, and he takes off the bells for no apparent reason. Nice shape on that delivery and wasn't far from the outside edge. Right, can England get a couple of early wickets to put the pressure on India? They're going to need them, and they're going to need them pretty damn sharpish as Leach bowls, and this is driven uppishly. Oh, and it's gone through the point fielder. That is absolutely shocking. Was that Jimmy Anderson? And it's gone down towards the backward point boundary where it's retrieved by the deep cover. It was Jimmy, and they get 2 runs which they shouldn't have got. As he just missed the Ashes, or sorry, the Pataudi Trophy.
Needless to say, when you're defending 49, you can't afford that sort of fielding.
Yep, you cannot. 2 for no wicket. The target is 49 as Leach is in again to Rohit, goes on the back foot, and a needless appeal for LBW to a straight ball which was missing leg stump by about 7 inches. So, they're going to need 2 wickets before India get to 10 to even put the remotest glimmer of worry into the Indian camp, I would have thought.
Yeah, they'd need both Rohit and Kohli out, I think.
This is turned into the leg side, past the sprawling fielder at short mid-wicket. It's going down towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? No, that's an absolutely great piece of fielding by Archer, but they are still going to get 3 runs. As he dived headfirst and scooped it back and went over the boundary, came back, retrieved it. 3 runs indeed, so the first over has gone for 5, not the start England were looking for. Rohit has all 5 of them, 5 for no wicket.
Sorry, I probably won't see you tomorrow now unless we can persuade them to play a beer match.
Ah, yes.
Not sure
and
that.
reverse the batting order. Not going to make much difference to England.
Message
Good match.
the long way from being the shortest ever test, which lasted 5 hours 53 minutes between South Africa and Australia in 1932.
But were there 4 innings in that, or were there only 3?
Good question. Yeah.
Anyway, who's going to bowl at the other end? The correct person is going to bowl, and it's England's captain.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Well, I'm glad they rested Anderson for the last test, because he's been tremendously overworked on this tour. And he won't be taking the new ball here because Joe Root will. He got 5 for 8. He has his best figures in Test cricket, and he got them about 3 hours ago.
Well, apparently I'm coming in to summarise. I don't know why. I've been sent by Hendo. Is that correct?
Well, we shall do some production notes after this ball as Root comes in right arm round the wicket and drags this one down, and it's a easy single for Rowett as he tucks this down to short, fine leg.
I mean, if the timings of the match, this might be the last over before the dinner break anyway.
Yeah, if anyone does have any information on when the break is going to be, please do let us know, because we're in the dark here as Root is in to bowls to the new batsman, or rather the other opening batsman who faces his first ball. We'll jiggle him up shortly. His name is Gill, and he pads it away into the leg side. No word yet on the breaks. Bear, I think you can stand down because Jono is here, and play the Gill jingle before he gets out, hopefully. As Root is will now be bowling. Well, we've got a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket, which means there are a lot of singles around, which is interesting. And Gill takes advantage of that by playing it out to deep mid wicket for a single. Difficult to set a field in this situation. Do you go all out attack and encourage the batsman to hit over the top, or do you leave 2 men back? I don't think you do leave 2 men back, do you?
No, I think you've got to go all out attack.
As Root is into Rohit Sharma, who hits square on the offside where Archer fields. Anderson's been sent down to the naughty corner, probably for third man or something. And 7 for no wicket. The target only 49, so they're a 7th of the way there as Root bowls again. He flights this one down the leg side. I think it hit the pad. Was he playing a shot? It's going to cross the boundary. What's the umpire going to say? We're looking for some reason at Johnny Bairstow instead of the umpire. And yeah, 4 runs have been given.
Or buys, I think.
Buys? I thought that hit his pad. Bring back Butler.
No, it's missed everything, I think.
Yeah, difficult one. It was close to leg slip. It turned out of the rough. It's all rough, really, isn't it? Yeah, it missed everything. It's gone for 4 buys. As Root is in again on leg stump, and this is turned on the bounce to short leg at the end of the over. 11 for no wicket off 2 overs, and I believe that might be the lunch break. And we're looking at the umpires, or rather the dinner break. It is the dinner break. A very good mini spell there for India. 11 for no wicket off 2 overs, chasing 49. And, well, there's no point in recapping that session because Hendo just did it fantastically for you. I think we're going to take a little break now. Are you going to put some... Have we got any entertainment lined up, or are we going to play some highlights there?
You know what? We're just going to play whatever is on. Which happens to be Devon Malcolm again. He's entertaining.
Okay.
Hell, you know.
He is very entertaining. We'll be back in about 33 minutes for the next session, which is going to be the final session of the match. Until then, enjoy some Devon.
Indeed. Right, let's do that.
Biosecure thing has been the whole sort of corporate hospitality. Devon, you're an ambassador for English Cricket Board, aren't you? And you do a lot of work at these games. So you've got a bit of time on your hands, and it's guerrilla cricket's gain. Welcome along.
Thank you. Indeed, with the lockdown, you managed to get a bit of access to me right now. So in the normal times, what would happen, as you said, I do quite a lot. at the test matches for the PCA, the Professional Cricket Association, via the ECB. So we normally entertain guests, say lunchtime, and even during the game, where you call it 12-man hub, or we normally do the boxes and talking about, probably the session and entertain punters, right through the day, and get them a bit closer. I mean, the spectators get a bit closer to us, who, when we're doing our thing on the field, they didn't have that much access. So we're a lot more closer to the fans, a bit more accessible, put it that way.
Well, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. As I say, it's our gain, and all those punters lost. And so, Devon, you're used to entertaining people at lunchtime. You'd be amazed at a number of our team who claim to have played against you. I've actually played with you in the Bunbury's team, but you won't remember my spell. But you might remember Hendo, a.k.a. Nigel Henderson of the Times, because he's definitely played against you, haven't you, Hendo?
Yeah, I kind of avoided 3 balls that Devon bowled at me. I think he was playing for Sheffield at the time. I was playing for York, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure he won't remember me, but he might remember. Do you remember a player called Simon Kippax, son of Peter Kippax? Devon?
Of course, son of Kippax. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
yes.
That's right. Well, I was batting with him towards the end of the game, and this would have been 1986.
Yeah.
And I managed to watch you mainly from the non-strikers end. That was probably the best place to be. But I do remember Simon Kippax, who was a bit of a fiery character, running down the wicket to you in the final over of our innings. I mean, did you often have people running down the wicket to you in club cricket?
No, not really. But I mean, probably was towards the end of that over, and you were at the non-strikers end, so you can live to tell the tale. But way back in those early days in the Yorkshire League, as you said, that we're playing for Sheffield United. Then, I was pretty quick, very erratic, so you could get a bouncer, you could get a beamer, anything. So it was rather silly running down to the pitch to be actually, because pretty brave, pretty foolhardy. But generally, like most cricket, when I get it right, whether in the Yorkshire League or all the way to international, I normally sort a few batsmen out. But in that case, it was rather it was rather brave to do that in those early stages of my career. Yeah.
Well, it was the sort of stupidity of youth, and in his case, I think.
Yeah, because Devon, you're not one of the Chris Jordans who came over on a cricket scholarship. You emigrated at 16 and had to work your way through playing for Yorkshire schools, right? You came here from Jamaica at the age of 16. Is that right?
Yes, as I said, as you said, actually, my dad was, just off the English, early 60s. So I joined him later on, as a 16-year-old here, as a student, and we lived in Sheffield. So, I didn't even play any cricket for a couple of years, while I was in Sheffield. I normally run around with my mates on the street playing football. And one weekend, one of my mates dragged me and said, look, the West Indies were touring actually in the early 80s. And he said, I bet you can play cricket. I said, matter of fact, I used to play when I was in Jamaica. So he took me off to, he dragged me off to the place called Shire Green in Sheffield to have a ball at a couple of the guys there and these big men. And I had them jumping around for their life. And they asked me, who do I play for? And he said, my mate doesn't play cricket, sir. He hasn't played for a few years. And he said, you must be joking. And it just happened very quickly from then. As I said, I was at Richmond College. I was doing okay. I got a cricket club in the league, doing all right. And I got hooked up from there to playing senior school cricket. And I played in York in the early 80s. I reckon it was 81. You had to Metcalf and all those guys.
But you had to leave Yorkshire to get a game in professional cricket, because Yorkshire had a policy of only playing people born in Yorkshire.
Indeed, that's exactly how it was then, way back then. You couldn't play for Yorkshire. And I said I play Yorkshire Senior School, and they actually advised me, said, look, in the early days, you've got some pace, you've got some potential, but the rule is that you haven't been born in Yorkshire. Even Michael Vaughan later on, he wouldn't be able to play for Yorkshire because born in Lancashire. So I was told that, probably have to look somewhere else to play. Probably that's the highest level I could represent Yorkshire, that was senior school. So, an incident happened where I managed to played in the Yorkshire League. I was selected in 1984 in the Yorkshire League Select 11 versus Yorkshire County Cricket Club at a place called Castleford. And so I As you said, I was at college, so I nicked the Friday off college. Went to Castleford to play. Opened the batting was Martin Moxon and Jeff Boycott. And you know, it was just one of those things. You're at the right place. You know, talent is one thing, but you got to be at the right place at the right time. Running, as I said, it was early March in 1984. Running to bowl my first over at Martin Moxon. I clean bowled him with the Yorker. His middle peg out of the ground. My second over, same fate happened to a guy called Mr. Jeff Boycott. I clean bowled him as well with the Yorker, knock his stump out of the ground. And for the first time in the league history, actually, Yorkshire League actually beat Yorkshire County Cricket Club in 1984. Thanks to me, I took 3 wickets and we beat Yorkshire. And it happened very quickly. Had a big write-up in the Yorkshire Post, then, and the headline was York's been Devon cream. So the coach, the coach at Derbyshire side invited me to Derby on the Monday for a trial. He came down to Boucher Road, we were practicing on the Saturday. Invited me on the Monday to Derby for a trial. I told him no, I could not because I'm at college. I said my dad would kill me if he found out that I need 2 days of college to play cricket, so he insisted I should pop down. Went down, and they offered me a contract there and then, you know. And so, you know, you talk about talent, but you got to be at the right place at the right time. But you know, getting the right person out as well. And the moral of the story is, even now, if you see Jeff Boycott and you possibly want a response from Boyks, you know, just mention the word Devon Malcolm, and I promise you, probably give you the response to say, look, if it wasn't for his wickets way back in 1984, nobody would have heard of Devon Malcolm. You know, that's how great a batsman Jeff Boycott was. So, you know, at the right place at the right time, got a great batsman out in Jeff Boycott, and I was a professional 2 days later, and history really. So, you know, it was one of those lucky breaks in a way. Apart from the talent, I've never been in any academies or anything like that. So, I reckon starting my international career, my first class career, have a massive bearing on Mr. Jeff Boycott. You know,
well, the credit shouldn't go. The credit Boycott will take the credit, but the credit should go to that Derbyshire coach that signed you up straight away and got you in. Who was that? Was that Phil Russell? Who was that?
Phil Russell. Yeah, it was Phil Russell. Phil Russell was the one that said, "Boy, you've got some face." Yeah, I haven't got a clue where it's going at the moment, but as I said, I was pretty young. But he said, "You know what? If you can get 3 or 4 balls where you want it, you're going to play international cricket." I said, "Really, sir?" And he said, "Oh yeah." I said, "You've got something special. You've got face of fire." You know, so I worked on it. He saw the seed way back in 1984. And, you know, I went on and ended up taking over 1,000 first-class wickets. So when I first started, not a lot of people would even expect me to do that. But, you know, it was a learning process, and I love the game, you know.
Did you complete your studies at Richmond College?
Went to Richmond College, yes. I did well at Richmond College. Next I went to Derby. Obviously, when I signed up at Derby, next I went to Kedleston Road. I didn't know Derby University, but I was there. It was a further education college then. I went on there, did business administration there, and they've got university status. But I must admit, I ended up there as well. Later on, when my England career started flourishing, I was awarded a honorary degree, you know, from the college as well, from Derby University as well. But yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah,
Dr. Malcolm. So that Derbyshire team, Dr. Malcolm, Dr. Devon. So that Derbyshire team you played in, if I remember right, had a lot of good quick bowlers in it, didn't it? Just talk us through some of your contemporaries in that Derbyshire side.
Oh dear, and you know what? You mentioned, I mentioned how I started in first class cricket. One of my schoolboy heroes, when I got in the side in 1984, was Michael Holding, was the overseas player there, and he had a bit of a knee problem. So Derbyshire saw it and them said, okay, at that stage I wasn't going to be signing an overseas player because, as you know, I was born in Jamaica, so I was classed as an overseas player then, although we're living in Sheffield came over as a student.
It took you longer to qualify than Jofra Archer, I believe.
Oh yeah, long time. About 10 years. Long time. It wasn't like no. So you know, Michael Holden was there, so I joined up with Michael in 1980. The following year, 85, Michael, and he was such a great teacher. He wasn't one of those guys who probably drag you to the nets and tell you to change this, do that. But his experience, he just watch you bowl, and obviously with the Jamaican background as well, even if Michael Holding see me bowling and he spotted something, he don't have to say a word. He just hiss his teeth, and I know exactly what he's on about. You understand? So we understand the language, and he helped me tremendously in fast tracking me up to first class cricket and very quickly into international cricket. Yeah, and guys, like I said, Derbyshire had a battery of fast bowlers actually. Later on had Ian Bishop, the young fast Ian Bishop from the West Indies. He joined there. You had guys like Will Mortensen. He was, Big Dane. You didn't realize
Big Dane.
He was a fantastic line and length bowler. You just couldn't get him away. But the way cricket moves on these days, I'm thinking, would all be able to bowl those immaculate line and lengths that he used to bowl then in these one-day games nowadays, because these guys will be charging him and slog sweeping and all that business. But we had some seriously quick bowlers at Derbyshire then to choose from.
Yeah, that was quite a team. And now Hendo will know a lot more about your international career. But obviously, you had five wicket hauls, 128 wickets in 40 Test matches. And I have a feeling from your email address that I know what the highlight is going to be.
Yes, you know what? We're talking
9-4-57. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, you're right. You got that. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah. But I mean, that's what it is. When you talk about Test cricket, I made my debut against Australia, the mighty Australians, in 1989 at Trent Bridge. I don't want to tell you what my test bowling, my maiden test average was, what it was, but it was quite an introduction to international cricket. You understand? But it took me my third new ball before I got my first wicket in Test cricket. But I had a good scalp in Stephen Waugh, and that was the start. I thought, okay, way back then in the 90s, how fickle the selectors were. Yeah. But I was lucky. There was a tour leading up in 1989-90 to the Caribbean, and obviously I was selected for that. So I had a good tour in the Caribbean. Back to Jamaica for the first time since I left as a youth. Actually, the first Test match was at Savannah Park in Kingston. And you remember I mentioned a while ago who actually launched my first class career. But if anything, as I said, I went to the Caribbean with not a lot of wickets, being smacked around the park by the Australian, my first Test match there back in Jamaica, back to the land of my birth, as I said, I managed to get the great Viv Richards out in the first innings. I had him out LBW. And not only that, the start of the Test match, I remember the West Indies batted first, and they had a brilliant start actually. And I managed to run Gordon Greenidge out. And that started the kind of collapse for West Indies. And following from that, I clean ball. I had Viv Richards out LBW in the first innings. A matter of fact, the umpire who gave him out LB, I don't believe he ever umpired since. Nobody saw him. They were so upset. And the second innings, I had Viv Richards out as well. I yorked him in the second innings, which set up a great platform, and we actually won that Test match in Jamaica. I reckon that was the first Test match in Jamaica in about 35 years, could be actually, if I'm not wrong.
Because I was going to say, your contests with Viv are quite famous, aren't they? This must be one of your lunchtime anecdotes. It's got to be.
Yes, so I mean that was quite a battle, and as I said, getting Viv Richards out both innings in Jamaica, that actually really put me a big launching pad to my international career. So obviously Viv Richards was getting towards three-quarter end of his career. He was still a fierce batsman, very proud guy, still didn't wear a helmet, and he will take you on, you see. But we had a great battle, and that series went very well for me in the Caribbean, and obviously coming back and I was pretty very fit and all that business. But as I said, in the 90s, the selectors were very fitter in a way. Yeah. So 1 minute you're in, 1 minute you're out. It's not like now where you see these guys getting out there being rotated, and they've got central contracts. They're just concentrated on playing for England. It wasn't like that in my days. In our days, you understand? You don't know, because when I played, your county used to own you, not the England side. So the England selectors, they give you an invitation if you want to play for England, if you say yes. And that's it. So the selectors weren't very, consistent. So regarding confidence-wise playing for England, you were all over the place. Well, 1 minute you're in, 1 minute you're out. So it was very difficult. But,
not helped by some of the team management. Ray Illingworth in particular is famous for getting your name wrong and not encouraging you or supporting you.
No. Regarding the name wrong, actually, it was when I was first selected for my debut. It was Ted Dexter, but he's a wonderful man.
Oh, Ted, sorry.
It was one of those things. He called me Malcolm Devon instead of Devon Malcolm. But as I said, he's absolutely Lord Ted, fantastic guy. I love Lord Ted Fitz. But it's one of those things. Again, say way back in the 80s, 90s. Chairman of selectors and all those guys, it was just a voluntary role. It's not like now a pay role. So these guys get in there and somebody give them a team and they're gonna announce stuff. So I don't believe he was 100% know who I was in a way. I like nowadays selectors, they do travel around, they meet players, they see players play, but it was just collectively because it wasn't a professional job.
But Devon, how about Ray Illingworth? Did Ray Illingworth give you enough support and encouragement?
Never. He was, that's something I just don't want to get too deep into. He was very, very old school, and the coaches he had on board were very, very old school. And what I say as a coach and as a coaching team, is bowling coach, batting coach, really, I reckon they disarmed me as a player and also disarm my captain, Michael Atherton, then in a way, because the disrespect and a lot of things they normally talk about how they used to do things in their days, and that was just decades and decades ago. Things have moved on so far ahead. So these guys were miles out of their depth really. So that was always going to cause a bit of problem, with the way they speak to players, and they were just so miles behind. So it was always going to cause a bit of problem. Their management skill, those type of skill, and not getting players or captains or people involved. They just wanted to dictate. It was never going to work. So just the way his management skill was, as I said, not very good. You not only from myself, you hear that from right across the board. But we had some. It's been well documented. We had some terrible times, especially in my first tour to South Africa. After my great performance in 1994. But as I said, it's best to talk about positive things than the lowest point in my international cricket career, so to speak. You understand? So, yeah.
No, indeed. It's you studied management. You studied management at Richmond College, and now you're the doctor of management, so you know all about Ray Illingworth's management failings. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very difficult, man. As I said, that tour in South Africa, even the tour, I've seen certain incident that happened during his term as management. You understand that? I thought, look, a manager would have a broader view of doing things or saying things. The situation where captain make decisions and stuff like that will have a negative effect on the team. I even take it way back. When we toured Australia, when Michael Atherton declared on Graham Hick on 90 odd runs, and I thought that was one of the lowest points.
Yeah.
Almost. I was disarmed. I was so fired up to bowl Australia out. But I look, and it keeps saying management is there. Athers probably clap and give the final signal to call the teams in. But I keep saying management actually encourage that, and I keep saying, why on earth would you do that? Graham Hick, one of the most pleasant-mannered guy I ever come across, and I keep saying, I went out to bowl. I was so fired up because at that stage I keep saying, Graham Thorpe almost get to his 50. Graham Hick 100% got to get his 100. Let Graham Thorpe get a 50 as well. We just need a little bit of morale boost on the team. And I was going to bowl Australia out. And I tell you what, I went out for that session. I don't believe we took a wicket because it felt like midnight when I went out. Psychologically, I was drained. I just could not work out what on earth, why would we...
What did Athers say to you? When you said to Athers, why did you call Graham Hick in on 99? Why did you do that? What did Athers say?
Well, to be honest, I didn't say that. I swore at a big arm. So people even reckon I'm the most mild-mannered man. I actually swore when I saw that. I keep saying, what? And I went in the changing room, Graham. He came off the field, and you know what? He was just somewhere else. And so was I. I mean, in my mind, you know, I had to look on the replays, whatever, to realize it was bright and sunny, because it just it felt as if it was midnight when I was running to bowl. I couldn't see a thing, and it was just crazy. I keep saying, "Wow, this is weird," you know.
Well,
we had massive advantage to beat Australia, and we just gave it back to them straight away. They were laughing at us. I keep saying, "That's the poorest bit of management I've ever seen." And young Michael Atherton clapped for the guys in, but I keep saying, "That's not right at all. This is just great," you know. And but that's the type of management. You know, I said, yeah, as a manager, it didn't work first, you know. So and as I said, you know, you talk about the captain, but when you have your management in the background saying things close by and all that business, or the team come first and various different things, and you know, you put an influence in and make captain or people make the wrong decision. So
absolutely. Well, he was called Captain Grumpy, Mike Atherton, of course. Anyway, let's take you back to the high point at the Oval, because it is it's one of the big sporting moments, you know, of the last century. You know, in cricketing terms, it's got to be one of the most astonishing bowling performances by an English bowler. 9 for 57 against South Africa at the Oval, 1994. Devon, I mean, what a day that must have been. You must have been. How did it feel to be bowling like that day?
Look, I tell you what, it was one of those fantastic days. But you know, it was one of those things as well. It was a split match series. You know, 3 test matches against New Zealand, 3 against South Africa. I was left out after the first game against New Zealand. Next, the South African came. The first time South Africa playing cricket back in this country since the apartheid days. South Africa won the first test match by a huge margin at Lords. The second test match at Leeds was drawn. So psychologically, I was preparing in my mind, said, look, you know, chances are they're going to be calling me up for the final test match. So all of a sudden I heard the call, okay, we need a match winner, bring Devon Malcolm back. So I was well prepared in my mind leading up to that. But, you know, I just push it on a little bit. You know, I bowled pretty quickly in the first innings, took 1 wicket. But an incident that happened, I was bowling pretty quickly. John T. Rhodes misread a ball, you know, didn't watch the ball. It cracked him at the side of his head, ended up in hospital overnight. But when I came out to bat, my first innings, an incident happened. I could hear all the South African players, you know, in the slips cordon, saying to Fani de Villiers, the bowler, look, give him a bouncer. He hit one of our boys. And I said to myself, okay, this is the biggest bluff I can hear in my life. There was this unwritten rule between fellow fast bowlers. You don't bowl to the fellow fast bowler, a bouncer first ball. So I'm there waiting there. Everybody know I'm not the best batsman in the world, although I hit some of the best batters for 4 and 6s, from Malcolm Marshall, Shane Warne, Ambrose Walsh, you name it. So don't worry, take too much mickey out of my batting. I'm not so bad, you know. I took my batting very seriously. But back onto the story. back onto the story, and I'm there waiting for this Yorker. Fani de Villiers ran up, and before I moved, he bowled me the perfect bouncer, hit me right between the eyes, hit the 3 lions, and I wasn't very happy at all. And I could see quite a few of the guys in the slips card and kind of looking away, giving a little bit of, you know, a little bit of giggle. And I just turned around and I said, guys, he shouldn't have done that. I said, he shouldn't have done that at all. I said, boys, if you really want to see what fast bowling is about, wait till you guys come out to bat. Again, I said, all you guys are history. And you know what? You make these bold statements at times, but if ever I wanted to send a signal to those boys that, look, what I said, mate, is what I meant. That very first ball of the second innings, I bowled to Kirsten. If ever I wanted the ball to pitch at the right place, with the right pace, Kirsten just managed to get his head out of the way when the ball absolutely thuds in Steve Rhodes' glove, and the crowd went up. I was bowling from the pavilion end, and I looked up. I could see all the South African boys run to the changing room. They were having a look to see what the crowd was cheering about like that. And I just shouted, I said, boys, you better pad up. You're going to be out here in a hurry, you know? And my first spell, I probably took 3 for none or something like that. But it was one of those things, my teammates were just unbelievable. You know, they just gave me the power. The crowd was absolutely fantastic, and you know what I mentioned about the crowd as well. You know what, I could only hear the crowd's voice, the noise the crowd was making at the end of my over. You know, turn running into bowl at the batsman, it was total silence. I could not believe it. Watching the highlights afterwards, I realized that every step I made running into bowl, the cheer from the crowd was getting louder and louder. That's how focused I was. So what I would say, if there was a point where they said there is you're in the zone, I must have been in the zone that game, because I was just above the noise. I just could not hear a thing. All I could see is the batsman at the other end. And as I said, every spell after, you know, got me back onto ball, I was just taking wickets after wickets. And, you know, it's one of those days as well, you know, that's not the quickest I've bowled, but that's obviously with the 9 wickets that, you know, the most successful, because all the catches were taken. And, you know, things just went my way as well, apart from being hostile. And also the wickets I took, you know, everything happened nicely because I really softened the batsman up before, you know.
Devon, how did you feel? How did you feel at the end of that day? You've just taken 9 for 57, best figures by an English bowler since Laker. How did you feel at the end of that day?
You know what? I mean, it really started sinking in when, at the end of that, when I took the 9 wickets, after the captain ran over to me and slapped me on the bum and said, "Well done, Dev. You realize what you realize what you've just done." And I said, "Skipper, would you believe it? I tried to bowl like that all the while." And he said, he said to me, "Look, possibly as long as I play cricket, I won't see another person dominate the game as much as you did then." And I said to him, "Skipper, you know, I've had a very good game in 1990 against the West Indies in 1990 at Trinidad, where I took 11 wickets. Probably that was my best maths analysis in a test match. Yeah, I took 11 wickets in the game. But we didn't win that game. That's when the rain came and and Desmond Haynes scored the
time wasting, the famous time wasting test,
yeah. And I said to Arthur, I said, look, the only way this is gonna mean a lot to me, you guys get out there, knock these runs off, and let's win this game, win and draw the series 1-0. And you know, once it started sinking in, when it got out there, knock the runs off, we won the game, drew the series. I was man of the match, man of the series, just played one game. And next it starts sinking in, and I keep saying, wow, you know, that's it. If I've gone and take 957 and did not win the game, or South Africa bowled us out, it wouldn't hurt a thing, man, you know. But, you know, winning the game, draw the series, and the adulation that follows was amazing, because all of a sudden you're getting called from the president, and you're getting called, all the newspapers, headlines was my performance, and it was a memory maker. And will you believe, I've had so many contacts from all over the world, where a lot of sons from New Zealand right across been called Devon. They've been named after me, mainly because at that particular stage, you know what happened? Either the wife were in labor and all that business, and they keep running off, coming back. Oh, he took another. When his wife's in labor, rather than helping, they're running off, trying to scream to watch the cricket. So I know. 1994, September 1994, on that day, there's a lot of boys all around the world being called Devon. I must have had at least 10 letters. I mean, a few years ago, one came in from New Zealand to meet me. I keep saying, wow, I've been sending out birthday cards and all sorts. Dad's been saying, look, my son's named Devon after your performance against South Africa in 1994.
Wow.
So it's been a massive memory maker, mate.
And it'll stay. It'll always will be. It's going to stay the test of time. It's one of those records that will stand for the test of time. Devon, bringing the story up to date, do you think there's going to be a lot of kids called Cornwall now after this test match? Do you think there'll be a lot of newborns called Cornwall?
I tell you what, he's a big boy. He's a big guy, but you know what? He can bowl. You know, and I don't believe, the way cricket or sport is run these days, you know, not a lot of people would put him in his team, but he's got the talent. That's the way Cornwall is built. You know, you can tell the boy can bowl, and I reckon he can bat as well. And, you know, he's a good fielder. So we must not discriminate, you know. Generally, when you're talking about a professional sports person, they had to look a certain way and all that business. But, you know, we got to give people a chance. And, you know, all you can do is, he's on the platform, show that he can bowl, he can play cricket, and I don't believe it's not for the want of, working on his diet or working on various different things, because there's people there we're trying to help him work on his size, whatever. But when sense out, people probably call it the people Cornwall. I don't know, But at the end of the day, it's one of those things. It's probably nice to see. There's a lot of people out there who said, okay, cool, right. You probably don't look like you're a professional sports person, but you can do the business. So if you must not discriminate.
Well, it's good to see Devon and Cornwall given the credit they deserve in the cricketing stage. Now, I've got to ask you, Devon, with the Jofra Archer situation, I'd love to get your perspective on Jofra Archer, because the England management have really tried to look after him, and you famously were you were often criticised, I think, by one or two people for not being sufficiently committed. You came from coming from Jamaica. You were accused by one article in Wisden magazine of not being sufficiently committed to the England team. In the light of the changes in society since then, do you reflect on the Jofra Archer situation and see any parallels there?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, that's why when you mentioned about the article in Wisden years back, and I had to take them to court,
yes,
to High Court, to put that right, because I keep saying, well, you check my record, and the thing about it was particularly pointing on the Afro-Caribbean black guys, because at the time as well, there was guys that was from South Africa who actually came over to play cricket. I didn't come here. I got the chance. I took it with both hands. I stepped up. I've been given my chance by England. I wanted to play for England, and that's where I did my thing. But if you even look at my figures, I look at the figures right through all my best performance with the leading up games against England. So there's no, there's absolutely no question in how much I'll give.
It was racism was behind that, wasn't it?
A guy called Henderson, I believe it was. The editor of the magazine was
David Frith.
David Frith from Australian guy. Yeah. But I had to take the report mainly because, again, I said, look, I've got kids born in this country. This is where they live, and if I do not take this report and let it go, who to tell in the future I won't have a son who want to play cricket and or play sports? I want to do things for England. And at the time I had 3 daughters. They go on and do very well academically. One's a pharmacist, one's a pediatrician, one's a journalist, and all that business. But as it happened, I have a young son at the moment who shows some potential of playing cricket. And I wouldn't want later on he look in an article and said, look, the dad will accuse him of not trying. But it was great to see. I took them to the High Court, and the court, the paper admits, and we got things resolved and moved on. But back to the Jofra case at the moment. You see, Jofra got out there, he bowled very well. It's tough, bowling quick, day after day. And, Jofra again, obviously, he spent a lot more time in Barbados, where a bit warm. You see how lethally well he bowled against the Australian. And, he had them in all sort of trouble. He got a bit colder. And again, as a fast bowler, I must admit, earlier on, Jofra is used to bowling, mainly playing white ball cricket. And when you're going out there and play a game where you're going to bowl maximum 4 overs, you can give it all. You probably have 2 spells or whatever, not a problem. But when you're going out there bowling 30 or 40 overs in a test match, as a fast bowler, you don't care how smooth you are, it takes a lot out of you. So when they see Jofra getting out there, bowling and not bowling at 96 miles an hour every ball, it can't be done. The next they said, okay, he's not trying hard enough and all that business.
So do you see any parallels there in the way that he's been criticised with the way that you were criticised in terms of motivation?
Indeed. We're all human, you understand? It's nothing to do with, okay, I'm not charging in mainly because I don't want to for England. He doesn't care. You've got to work with your body. And I said the guy could be tired, and I said he bowled some very long spells. There's never in my life, I've played for how many years, I've never ever bowled spells where in one innings I bowled 30 or 40 overs. I'll probably get up to pretty near 30, but next thing really start feeling it. And that guy bowled some heavy heat. And another thing again, he just been co-opted into the team just for the World Cup and pushed on. And one of the most frightening things I saw, which I actually prayed, things were going to work out for him, was in the World Cup final when he bowled a super over. Because, that could have finished him. If say we didn't go on and win the World Cup, all of a sudden the finger could be pointed at him, as it did on myself in a test match.
Is there extra pressure? Is there extra pressure on yourself and Jofra Archer because of coming from West Indian background?
Coming from West Indian background. And at times, on many occasions, I'm there playing for England, and it's different with Jofra now. With obviously you've got the social media, you can put things out there, and also you're concentrating in test cricket. But in the past, where we had these pivotal
and we're back.
Well, we are back after dinner on the second day of this third test between India and England at the Modi Dome.
And I had my first beer
the
for quite a while.
Narendra Modi Stadium. And I'm joined by the Bear.
Hello.
And also by Rob.
Hello.
And a question that occurred to me during the dinner break. What is the lowest total in the fourth innings that has been defended? In other words, what is the lowest total that's not been made to win a test match and instead has been lost?
There's got to be some... Well, I imagine it's pretty low. I imagine it's 60 or 70, I'd have thought.
Well, I mean, if you were out for 60 or 70 tracing 100, that's the type of scenario I'm looking for. But we don't think it's going to happen. It would just be nice to know.
What's the lowest fourth innings lead that's won a test match?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The lowest fourth innings lead. So, has anyone won a test match? Someone requiring just 45 runs to win? Ever?
Well, sometimes you only need 5 runs to win in the second innings. But, you make it. We're talking about when you don't make it. Well, anyway, if anyone's listening, and they have that stats guru up and they can work out that kind of thing, then please do let us know. I would imagine teams have been out for 70 chasing 100, a number of times.
Oh yeah, no, I imagine so.
What were Ireland chasing when they got shot out for 38? How many did they need to win that test match?
Oh, they needed quite a lot. They needed 200.
Oh, okay.
No, I think it was like high hundreds, wasn't it? I thought.
Well, England were actually over 100 behind on first innings. It's a good question, actually.
It wasn't that many. It was about 160 or something, but it always seemed a little bit too far. Yeah. It wasn't that high. I put £1 on England. Stupidly ridiculous odds at 50 to 1. It should have been about 1,000 to 1, but I thought, fuck it.
Ireland were bowled out for 38 and lost by 143 runs. So 182 was the target, which they failed to get. But we are back live with pictures from Ahmedabad, where the Indian openers are strolling out to the middle to deal with the last rites of this game.
And
sorry.
Well, I was going to play some jingles just to get everyone in the mood.
Why not?
264. There are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it and shows them how.
His voice is high pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Oh, but it's not him. It's oh, look at this. Got them all in.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Well, his first ball after dinner is short, and it's helped on its way by Shubman Gill to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
Already done that. You can speak again now.
Yeah, not a good ball. And England, we were discussing just before the break what kind of field they should be having, and they've obviously said, well, we need to put everybody around the bat, so of course the first ball goes for a fourth mid-wicket. That is the way things go. As Leach bowls again, nice loop, and this is, he's reaching for it slightly, Gill. He's playing it slightly on the up. but it bounces well before extra cover. No run.
I think we need to get at least 4 wickets for the next 5 runs. Within the chance.
to give your £1 bet a chance.
Yeah.
Leach bowls again, and that's outside the off stump, turning away, and Gill leaves.
We had some tweets during the break, which I'll catch up on as and when Leach gives us a chance.
When the wickets fall, as Leach comes in and bowls again, edged, and was that put down by Stokes?
Nah, it went wide of him.
Go wide of him. It went to sort of second slip, and it got a comfortable height to second slip, but Anderson chases it down towards the third man boundary. They come back for 2 runs, a genuine edge. It's a nice bit of loop from Leach. It turned. Well, no, it was down. It wouldn't have carried as far as second slip. It was about a yard wide of the diving Stokes. Let's see what Leach can do again, as this is short and cut to point where Anderson, well done him, actually stopped one. 1 ball left of this first over after dinner. So far a successful one for India. They've got 6 runs off it, and are only 32 runs short of their target to win this game and take a 2-1 lead in the series. And the last ball is defended from leg stump. The end of the over. Let's have some tweets.
So from Farong, we need a special Guerrilla Achievement Medal for Jack Leach and Ishant Sharma for being the only batsman thus far to clear the boundary for a maximum. Will another name be added to the I hit of 6 at the Modi Dome? Bryn001 saying how good the interview with Devon Malcolm was. He still sounds excited about his cricket, and it was both good and sad to hear him speak about his early days with cricket management. Warren asks, thoughts on England selection for the 4th test? Who knows? Quite frankly.
Let's deal with this one first. It's pick some names out of the hat. That's what the England selector seems to be doing nowadays.
Yeah.
Sorry, rotating. That's it. Rotating, because it's going to be root on from the other end, and he'll be bowling to the chubby-faced Rohit Sharma. His right arm round the wicket to the right-hander. It's a little bit shorter, and Rohit just drops this behind him on the leg side.
Well, if you're going to have this all-out attack, surely they'll have a short leg and a leg slip in as well. I don't get the point of not having them in now. I mean, fuck it. If it goes out into the deep.
Yeah,
he doesn't seem to, though.
As Root bowls again, a little bit shorter, and that bounces. It was a short ball, and it got up. It was a mixture of glove and handle, but it went down into the ground.
Do you remember when Abdur Rahman and who was the other Pakistani who got banned for his action?
Mohammad Hafiz?
No.
This is floated outside leg stump and padded away by Rohit.
He had a really odd sort of arm bend. Was he a leggy? Didn't he come and play in England after that? Get done for match fixing?
Most of them do. As Root bowls again on leg stump, and this is tickled round the corner. It was either off bat or pad. I don't know what the umpire's going to give. He may even give dead ball.
Well, he's given leg bye.
No, he gives a leg bye. So 1 more to the total. If not for the batsman.
Are you thinking of Danish Canaria there?
I'm thinking of Danish Canaria. Yeah, I am. I'm thinking of Danish Canaria. And the 2 of them, when we were in the UAE, it was the first test series when we'd been bought by a cricketer. And Abdur Rahman was very much like Axar Patel. He was left arm, tall, wide, and he was bowling at about 62 miles, 63 miles an hour. It was virtually unplayable off the surface.
Right,
and that's kind of, I kind of think that's where Root's trying to get at.
Right. Well, if you're bowling outside leg stump, you really do need to have a leg slip, and one is going in now because the odd ball is jumping and it can easily come off the glove and go there. Gary will be delighted to see one in as Root comes in and bowls outside the leg stump, and that's turned past a despairing dive from the keeper and down to the boundary for 4 byes. Well, it's not a great line of attack anyway to be bowling outside leg stump. He really has to be attacking the stumps, and then the straight ball will carry on towards the slips. But nothing that the keeper could have done about that one. As Gill faces up to, he is coming over the wicket now. As he comes down the wicket, and he's hit that high and deep and into the crowd. If there was one over there, it's 6 runs.
Not hanging about here. It's probably the
Well, a
wise
mixture
thing to do.
of shoddy thinking and poor execution from England in these 2 overs since the break.
Well, I think this is the way to go on this pitch. You might as well just try and have a swing because
You've
there's
only
a
got
fair
to get-
chance there's going to be one with your name on it when you've only got 49 to win.
Exactly, because the closer it gets to 49, the harder it gets for the opposition anyway. If they've got a notional thought in their head they're going to win. I mean, you know, anyone who's played this kind of cricket who started out believing, oh, we're going to get them out for 49, that's quickly decided no. Now, if Gary comes in with his fucking camera on again, I'm going to kill him.
Production notes. Gary, if you're listening,
he's managed
he'll
it.
be on in 10 minutes if this game is still going in 10 minutes. There's only 21 runs needed to win this game, and India are 28 for no wicket off 4 overs, which gives you some idea of how they're attacking this. We do have a man out of deep cover, which is slightly odd. For Leach, as one slip and a short leg as Leach bowls to Rohit, and he just prods this into the offside, and there isn't a run.
I've tweet here from Tom M, who says, assuming India chases down pretty easily, what effect do you think this will have on England's mental health state for the next game?
As a better ball from Leach, nice flighty delivery on middle and leg, which Rohit edgily plays into the offside.
Tom M continues to say, will they at least take some heart from the bowling, or is it a shellacking? I think it's probably both.
As Leach is in again, and down the wicket comes Rowan. He's driven this quite low, but in between the mid-on fielder and the stumps, a couple of bounces, and over the boundary for 4 runs.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
It was a good height technically for fielder, but it was well away from that Archer at mid-on. Not sure if he was beaten in the flight. He got a good part of the bat on that. Only 17 runs needed. We may never get Gary. It could be done in an over or two, as 32 runs for no wicket. As far as England's state is concerned, I mean, they were big underdogs coming into this game, as Leach comes in a bowl short, and it's cut, and it's good stop by Anderson at cover point, no run. They were big underdogs coming into this game after a poor defeat in the second Test match, and they've actually competed reasonably well. I
mean, considering,
helped by the fact that a very difficult pitch for batsmen is a great leveller.
A massive leveller, isn't it? I mean,
this is prodded by Rohit again to Anderson.
I do think. I mean, someone on Joyce Nagupta says, "What defines a poor pitch? Uneven contest between bat and ball. Does it have to be exploding, dangerous for a batsman, etc.?" I think it's the uneven. You know, it's the ball in this Test has well overpowered the bat from the off, pretty much.
So Leach bowls again. That hits the pad going down the leg side. Fruitless appeal to the umpire, who's unmoved, and no thoughts of review. 5 overs gone, 32 for no wicket. Any tweets?
We have an answer to the question you were posing, Fred, from Peter Lloyd, who says there have been 5 scores under 49 that have lost a Test, although all with targets well over. The tightest win with target less than 100 is Test number 9. Australia bowled England out for 77, winning by 7 at the Oval. Oof. I don't know if that was the famous Ashes game. Might have been.
I think it was. It was the one where somebody in the pavilion bit through his umbrella because he was so nervous.
Good boy, good
route round the wicket. Better line this one, outside off stump, and very round arm and Gill defends.
Jeff Perkins says there's probably enough time to fast track some disenchanted Sri Lankans into English cricket in time for the last Test.
As root bowls again, short and cut into the ground and then into the hands of Archer at point, no run.
Jez, this root bloke is rubbish.
You got 5 for 8. What are you on about, Messi Jez?
And
as Root's in again, and he's padded up to a straight one. That's got to be worth a shout. They've got to review it. They have to review it, even if they think it's bouncing over, which I think it probably is. But he came down the wicket and just kicked away a straight ball, which looked like it had turned, but I have a feeling he'd come far enough down that it was going over the top.
Yeah, I think it was going over the top. I'm going to play a jingle for that. Sod it. I've had a beer in me. It's the first beer. It's the first beer I've had for about 2 weeks.
It's the afternoon.
Well, I thought it was going to be over quite quickly, so I might as well. I found 2 beers lying at the back of the fridge, so I thought I'd have one.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
I don't think it was out.
It's definitely worth a look, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely worth a look. Might as well.
It was straight enough, but I have a feeling he pitched on the stumps, and it was probably going over middle stump, I would say.
By quite a way.
There's no bat involved, no shot played. Not that it makes a difference because it pitched on the stumps, and it was going well over the top as we thought. And anyway, even had it been hitting, it would have been given not out because the impact was umpire's call because he was too far down the wicket, which is always a bit of a strange one, I think. But either way, let's carry on. 32 for no wicket, another 17 needed as Sugar and Gill faces up to England captain Joe Root, right arm, round the wicket, and he's come forward and tried to drive it in the offside, but it's gone down to long on, where Jimmy has been banished to, and a single is taken.
Anna Forsyth summing up probably what a lot of our listeners are feeling if they've not been with us all day today. I woke up for the last session. Guys, I'm sorry, but what the fuck?
Yeah, it's been a crazy test, Anna. It's you don't want to criticise the pitch and home conditions and all that, but I'm going to.
This is a fuller ball from Root, and it's dinked out to square leg or mid wicket. I lost track of that slightly, but either way, it's a single to row it.
I think there's a fine line between having favourable conditions and it being ridiculous.
Well, nobody wants to see test matches over.
And that's the point. If it had gone to 4 days, then fair enough.
Root bowls again on leg stump, and Gill turns this out to deep back to square for another single. Keeps the strike. 6 overs gone, 35 for no wicket, 14 runs needed.
And it is the strange thing on this wicket. It is the straight ball that's done a lot of the damage. It's the ones that haven't turned, and they've shown a lot of replays of the balls that take wickets that go straight on. And and that's the thing. The bowlers, it's not like it's a planned arm ball. The bowlers are bowling standard stock deliveries, and one of them is turning, a good 2 feet, and the other one is going straight on. And if the bowler doesn't know, as Hendo says, and you're planning to bowl your stock delivery, and it goes straight on, you think wicked, LBW. But you didn't plan it.
That's interesting. Can you then say the pitches are raging Bunsen burner?
Well, I don't know if you can.
Be taken with straight balls.
I don't think you can, but I think it's the inconsistency. Actually, I think if every ball was ragging, you'd have a better chance because you could play for that. But if you think that one ball turns 2 feet and the next one goes straight on, it's very difficult to decide where your feet are going to be.
Leach bowls outside the off stump. Gill leans well forward and defends this to cover. That a long way from pad. We're going to have. Are we going to have a change?
I don't think we're going to have a change. I only need 14 runs.
Leach bowls again. This one keeps very low and turns outside the off stump. Somehow Gill still gets the middle of the bat on it and plays it to point. But that one absolutely shot along the ground. Get that one straight and you're in business.
Yeah, you see that one doesn't need to turn and you're plumb LBW.
Well, I haven't seen that many shooters, to be fair.
No, there haven't been that many shooters.
Again, that one does something similar, and again plays the point. We've seen some bounce on the spinners, up and down, left and right. There's a lot happening. There's Leach bowls a fuller ball, which Gill leans forward and defends.
And it leads you to wonder what they're going to do for the last pitch.
Well, they're going to play. They're going to give you another raging turn.
And they're going to give another one like this.
Because it's been very successful for them.
Oh, it has been successful for them, but it's not very good for the game.
And they were always going to this test match as well,
which
is why England are playing for seamers. As Leach bowls, and all right back onto his pads, onto his stumps goes Gill, and defends us into the leg side.
I think they fell into their own bullshit detector in that one, didn't they? They were just convinced that somehow India was going to, allow them to have a really swinging English seaming pitch. I don't know what they fucking thought there.
Very full ball, which is dug out to mid off the end of the over. 35 for no wicket, still 14 needed.
Leah has tweeted to say that you have to applaud the ground staff. They completely replaced the pitch during the innings break, and all without being seen. Nothing if not hard working, these chaps.
Nah, I think it's a lot easier. I mean, if you're chasing 49 and you get a couple of loose balls that get hit for 4, suddenly your total is 39. I mean, it's almost unconscionable that you could lose. The only way that England were ever, and that was such a small chance, it was certainly less than 50 to 1, that they were going to win this, would have them about 10 for 4. And then, the doubt
might would have been 2 for 2. Oh, this one is heaved into the leg side. There is a man out there, and I was going to say he prevents it from crossing the boundary, but he doesn't, because Crawley took a rather strange dive at that, and it's gone over the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, now it's mow to a full ball, and I don't know whether that took a funny bounce or Crawley just took an odd route to the ball. But either way, it got through him. As route is in again to Rohit Sharma, short and wide outside the off stump. Thank you very much. No one had extra cover. 4 more.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
Rohit can win this with a 6, as the camera for some reason is focusing on Johnny Bairstow.
Oh, I wonder if he's
maybe talking about the Man of the Match award.
Well, who does get Man of the Match? It's got to be Axar Patel or Ashwin, isn't it?
It's got to be Axar Patel, surely.
You would have thought so. A handful of runs needed, and and Boleyn's hand anyway. You've got 6 fingers. As Joe Root, who's looking a little bit careworn, he was looking happier about 3 hours ago when he took 5 wickets for almost nothing. Bowls a full ball, a bit of drift there as Root digs it out back to the bowler.
Yeah.
If you would have said, at any point leading up to this Test match or up to this tour that England are going to be playing on an incredible turn, you would have said that England are only about 15 to 1 to win the game. This is launched into the crowd. Is he going to win it with a 6? He does. Rohit Sharma has won the game with the 3rd 6 of the match, according to that tweeter earlier. India have won by 10 wickets, but they're standing around looking and saying, what's going on?
Are they checking that it's cleared the rug, maybe?
It cleared the rug by a long way.
They have. It's been signal 6. India have won this game by 10 wickets in a game that they were well on top at the end of play yesterday, and about an hour later it was not quite even Stevens, but they were only, about 65% to win the game. Couple of balls into England's innings, they were massive favourites again. We have seen some swings. England have never been in front, it's fair to say, but they have been in the game on a number of occasions today, but couldn't do anything with the bat in their second innings. And India have won this game, taken a 2-1 lead in the series with only 1 to play. And what are people saying?
Well, Murugan Kannan says Curator deserves the Man of the Match.
Well, Mayank makes a fair point here about the fact that the ground is brand new, and because of COVID, there's been no red ball cricket since it was rebuilt, which was a massive red flag going into this test. I'm not surprised this was a wretched pitch, he says. Wouldn't be surprised if the next test is similar.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either, but out of choice as far as India are concerned.
Yeah, that is true.
I think they'd rather it went a little bit longer. As I said, if the turn was consistent, I think you'd have probably got more runs, actually. It could have been a raging turner from day one if the turn had been consistent. Then all those balls that people played for turn would have turned, and they might have got edges, and they might have got beaten the outside edge. But the fact that there were, a good, 7, 8, 9 wickets in the first 2 innings that were to balls that went straight on, which was the surprise ball that wasn't that much of a surprise, that took lots of wickets.
Anna Forsyth trying to find a silver lining, Root finally getting his Test 5 for Messi Jez. But Bear, the reason that the turn is inconsistent is not because of the pitch, but because of the guile of the bowler.
No, that's what I'm saying, Messi Jez. If you watch the replays, the bowlers are just bowling the same ball, and it's just going straight on. Now, if it was down to the guile of bowlers, I would give it to you. I mean, look, Ashwin's Karen ball, that's a different ball, but I mean the ball that got Root, if you watch the slow-mo, out of the hand, he has ripped it like a standard left arm spinner should do. His fingers are going around, the seam is horizontal, and it's spinning like a motherfucker, and then it hits the wicket, and rather than go with the seam, it goes straight on. Now the next ball you watch, it does exactly the same thing, hits pretty much the same spot on the pitch, and then goes mildly off, miles off to the right. if he had bowled it as a saucer ball and it was coming off the, and that was the difference in the ball, then I'd say, yeah, that's wicked bowling. But it patently isn't, Messi. It's patently bowling the same ball, and one's going on and one's going off. And the pitch helps in that massively. I mean, if you put so much doubt in the batsman's mind that actually if he bowls a standard spinner, it's not going to go massively off to the, outside edge. What do you play? Puts massive doubt in the batsman's mind. You'd rather consistency in the spin, I think.
Well, yep, you're listening to an expert. Slow left armour there in the bear, and spinning like a fucker is not the kind of punditry you're going to get anywhere else. So, we have a unique selling point. I mean, the pitch has not been great for Test cricket. You can say that whichever team you support, or whether you're a neutral, because games should not finish, 2/3 of the way into the second day, which this one has, and it's not good for cricket in general for that to happen. If one Test happens like that in 15, then fine, you'll take it, and it's exciting, and every ball is interesting to watch. But let's not have too much more of this.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, GLM Stats has said that this is the shortest completed Test match since the Second World War. 830 balls. Previous lowest 872. New Zealand versus Australia in 1946 at Wellington. So
it does say something. It does say something. I mean, you can't say it's all down to excellent bowling and bad batting. The wicket has a massive effect on the game, and if that's the case, so what is that? That's the lowest since 1948.
It's the shortest completed Test match since the Second World War.
There you go. It doesn't say much about
in terms of balls.
In terms of balls.
Right. Well, I'm not sure we have much more to say.
Not really.
We've struggled through this day and a half. It's not like those tests we did from the UAE where there was stop balls for 4.5 days, was it?
No.
But we hope you've enjoyed it, because it's certainly been enjoyable. It's a Test match you couldn't take your eyes off for a single ball. And we are going to be back whenever the fourth Test match is.
Next Thursday, I believe. Yeah, the 4th of March.
Oh, well, Gary Naylor says to everyone he thinks Hendo and him are doing a review of the day. Do you think that's true?
Oh, great. That will be fun, and that might take up a couple of hours of your time. So we shall hand over to... I shall hand over to Gary and Hendo for that review.
See ya.
Well, it'd be handy if it just wasn't your forehead, Hendo. There you go. Are you going to have a rant with us? You going to rant?
No, not really.
You're not coming off your headphone for some reason. I don't know why. No, you're very hollow.
There we go.
There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Hello, Gary. Hello, Hendo.
Well, no, Gary, you're doing a review of the day in written form, actually.
Am I? Oh,
that was the plan. Yes, you said. I asked you yesterday, and you said yes.
Oh, I thought I was doing the review in spoken form.
No, I want written. I just sent you an email saying get writing. Go away. Go on.
Okay.
All right.
It would be much more fun.
Given
that we're a broadcast website,
yeah, but
doing it as a
we're a website. We're a website too.
That's something.
There are strategies. There are various strategies that are important.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
If you read my messages on the Gorilla Gets Everything WhatsApp group, you will understand what the strategy is. But if you don't read them, you won't. So there you go. I'm just incredibly disappointed that a game is over so ridiculously early.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that.
You take time off work, or you don't. In some cases, a lot of people taking time off work to commentate on a game like this, and we're left with 3 empty days, and days that we could have been earning money.
Yeah,
and that's not really good enough, is it? It's not really good enough. It's incredibly intense, the cricket you watch, what you do watch. There's just not enough of it.
No,
and I just feel empty. Really, I feel a little let down in some respects. And I did hear you chatting with Messages, and Messages talking about the skill of the bowler in bowling the one that goes straight on. And I think you're both right. I think there is an element of that, but you're also totally right to say that at times, if you were going on, if you look at the slow motion replay, if you're going on the revs that a spinner has put on the ball, you can see those revs,
Exactly.
and then it slides straight on.
Then you go,
then
why?
you feel a bit cheated, don't you? You feel a bit cheated.
Well, you think on a flat pitch, that's exactly what happens because it doesn't grip. But on a pitch like this, it's gripping. Then you think, well, if he's put that much revs on a ball, it's going to fucking go through the top and it's going to wang outside by off stump. And actually, so you play for that and think, well, I'll give myself a little bit of coverage, and then the damn thing just slides straight on from what is, it's quick. He's bowling at high 50s, early 60s. And he's putting a hell of a lot of revs on the ball, and then it's just sliding on. And the next one he's doing exactly the same thing, and it's flying past your shoulder. It's
They're
difficult.
both both teams in that respect. It's the same for both teams,
Yes.
and you can argue, maybe you just bowl slightly better balls in terms of even length and line that actually gets you over into a winning position. But I do think that this game wouldn't have finished in 2.5 days. 20 years ago, when you didn't have reviews, you didn't have every ball, every straight-ish ball that hits the pads being given out. It may be mistaken if you go back those 20 years or whatever, and a lot of those wickets should have been out. But the fact of the matter is they weren't often given by umpires, and now with reviews and ball tracking, more often than not they are given. So
that is definitely
you are going to lose a lot more wickets more quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, that's definitely a truth. And in some respects, it's good for the bowler if you're a spinner. Put it that way. You'd rather have those wickets than not.
I mean, Akshar Patel may find he goes on tours to Australia and England doesn't get a chance to bowl, and this probably will be the highlight of his bowling life.
Well, it will,
which has come in the first two tests that he's played. He's even arguably out-bowled Ashwin in this test.
Yeah.
And although he's been a very good bowler in the IPL, one of the most economical, if not the one that takes most wickets, no one really saw that coming, did they? And I mean, it does make you wonder what Ravi Jadeja might have done on this pitch, on these pitches.
He'd have been fearful. We'd have been fearful.
It would have been all over. I mean, the thing is that really. It ends up looking like a shellacking, doesn't it, really, for England, 10-wicket defeat. But without having sort of 120 to make them nervous.
No.
And maybe being able to get a couple of overs in with your seamers as it, became twilight. You were never really going to have a chance to do that.
No, they weren't.
And a few balls got away from fielders. There were a couple of leg buys for 4 and things like that. And when that starts happening, it becomes very difficult to control in the field. Even if you are going to take a wicket, you're not going to be able to put enough pressure on to actually make it count, I suppose.
Exactly. Yeah, 10 for 4 or at least 30 for 6 or something stupid like that to have any chance. And as I said, they hit 2 fours off a couple of loose balls in the first over or two, and suddenly they were 11 for none. Well, they only need 49, they only need 39. They've got 10 wickets in the hutch. Couple of swings gets you closer and closer. The pressure gets back on the fielders, and the head goes down. It's totally understandable.
I think it would have been more fun if Joe Root had some left-handers to bowl at.
Yes.
He did enjoy that side of things in the first innings, but it's an extraordinary situation. What have we lost in the end today? We've lost 17 wickets, haven't we? 17 wickets into the best part of 2 and a tiny bit of the third session.
Oh, how many runs were scored today, in fact?
Very good point. Well, what did they end up on? 145, so they got 46. England then got 81, that's 127, and then they hit a 6 to win it, which took them to... I'm just going to have to look this up.
55.
I'll come back to me on this one. Actually, it's not so easy to look up as I thought. It's 127 plus... why haven't they got this already on the scorecard? They've only got 145. India won by 10 wickets. They haven't got the Indian second innings on Cricket Info, which is...
No, he did. They needed 6 to win. He hit 6, so they got the...
Yeah, he hit 6 to win, but they ended up
on 49 or whatever.
49. So there's 126. 126 plus 49 is 175. Did anyone have 175 on the GPL?
Oh, you know what? No, Noona 82 had 172. Not bad. We had a shitload of entries today in the end.
Very close. Very close.
24
indeed,
entries.
Just the other thing we've got to think about, Bear, is how much of the BCCI or their pitch curators cost us in GPL earnings for this test.
Well, exactly.
We should be putting in an appeal, shouldn't we?
Well, you can all have a go next test. 175, we said. Yeah, we set final score. Yeah, I mean that's the point, isn't it? I mean it's not great for Test cricket. That's it. I mean it's exciting to watch. Don't get me wrong, but the inevitable. I mean, and you say you judge a pitch after both teams batting. Well, both teams have got skill for fuck all.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
If you're judging a pitch by that, then you'd have to say it wasn't a great pitch, because if India was so great and England was so bad, they'd have got 350 on that pitch, wouldn't they? And they didn't. So that argument, this test doesn't really rub, does it? I mean, they're in a lead of 33.
Yeah. I mean, it's a weird one, isn't it? But it's just not. It's not great for Test cricket. It's not great for those of us who want to see, a game that lasts at least 4 days. You really want, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, if it ends in the fourth day, and you think, well, okay, we've got 1 day short, but
you feel like you're filled, don't you, to a certain extent?
And in a modern game, there's a lot of
not even completing the second day is
pretty poor.
it's very disappointing, and it makes you look forward. Well, actually, look ahead to the next game in the same stadium and think, what on earth comes next? Because if India are preparing pitches in a certain way, do they go all out for another raging turner like we've seen here? Or now that they're 2-1 up in the series, do they just clog up the pitch and make it as slow and dull as possible and ensure that there's a draw?
Well, that might go against them, because that's maybe what the first pitch was. I mean, I don't think you can stop a pitch deteriorating in India to an extent that it'll just be flat for 5 days. So I don't think that's possible. I think there's too
We're not going to get... Well, we talked in the first test, didn't we, about whether that pitch was going to turn into the 22 yards of rolled snot that we had at Trent Bridge in 2014.
Yeah,
which, of course,
and it
was
didn't.
the first guerrilla test match, was it not?
Yes, indeed. And it didn't. I mean, the thing is, generally you don't get much moisture in the air. It's bloody hot all day, and they can't water the pitch, so it's going to bake hard and it is going to crumble. And it depends, I guess, on the soil that they put on it.
I think I will feel cheated, not cheated in any sort of underhand way, if we only get 2.5-3 days at the next test, because I just want to see more Test cricket, really.
Yeah, and then we're into a cycle of T20s.
And we don't get any more Test cricket until June.
No,
and that's kind of disappointing. Although I suppose there's a possibility that we could look around the world and see what other Test cricket is going on, and see if we can find any to put on for our listeners. But I'm not sure.
Depends what time of the day it is, Hendo.
Well, it does. I think Bangladesh are due to play Sri Lanka in April. I'm not getting up at 4 o'clock for that. I'm sorry.
No, same here. Anything in the West Indies is a possibility. Aren't Sri Lanka or someone going to the West Indies?
Sri Lanka, that might be worth having a look at, mightn't it?
Start 2 in the afternoon. Drinking
those
time.
are in March sometime, aren't they? Yes, we'll have to look into that. I'm sure Mash will be up for that.
I'm sure he would
yeah, all right, well, we'll think about that. In the meantime, I should say to our listeners that, as ever, our stories of the day will be going up a little bit later. There'll be a review of the day written by none other than Gary Naylor, and you can imagine that'll be quite controversial and full of references to obscure films that you've never heard of.
Absolutely.
Which is all good fun. And there'll be the tweets of the day article going up again as well. So that's something to look forward to in the disappointment of having no more cricket.
We should also say that if you have enjoyed our coverage and are enjoying our coverage and then looking to enjoy our coverage in the future, we're self-funded. And you can help us out by becoming a patron. Get your name on that little thing that goes across endlessly on the screen at the bottom of your Facebook and YouTube feeds. And have your name in lights for eternity, forever, for $10 a month. I mean, that's fucking good value, isn't it?
I think it's tremendous value. I can't imagine why anyone would think that it wouldn't.
You could buy T-shirts like this one. Which is beautiful. And you can get that. You can go to redbubble.com, the Gorilla Cricket, and you'll find plenty of merchandise, clocks, everything. Shower curtains, T-shirts, lots and lots of designs, new phrases. It's all good, man.
I think you've got some support on a question that came in earlier. Message just saying, but Bear, the reason that the turn is inconsistent is not because of the pitch, but because of the guile of the bowler deciding to spin it or not. Alan Butcher has replied, friend of the show, as we said before, and he just simply says to Messages, wrong!
Exactly.
Wrong! He's just wrong.
Well, I did say to Messi as it came in, I said I didn't. That's what I was saying to you. Those balls, they were putting the same revs on, and some were going on and some were spinning. I mean, it's the pitch. It's not. Yeah. It's not the bowler.
It's the pitch, but it's all. I mean, obviously you can bowl the ball go straight on deliberately, but you're probably not put loads of revs on it.
No.
Anyway, let me see if there are any final tweets before we go. Mound Pounder says Messages hashtag that was the height of the excitement for the test, the man who came on and kept pounding the footholes. Silver lining, says Leo, that second parent test probably put the final straw on the back of Johnny's test career, so we won't have to see his ugly muggly stroppy again. I think that's harsh. I like Johnny B, and I enjoy watching him bat when he stays out there for longer than 3 balls. Amandeep 0397 says this test match was absolutely avocado. I'm not sure what that means. Is there some meaning to avocado that I'm unaware of? Possibly. 9 of 10 dismissals, says an India were from balls that went through the arm. That's consistency, not inconsistency.
I disagree with you, Anindo, on that. That's where I disagree with you.
Okay. Armchair Cricket says the victory has put India as firm favourites to face New Zealand in the World Test Championship finals. They will only need a draw from the final test to qualify. Will there be any impact from the pitch rating? Remains to be seen. That'll be worth watching, won't it? I imagine there's going to be absolute outcry, certainly in the English papers tomorrow. Whether that's justified or not, you will have to decide for yourself. Farong, all the way from Bangladesh, says, say no to Test cricket at the Modi Dome. Totally unacceptable pitch. Lucky no one rolled an ankle or picked up an injury. England should request the final test to be played elsewhere. That ain't going to happen. Nestlers is of similar mind to me. He says, all this chatter about it being bad for tests, etc. What about trying to predict the GPL? Yeah, it does make it
does make it tricky. But you get another go next time.
You do. Let me see. Loving Double Bear and What No Hendo. No, I'm here. That was from Warren. Gavin Clayton says, day, night, sleep tight cricket. I mean, no, we were giving it the big, the big hype, weren't we, yesterday morning, saying we were so excited about this pink ball test, and it's over in the blink of an eye. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, hey, ICC, here's a suggestion. Given their short history, let all day-night tests be 4 days long and keep the day test 5 days long. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Ooh, interesting. Harriet says that Tony Bishop's piece, I think, which was basically an empty page for tomorrow's play, says it was very well written, articulate and informant, but had too many capitals. Cheers, guys, says Adrian Lowe. I'm well pissed off. And Satyajit says, yes, Cricket South Africa already done that. Day-night test against Zimbabwe was 4-day affair. And I think that more or less wraps it up. So as I say, come along and have a look at our news stories later, news and comment and analysis and various things like that. Opinion on GorillaCricket.com later on. They will be up sometime during the evening. They will always be there. So if you haven't been to our website by about 8 o'clock in the evening, go to our website and you will almost certainly find new content there. We'd like to get it up earlier, but we just don't have the manpower.
Absolutely.
That's it then from us for until March the 4th, which is Saturday week, I believe.
It's the next test
I think we've got a test starting on a Saturday.
How weird is that?
Is that right?
I thought it was because this one was due to finish on Sunday. I thought the next one started on like Thursday or Friday.
Well, hang on. No, if this finished on the 28th, which was Sunday, and you have 6 days in a week and 28
you have 7 days in a weekend
in February, it must mean that it's on March the 4th, which is a Saturday.
Let me have a look at cricket info. I can tell you that.
Have a look at cricket. They often don't tell you the day of the week. They'll just tell you a date and a time.
Well, they will tell you the date. The next test starts on the 4th, yes. Is that a Saturday?
I think it's a Saturday. Is March the 4th a Saturday?
Let me have a look on my
calendar.
calendar.
It's not a Saturday. Is it a Friday? Is it a Sunday? It's a Thursday. How can it be a Thursday?
Well, because this one ended on a Sunday. So I thought exactly that. It's back to normal time, isn't it? March the 4th is a Thursday.
I know, well, that's typical, isn't it? The one day, the one test match we can get up at a reasonable time, we only get 2.5 days off.
That is even get 2.5 days.
Some of our commentators hadn't commentated on this test, and they made themselves available several weeks ago, and I'm very disappointed for them as well.
1.5 days, Hendo. Oh well, 1 3/4 days.
Yeah, 1 3/4 days. Yeah, exactly.
2.5 days.
It's not good.
Well, that's it, Hendo. Yeah, we're back on Thursday. Back to fucking 4 in the morning.
Yes, indeed.
But last time though, Hendo. Last time for
a while. But I mean, then I missed Test cricket, so it's you win with one hand, you lose with another, don't you?
Absolutely.
Little Joe Root is going to have a chat to someone on Channel 4. We'll tell you what he said later on. But until March the 4th, whatever day that turns out to be, it's goodbye from the remaining two of us at Gorilla Cricket.
Goodbye.
We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary.
At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan